43399, The Blood of the Lamb, by Thomas F. Monteleone. Copyright 1992 by Thomas F. Monteleone. Read by Gregory Gorton.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. A young parish priest with supernatural powers is summoned to the Vatican and informed that he was cloned from blood found on the Shroud of Turin. The new Messiah uses his powers to preach an ecumenical faith and becomes a target of the religious establishment. Strong language, violence, and descriptions of sex. 1992. From the book jacket. In his 30th year, Father Peter Carenza, the handsome, charismatic priest of a Brooklyn church, discovers he has miraculous powers. He can heal the sick, raise the dead, and walk unscathed through fire. About the author. Thomas F. Monteleone, who was educated by Jesuits, holds degrees in psychology and literature. He has written 19 novels, including Lyrica, Night Train, and The Magnificent Gallery, which was adapted for television. Monteleone has edited several anthologies, including the prestigious horror and dark fantasy series Borderlands. Monteleone is one of the founders of Borderlands Press, which produces limited editions of high-quality works of imaginative fiction. A regular on the college lecture circuit, Monteleone speaks with humor and acerbity on nearly every topic under the sun. He lives in Baltimore, Maryland. This one is for the memory of Mario Martin Monteleone, my father, who gave me the power to dream. Thanks, Dad. I'll always love you. And I say unto thee, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Matthew, chapter 16, verse 18. Book 1. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father. John, chapter 1, verse 14. Prologue. Rome, Italy. Ponti. August 8, 1967. In the 5 years he had been working for Father Francesco, Amerigo Ponti had been requested to do many strange and secretive tasks, but nothing had resembled this latest assignment. First, the old Jesuit had obtained special passes so that Amerigo could work at the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, a small miracle when one considered the immense web of Vatican bureaucracy. But, in a more amazing display of power and influence, Father Francesco had given him the extra special photo ID badge, which proclaimed Amerigo Ponti to be a member of the Pope's Commissione Straordinaria, the Special Commission. Everyone in Rome had been wondering about the commission. What made it so special? Where were the men who comprised its ranks? The rumor mill, which normally ground loud and long in the Holy City, remained curiously quiet. The true nature of the Special Commission was locked in a vault of total secrecy. The commission was getting ready to begin its work, whatever that might be, this very morning in the lower levels of a building of the Academy of Sciences. And an intense young Jesuit, Amerigo Ponti, had been handed a skeleton key. He would know everything about the mysterious commission. Amerigo was struck once again by just how powerful and influential Father Francesco was, especially for someone not yet 40. Did he have a direct line to the Pope himself? Incredible. It was 8 o'clock on a bright summer morning. Amerigo walked through the Vatican gardens, heading east with a firm, athletic stride, entering the academy through the employees' entrance. A guard sitting by a turnstile idly glanced at Amerigo's work pass and waved him on. The tall, handsome young man was merely one of many workers funneling through the checkpoint. His instructions from Father Francesco were simple. Enter the building using your academy pass, and take the elevators to the basement installation, where another set of turnstiles would admit only members of the Commissione. Show the Guardia there your photo ID and proceed to the nearest washroom. Inside, in private, open the envelope containing your final directions. Simple, he thought. Amerigo patted his breast pocket, where he'd tucked Francesco's envelope. As he waited for the elevator, other government workers gathered around him. None of them could possibly suspect he was on a secret mission for the Society of Jesus. Just the thought made Amerigo proud. Only 5 years out of seminary school, and already he was one of the Society's most trusted soldiers. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside with a handful of men all wearing the plastic-coated badges that identified them as commission members. Amerigo tried to appear calm, disinterested, but his heart had begun racing. "This is the most important assignment of your life," Father Francesco had told him. "You must not fail." And he would not, thought Amerigo. He could not. The doors eased open, and everyone filed out, quietly queuing up for review by 2 uniformed guards. The line moved slowly as each commission member's photo was scrutinized and name checked against a list on a clipboard. Amerigo had never seen Vatican security guards take their jobs so seriously. When his turn came, his heart was beating so fast he feared the guards would hear it. The security man reached out, held his badge at an angle to cut down the glare, his gaze shifting from the photo to Amerigo's face, then back down to the badge photo. "Ponti," the guard said as he checked off a name on the clipboard. "Bene. Avanzate. Presto." Nodding as nonchalantly as possible, Amerigo pushed through the stile and headed down the main corridor. Commission workers surged around him. Everyone seemed very familiar with the vast warren of hallways which comprised this lower level of the academy, a part never seen by the tourists. Amerigo walked straight ahead, firmly and with confidence, as though he too knew what he was about. Inwardly, he grew ever more frantic as he searched for a washroom. Every door along the hallway bore a number followed by a single letter. Was there some code he had not been told? No, thank God. To his right, he spied a door plainly labeled Lavatorio. Selecting the stall farthest from the door, Amerigo quickly pulled the heavy manila stock envelope from his pocket. It was small but sturdy, the sort of envelope that might contain someone's weekly salary. Breaking the wax seal marked with Father Francesco's own signet ring, Amerigo looked inside to find a single typed sheet of paper and a key taped at its bottom. My God, he thought repeatedly as he read his orders. Unbelievable! And yet he must believe, accept, and obey. He employed his Jesuit training to remain as calm as possible, accepting his instructions as work in the service of God. After memorizing every word and removing the key, Amerigo dropped the paper into the toilet, where it dissolved immediately upon touching the water. Leaving the lavatory, he slipped into the main corridor and walked to the designated area. No one took any special notice of him as he sought out room 009C. When he found it, he openly produced the key from his pocket and slipped it into the lock. Only if it did not work would he look foolish. Holding his breath, he turned the key. The tumblers gave way. Amerigo sighed involuntarily as he pushed open the door, stepped through, and closed it quickly behind him. The room had been outfitted as a miniature laboratory, full of chemical glassware and rack-mounted electronics he could not identify. In the center of the room, on a large table, lay a large laminar flow cabinet. Its triple-paned glass panels and micron-machined edges made it perfectly airtight. Through the glass, he saw the object of his mission. Santa Sindone, thought Amerigo. He made the sign of the cross and approached the table. He worked quickly and efficiently, and was gone within 15 minutes. Later that evening, Amerigo sat at the bar of a discotheque in the heart of the tourist district. He sipped a Coke and tried to look as though he belonged. The music was loud. Colored lights flashed in all directions, and the women in their miniskirts and long straight hair looked more provocative than ever. He felt uncomfortable even sitting in a place like this. The smoke, the noise, and the alcohol were all combining to make him feel ill. This was no place for a soldier of Christ. He could not believe Father Francesco had chosen a disco as a meeting place. "Ah, Amerigo," said a familiar voice at his back. "It is good to see you." Turning on his stool, Amerigo Ponti was surprised at the sight of Father Francesco towering over him. The priest wore a baggy, double-breasted suit, a white shirt, and a dark tie. Amerigo had never seen Francesco dressed in anything but his clerical collar and vestments. It was startling to see him in street clothes. Francesco was a tall, thin man in his 30s, so young to be so powerful. His cheeks were sallow and gaunt, and his cold blue eyes gave his face a distinctly vulpine aspect. The Jesuit's military brush-cut hair made him look very unstylish, despite the suit and tie. "Good evening, Father. You look different." The priest smiled briefly, grimly. "You have it?" Amerigo nodded. "Yes, Father." "There were no problems? You were not noticed?" "It was easy, just as you promised. There was not the slightest suspicion, I assure you." Amerigo was proud to report his success. Father Francesco nodded. "Good, good." The bartender drifted by, but the Jesuit sent him away with a practiced wave of the hand. Amerigo sipped his cola, staring at his boss expectantly. "Well?" asked Father Francesco. "Well, what, Father?" "Aren't you going to give it to me?" The priest's voice was hard, cold, his gaze merciless. Amerigo felt immediately foolish. Digging into his jacket pocket, he handed a glass vial to his boss. The Jesuit slipped the container into the breast pocket of his suit without even glancing at it. "You followed the procedures exactly." "Of course, Father." "And you are certain you obtained what I required?" "I would stake my life on it," said Amerigo. The priest smiled again, ever so slightly. "Yes, of course." He paused and looked about the club. "Very good, Amerigo. As usual, you have performed well. Come, let us leave this ugly place." Happy, Amerigo slid from his stool and followed the lean priest to the street. A black Mercedes sedan was waiting at the curb. As Father Francesco opened the back door, he motioned to Amerigo. "Come, son. Tonight you can ride with me." Feelings of pride and honor washed over Amerigo as he climbed into the back seat. His superior was truly pleased with his work. Father Francesco moved into the front passenger seat next to his driver. Amerigo settled into the plush leather of the rear seat, suddenly noticing another person in the car. A mustachioed man wearing a black suit and Roman collar. "Amerigo Ponti. This is my friend Father Masseria." "Good evening, Father," said Amerigo, smiling at the priest. "Goodbye, my son," said Masseria. Amerigo was confused. The Mercedes accelerated away from the curb, and he was pushed deeper into his seat. Father Masseria reached into his outer jacket, and suddenly there was a 9mm Beretta in his hand, pointed at a space between the young man's eyes. "Father, I don't understand." There was a soft pift as the gun discharged through its silencer, sending a single slug into the center of Amerigo Ponti's skull. He was dead before the back of his head slammed against the car window. "Presto," said Father Francesco to his driver. "The docks. We'll dispose of him there." The driver nodded, accelerating around the nearest corner. 1. Brooklyn, New York. Carenza. August 15, 1998. Father Peter Carenza had gotten up early to take a walk through the neighborhood of Bay Ridge while the temperature was still moderate. He was not a lover of hot weather, especially the high humidity days that marked August in New York City. As usual, he stopped at Curtis's Corner Grocery for the daily news. Strangers who spotted the young man dressed in a T-shirt and jogging shorts would never suspect he was a priest. Peter's lean, athletic body was made for playing left field or shooting three-pointers from the top of the key. Only his regular parishioners recognized him as a padre. "Good morning, Father," said Henry Curtis, a short, stocky man with a carefully trimmed beard. who looked a lot like later portraits of Henry VIII. "I wanted to thank you for helping my wife yesterday." Peter smiled. "Henry, it was nothing, really." "Maybe not to you," said the grocer, "but the one day I gotta drive into Jersey, that's the day my little Janine falls down and cuts her knee. 16 stitches they put in her." "How's she feeling this morning?" asked Peter as he bent down by the cash register to pull a newspaper from the stack. "She's going to be fine. Because you drove her to the hospital so fast, Father. I don't mind telling you, you're the best thing that ever happened to this neighborhood." Peter could feel himself blushing. "Well, thank you, Henry, but I was just doing my job." Curtis nodded, smiled. "Maybe so, but we can still tell you how much we appreciate you, right?" Peter chuckled softly, embarrassed, but pleased to know that he had been accepted so readily by the members of the neighborhood as well as the parish. He did honestly love helping and working with people, and believed that was the most important part of being a parish priest. Father Sobieski warned him not to spread himself too thin, but Peter thrived on the extra projects he'd taken on at St. Sebastian's. His parish, just north of the Verrazano Bridge, was a mixed bag of nationalities, ages, colors, and incomes, and he liked it that way. The parishioners had accepted him quickly and seemed to trust him. They often commented on his lean, handsome features and his naturally resonant speaking voice. Many times his pastor told him that he was a born leader in the church, and that he would have a very satisfying vocation within the Archdiocese of New York. Tucking the paper under one arm, Peter left the grocery and crossed 4th Avenue to begin his job. He had about 15 minutes to get down to the ball fields at Diker Beach Park, where he coached the CYO's Pony League baseball team. The sun was heating up the dusty field when he arrived, but he put the boys through a heavy workout anyway. His team was in first place in the East Division, and he didn't want to lose any steam with the playoffs coming up next week. 2 hours later, Peter jogged back to the rectory, caught a quick shower and some lunch, and settled back to watch the Yankee game before preparing the Saturday evening Mass. Ever since the rules had been changed, allowing the requirement for mandatory weekly Mass attendance to be satisfied on Saturday evening as well as by the regular Sunday Masses, the parishioners of Bay Ridge had gradually become more accustomed to the new latitude. In the beginning, the more traditional and usually older Catholics continued their Sunday rituals, apparently believing the Saturday Mass somehow not quite acceptable. To counteract this, Pastor Sobieski began scheduling all Saturday evening Masses with Father Carenza, whose magnetic personality and popular sermons began drawing more and more attendees to the Saturday evening service. Even though Peter didn't want to feel proud or boastful, he knew the move had been a huge success. He couldn't help but notice how the old stone church was filled to standing room on Saturdays, and a lot of the attendees could still be seen on Sunday mornings, unable to break old habits, but so eager to hear Father Carenza speak that they'd begun going to Mass twice each weekend. Peter knew it was a quiet testament to his popularity in the parish. He never talked about it, tried not to dwell on it, but it was a fact just the same. Of course, he had mentioned the changes to his friend Dan Ellington, a Jesuit who taught English and Comp Lit at Fordham. Jesuits, acknowledged Peter with a wry smile, were more at home with boastfulness. And so, that evening, he stood before his congregation, reading the day's gospel, a passage from Luke, preparing to speak on the theme of friendship. Though he'd showered again before dressing, he was beginning to sweat heavily under the thick linen and wool vestments. Outside, the air was steaming up as the heat of the day radiated from the city's concrete and stone. Brooklyn in late summer was like a tropical rainforest, without the rain and without the forest. The oppressive heat and humidity created a stifling, oven-like atmosphere. To make things worse, Father Sobieski had announced over breakfast that morning that the air conditioning in the church had broken down. Although the repair crew would do the best they could, the unit probably would not be fixed until Monday because of that most favorite of excuses, they needed a special part. Peter knew his audience was uncomfortable, yet They all sat watching him expectantly. Peter never prepared his sermons ahead of time, unlike his colleagues at St. Sebastian's. Even Father Sobieski, who'd been preaching to his flock for almost 40 years, still sat down near the end of the week to pen notes and phrases to be issued from the pulpit. Peter had always felt that speaking from notes was somehow counterfeit. He preferred a more spontaneous approach, making his sermons more casual, like unrehearsed conversation. In his earliest days in the seminary's preparatory school, studying elocution, debating, and independent thinking, he had discovered a natural talent for extemporaneous speaking. He loved it, and his audiences seemed to love him for it. Sometimes, when he was speaking to his parish, he felt like an entertainer, like a stand-up comedian who was ad-libbing his way through the performance of his life. It was a heady, exhilarating experience, like walking a tightrope without a net. It was working right on the edge of his abilities, on the precipice of his next thought. Most of the time, he had no idea what his next words might be, yet the words were always there. Today was no different. He addressed the sea of faces about the virtues of friendship, of love in its purest sense. He incorporated the myth of Damon and Pythias, the epic adventure of Roland and Oliver, and the legendary bond of Arthur and Lancelot into his sermon, so that it seemed less a preachy lecture than a wonderful narrative. Weaving various mythic and literary elements throughout his message created a marvelously rich tapestry for his audience, a story full of compassion and love and human understanding. When he closed with the words of the Lord about there being no greater love than that of the man who would lay down his life for his friend, he sensed an undercurrent in the crowd, a just barely suppressed urge in them to stand up en masse in spontaneous applause. Peter had moved them with his words, with his resonant, modulated voice. He had transfixed them, every one of them, with his special gift. As he stood there, basking in that briefest of moments in which he could actually feel the power he held over them, he knew he enjoyed it. If this was pride, if it was a sin to feel this way, he could not help himself. Later he would ask God for forgiveness. After serving Holy Communion, he completed the Mass and stood by the door for the time-honored tradition of shaking hands with his parishioners. Many of them queued up to say a word or two instead of just rushing home. It was another small but obvious indication of his popularity at St. Sebastian's. As the line finally thinned out, an attractive woman approached him, gently shook his hand, then held on. "Excuse me, Father Carenza," said Margaret Murphy. He knew her from her attendance at the elementary school PTA meetings. Something about the way she wore her yellow and white cotton dress, the way she applied her cosmetics, imparted to her a very sad, very helpless aspect. Or perhaps it was her eyes that gave her away. She looked disheartened, even fearful, like a small bird that had fallen from its nest. "I was wondering," she continued, "if I could have a small talk with you." He looked at his watch automatically. He hoped it didn't seem rude. "Right now?" "I don't want to impose, Father, but if you have a few minutes, I just don't have the time during the week, and it's so important." He could not ignore the subtle note of pain in her voice. Though he wanted to go back to the rectory, kick up his feet, drink a cold beer, and just suspend his thinking for a few hours with a movie on Cinemax, he knew his first obligation was to this woman who sought his help. "It's no problem, Mrs. Murphy," Peter said. "Why don't you meet me over at the rectory? Just give me a few minutes to change out of my vestments." A small smile, weak and fragile, illuminated her face. "Oh, thank you, Father Carenza. I'll be waiting for you there. Thank you." Time passed quickly as he sat with Mrs. Murphy in the first-floor study. It was a small room, lined with bookcases. Several soft-bulb lamps and two well-padded chairs in front of the desk in the corner made it a comfortable room. It was a good place to conduct one-on-one counseling sessions with parishioners, and Peter did not think he intimidated Mrs. Murphy as he relaxed behind the desk and listened, without comment, to her tale. It was a not uncommon domestic scenario. hard-working blue-collar husband, overburdened wife trying to keep a clean house, supervise 4 children, and still be the passionate whore in bed. The demands of modern living were often more than many couples could bear, and Peter knew people sought release from the pressure in most of the standard ways. Rod Murphy had selected a neighborhood bar as his ally against all the hassles in his world, and was spending more and more of his free time pounding Budweiser at the hardwood. He was a big man who worked as a journeyman electrician for a contractor. His drinking wasn't a problem on the job yet, but it was sending fault lines through the foundation of his marriage, and Margaret was getting very scared. She told a teary story of late-night arguments fueled by an unstaunched flow of alcohol. Peter had listened to semi-hysterical parishioners many times as they cried out under the impossible weight of their lives. In almost every instance, he found it best to remain as silent as possible while they uncapped the lid of their emotions and pain. Only after the demons were revealed could he successfully deal with them. After almost an hour, Mrs. Murphy's tale was exhausted. Peter looked at her lean face, now puffy and red about her eyes, and reached across the table to her. She let him grasp her hands like a child might seek the comfort of a parent. "Oh, Father, I'm sorry. I'm so embarrassed. I had no idea I would get like this." He smiled softly, shook his head easily. "Like what? Margaret, please realize that you're just letting yourself be human. We all feel pain, just as we feel joy. That's what sets us apart from the rest of God's creatures." Peter tried to imbue his mellow voice with a semi-hypnotic suggestion that everything was going to be fine. Almost instantly, the lines of tension in Margaret Murphy's face softened and began to vanish. Although Peter, an orphan raised by the church, was admittedly not an expert in the dynamics of families, he possessed a keen sense of understanding of the human psyche, and it was not as if he'd never had any affairs of the heart. His interest and involvements with young women before he answered his calling to God had been educational as well as enjoyable. Peter had not grown up in a bubble of parochial glass. His compassion was an intuitive ability. Coupled with his knack of saying precisely the right thing to a troubled soul, it made him an extremely successful counselor. He spoke calmly and without the austere tones of a lecture. By asking subtle questions, exercising the gentle, probing skills of a veteran therapist, Peter was able to slowly lead Mrs. Murphy toward her own particular conclusions. If allowed to discover for herself insights into her complex problems, he knew she would be more willing to attempt solutions. It's always easier to act on your own beliefs than what others try to force upon you. "Father Carenza, I don't know how to thank you," said Mrs. Murphy when she stood up to leave. "You already have," he said. "So much wisdom for someone so young. It's hard to believe." She looked at him with glistening doe's eyes. It was a gaze that combined the elements of respectful child, infatuated girl, and lustful woman. Peter sensed this conflux of emotions emanating from the woman, and was confused by the feelings stirred within himself. He blinked, then looked away for a moment, and broke the mini-spell which had formed between them. Margaret Murphy must have sensed it too, because she also blinked before flushing slightly and raising a delicate finger to her temple. "Please, stay in touch, Margaret," Peter said, "and remember that you're welcome here any time." "I will, Father. You don't know how much better you've made me feel. I think I understand what's going wrong, and I think I can see some ways to make it better." "Good, good," said Peter, as he glided out from behind the desk and escorted her to the door. After he'd watched her walk slowly down the shrubbery-lined path to the sidewalk, Peter closed the front door slowly. He was feeling good about himself, aglow with the knowledge that he'd helped another person desperately in need. Turning into the main hall, he headed for the kitchen. Despite the gradual setting of the sun, it was still muggy and hot, and a cold beer sounded very good just about then. When he opened the refrigerator and found nothing but a few cans of Diet Pepsi, he could only shake his head and smile. Wasn't that always the way? How many times had he looked in the Frigidaire for something else, reaching around 6 or 7 bottles of Beck's Dark or Michelob, ignoring them. But now, tonight, nothing but a cold, dark beer was going to do it for him. Checking his watch, he saw he still had enough time to run up to the deli on 90th Street and get a six-pack before the 9 o'clock movie started. Peter quickly changed into shorts, t-shirt, and his high-topped Reeboks and headed for the store. Shadows along the side streets grew longer and deeper as he walked toward the main intersection at 4th Avenue. With no large pockets in his shorts, Peter carried his keys and several $10 bills in a small zippered waist pouch. Summer sounds of rock music, crying babies, and blaring televisions poured forth from open windows. The heavy rectangles of air conditioners droned and sweated into the streets. Everything blended together in a pleasant mix, a vital, living neighborhood. Peter ran a hand through his dark brown hair, pushing the damp strands away from his eyes. So damned humid. That beer was going to taste good, no question. He'd just passed a narrow alley when he heard the voice at his back. "Okay, hold it right there, you yuppie motherfucker." Nasal, whiny, young, Peter kept on walking, pretending not to have heard anything. Suddenly, long, bony fingers were digging into his left shoulder. A vicious tug spun him around so quickly he almost lost his balance. "Hey, you deaf or something? I'm talking to you, asshole!" In the half-light of the fast-approaching dusk, Peter came face to face with a black boy of perhaps 16. He wore a bandana around his head like a samurai warrior. A gold tooth accented his inappropriate smile. A scraggly green tank top revealed the muscles of his power-forward torso. The knees were ripped out of his jeans. The oven-glazed look in his eyes suggested a mind racing out of control on some kind of drug. Slowly the boy raised his right hand and pointed a small-caliber gun at Peter's face. "Back up, man," he said. "This way." He indicated that Peter slip into the alley, into the narrow shadows and the smells of garbage baking in plastic trash bags. "What do you want?" asked Peter as he complied, carefully moving off the main sidewalk, feeling the alley wall against his back. "Now give it up, chump," the kid said, still smiling. He was twitchy, jittery. All his movements were sharp and tight. He looked unstable as all hell. Peter felt his heart begin to pump harder than he'd thought possible. Even in the gathering darkness, he could see the gun clearly, and though it had a small-bore barrel, its muzzle seemed as wide as a well and twice as black. It was like staring into a bottomless pit, a place where, once you fell in, only death survived. Reaching into his waist pouch, Peter produced the keys and the 2 bills. "That's all I've got, man," he said softly. "Here, take it. You're welcome to it." With feline quickness, the boy moved, snatching the money from Peter in an eye flash. The gun bobbed and weaved in the kid's hand, but was still pointed at Peter. He wanted to do something, jump, roll, run, anything, but he was rooted to the sidewalk. He felt paralyzed and helpless. It was a terrifying feeling with which his normally analytical mind could not cope. "Hey, man, what the fuck is this?" The boy's smile flowed into an angry scowl. $20? That ain't shit, man. Where's the rest of your money?" "I'm sorry, but that's all I have. Honest." "Bullshit. You got some money in your shoe, man. Take off them shoes." "Please, really," said Peter. "I really don't. Why don't you just—" "Take 'em off, you asshole!" The kid almost screamed out the words. Peter slowly began unlacing his high tops. Couldn't anybody hear this clown? Couldn't anybody see what was happening? "Okay, dump 'em out," said his attacker once he'd taken off both white leather shoes. "There's nothing in them," said Peter. "Look." "God damn it! Take off your fucking socks. That's where you got it." Peter pulled off the white cotton gym socks, trying to keep an eye on the obviously very frustrated boy. His plan was not going well, and he was confused and angry. When he saw no extra cash concealed in the socks, his whole body went rigid with rage. "You just fucking with me, man. I'm gonna shoot your chump ass." Pressing himself against the wall, Peter felt the heat of its rough brick through his t-shirt. "Please," he said. "Look, Take the money, please." The boy scowled and raised the gun, his arm rigidly outstretched. "Man, fuck you! You dead!" Peter heard a voice cry out, uttering a single, piercing syllable. "No!" In a timeless instant, he realized it was his voice, shrieking into the darkness, surrendering to some atavistic impulse. He heard the sound as though in a vast tunnel, and the rolling echo of his scream was as terrifying as the empty eye of the gun. He saw the ropey muscles tensing in the boy's thick forearm and powerful fingers. In another instant, the gun's trigger would click back and the hammer would trip. Instinctively, he raised his hands to his face. A brilliant flash of light, like the furious blue explosion of a high-voltage discharge, filled the alley. Like a photograph, the image of the boy's face, blue-black flesh shiny with sweat, eyes swollen with a primeval fear, sizzled and popped in Peter's mind. The gun dropped from the boy's charred hand, clattering to the asphalt. The air was charged with the foul scent of ozone and seared flesh. What had moments before been a human being was now a smoking column of greasy charcoal. Stunned, Peter watched the thing totter slowly from side to side before falling forward at his feet. His lungs filled with the heavy stench of burned fat. He gagged. Backing away from the burned lump, Peter tried to rationalize what he'd seen. Lightning. The mugger had been struck by lightning. But the bolt had come from Peter Carenza's hands. 2. Rome, Italy. Sister Etienne. August 15th, 1998. It was a typically warm summer morning in the cloistered convent of the Sisters of Poor Clares. After a meager breakfast, the nuns were allowed a half-hour of private meditation in the convent gardens. Sister Etienne, a slender, healthy woman of almost 50, exited the dining hall and crossed under the Roman stone arch that marked the entrance to the central atrium of the convent. The very large quadrangle was formed by the walls of 4 separate buildings. It overflowed with shady oaks and dogwoods in late blossom. The garden was crisscrossed with many brick-laden paths, all lined by mulched flower and shrubbery beds. The dusty smell of boxwood and pachysandra commingled with the sweet scent of begonias, snapdragons, and honeysuckle. Sister Etienne loved this garden and felt especially at peace during her morning walks through its summery greenery. Glory be to God, she thought, as she passed beneath a thick-bowed oak. That poem by the American Kilmer was perfectly true. She had lived in the convent almost all of her life, had left it only twice since coming to the Sisters of Poor Clares at the age of 12, but Sister Etienne knew that no other part of the world could be as beautiful as the convent garden. She had been born Angelina Pettinaro, daughter of a Calabrian fisherman who had been too poor to provide for his 7 children after his wife died of cancer. To make things easier, her older brother joined the Italian National Guard, and Angelina entered the sisterhood. Since she'd always been a deeply spiritual girl, she found the life of a nun much to her liking. She preferred the convent's order and discipline to the uncharted chaos of the modern world, and she absolutely loved the almost perfect opportunity to serve her Lord God in any fashion he deemed. Sister Etienne believed she had demonstrated her absolute loyalty to the Church and her faith in the wishes of God many times in her life, especially when Abbess Victoriana had selected her to work with Father Francesco and Cardinal Lareggia. The abbess had always been so proud of her. Etienne once overheard her superior speaking to a group of visitors. The abbess had singled Etienne out as one of the most devout members of the entire order. Now, she thought, you're wool-gathering again. This time is supposed to be spent in meditation and private prayer. To waste it upon prideful thoughts was sinful at least. Etienne paused before a bed of roses, lifting a soft yellow bud from amidst thorny stems and leaves. Unexpectedly, the flower broke loose. as if it had been waiting to fall into her hand. Holding it up to the soft morning light, she could see the bud's intricate structure through its translucent petals. The beauty of a rose held all the proof she needed to verify the miraculous power and majesty of the Lord. Etienne often used such examples from nature to inspire her private devotions and prayers. Staring into the depths of the rose, trying to follow the convolutions of each whorled petal, she perceived a new complexity in its design. It was like staring into the center of a figure-ground illustration, a deliberately conceived pattern of optical illusion. The image swam before her eyes as though trying to change into something else. She felt a wave of nausea crash over her, and the next instant a sensation of hideous sickness worse than she'd ever thought possible. Something burned and clawed at the inside of her stomach. Her skull felt as though it were expanding, like a balloon about to rupture. She felt herself falling, but the pain of the impact was far away, detached, as though it belonged to someone else. What was happening to her? She tried to stand up straight, but disequilibrium kept her pinned to the ground, weaving on her knees. A low keening sounded deep within her skull, growing louder, changing into a dull buzz, a hypnotic sound that blotted out all other sensation. Etienne stared trance-like into the depths of the rose. The buzzing reached a new height. Nothing existed in the world other than the rose and the buzzing in her head. Surely the bones of her skull would soon fracture, exploding like a grenade and spraying the gray-white mucus of her brain everywhere. Etienne waited for the image to become real. Suddenly her nostrils burned with the sweet, acrid pungency of the grave. A dark, roiling stench. It was the smell of the end of all things, of decay and corruption, of consummate foulness. It was the stuff of dread and repulsion and all that was or ever could be evil. She felt a chasm opening under her soul as the theater became a windstorm in the darkness below her. The rose and the garden and the rest of the world rushed away in all directions with dizzying speed. Etienne floated in the stark nothingness at the end of time. She wanted to scream, but it was impossible. Paralyzed and helpless, she slowly twisted and writhed under the foul breath of pure malevolence. Convinced she had gone mad, or worse, had perished from a sudden stroke or coronary, and, despite her faith, had been thrust into the deepest pit of hell, Etienne finally surrendered her soul, in desperation opening herself to God. And the vision came to her. Gathering itself, taking substance, the pieces of the image came together like the video of a shattering stained-glass window played in slow motion and reverse. Etienne watched the horror unfold like the blossom of the blackest rose. 3. Brooklyn, New York. Sobieski. August 15th, 1998. Father Sobieski had never seen Father Carenza look so upset. Stan Sobieski had seen the vacant, terrified look in more than one priest's eyes, the look of a cleric who suddenly lost his faith, but his instincts told him this wasn't the problem at hand. After more than 40 years in the priesthood, you sensed such things, and he'd been told to watch this priest carefully. Carenza had come to Sobieski's room wanting to talk, but had said nothing yet. Stan looked at him as he sat fidgeting in front of his desk. The young priest looked away nervously. There was no denying how handsome he was. His rugged good looks certainly didn't hurt his popularity with the parishioners. They all loved his easy, engaging smile, a smile conspicuously absent right now. "Let me start with a question," said the young priest. Have you ever heard of a priest, actually killing someone?" "What?" Sobieski had been trained to expect anything, but he couldn't conceal his surprise. "Good Lord, Peter, what are you talking about?" Peter Carenza looked down at his hands. He held them palms up, as though seeing them for the first time, the way an infant slowly becomes aware of itself. "It was self-defense, I think." Sobieski looked at the young man until he finally raised his head and eye contact was re-established. "Peter, are you trying to tell me that you killed a man?" I think so." Father Carenza again looked at his hands, slowly buried his face in them. My God! This was crazy, thought Sobieski. "Do you want to make a confession, Father?" Sobieski tried to sound calm and professional, but the quaver in his voice betrayed him. Peter shook his head slowly. No confession." "Well, what then? I'm listening." Carenza paused, looked out the window, then back at him. "Maybe I'm going about this wrong. Let me start over." Sobieski watched him swallow with difficulty. There was a patina of sweat on his forehead. Such a dear man. It was hard to see him twist and suffer so. "Before you do," said Sobieski, "would you like a small taste of something? I've got some brandy in my cabinet." Father Carenza looked at him, nodded. "Yes, I think I could use a drink. Thank you, Father." Sobieski moved from behind the desk to the small oak cabinet next to his television. From within it, he produced a decanter and 2 snifters. Pouring expertly, he proffered one of the crystal goblets to the young priest, kept the second for himself. Father Carenza sipped from his glass tentatively, allowing the dark amber liquid to scorch a path down his throat. He repeated the maneuver, then looked Sobieski in the eye. Stan smiled benignly. "Peter, let's stop beating around the bush, all right?" "Father, I'm sorry," interrupted Carenza, "but you have to believe me when I tell you this is crazier than anything you've ever heard." Stan leaned forward, studying Carenza. He was very agitated, fearful, losing control. Sobieski spoke as calmly as possible. "It can't be as bad as all that." "Can't be as bad?" Peter shook his head. "I don't know. I'm sorry, Father, but you're going to think I've lost my mind." Sobieski tried to smile, did a half-assed job of it. "No, I won't. Trust me, Peter. But for God's sake, would you please tell me what happened?" Sobieski drained the rest of his brandy. Its spreading warmth seemed to give him strength. Alcohol was becoming more of a need for him than he cared to admit. Father Carenza drew in a breath, exhaled slowly. "All right, then. Listen." Haltingly, Father Carenza recounted his walk to the deli, the mugger, and the disaster. When he'd finished, he looked spent, exhausted, overwhelmed. His breath came in short gasps. Sobieski wasn't sure if it was the alcohol, or his training, or something else, but he felt oddly numb. "You say it was like a blue fire?" Peter nodded. "Lightning? Could he have been struck by lightning? They say lightning can do funny things." Peter frowned, shook his head. "Do they say it can jump from your hands?" Sobieski felt foolish, looked away from his charge. There was no doubt that the younger priest believed what he was saying. Judging from his apparent emotional state, a hoax was out of the question. "Tell me, Peter, is the body still there?" Father Carenza massaged his temples slowly, keeping his eyes tightly shut. "I don't know. I guess it is. I kind of panicked. I just ran back here as fast as I could. I had to talk to somebody right away." "Perhaps we should go back," said Sobieski. Peter looked up at him sharply. "You mean back to the alley?" "Yes." "God, I don't know if I can." "It might be best," Sobieski said. Actually, it was probably the only way he could verify what happened. He had no great desire to see the poor bastard, but it was necessary. His superiors would ask for proof. "What was it, Father Sobieski? If that was a miracle, it's the strangest one I've ever heard of." Stan Sobieski was not certain if there was an answer to that question. He felt inadequate, unable to ease Carenza's despair, and hated himself for lapsing into homilies when the man needed trenchant psychological insight and honest support. He felt compelled to say something, anything. "Father, we have no way of understanding the ways of God, but if he has chosen you to witness or perform a miracle, even if it's something we might find distasteful or even horrible, then you must simply bear up and accept what God asks of you. It is a responsibility to the Lord, and if necessary, you must carry it like a cruel cross for the rest of your days." The young priest looked up at him, pausing for a moment. "But why?" "Peter, if this really happened—" "What do you mean, if? You still don't believe me, do you?" Carenza pushed back his chair, stood up, and turned to leave. "Father, where are you going?" "You wanted to see proof, didn't you? All right, then, let's go. Right now." Peter none too gently tugged Sobieski from his chair. Well, he'd told Carenza to put up or shut up. God help me, Sobieski thought. God help us all. 4. Brooklyn, New York, Windsor, August 15th, 1998. How did that old song go? Another Saturday night and I ain't got nobody. I got some money 'cause I just got paid. Well, at least the first part was right. Working weekends was such a locked-in part of her job, Marion Windsor never got much time off for a regular old Friday or Saturday night date. As far as the money went, it seemed like she was always scrimping for lunch money by the end of the pay period. Even though her television journalist's job paid pretty damned well, she had a lot of expenses because, more than anything else, she was single and living in Manhattan. Marion smiled to herself as she drove toward the Bay Ridge precinct house on 4th Avenue. At 30 years old, she knew, she was reaching the age where the timing of certain career moves was critical. Every local TV reporter wanted to go national on one of the networks or cable channels. Since early in the decade, cable news's profile had risen. It still wasn't as glamorous as the networks, but national exposure was national exposure. And, even if Marion didn't want to admit it, as a woman on the tube, she had to give good camera. Old ideas died hard, and despite the prevalence of female reporters and anchorwomen, damned few had any wrinkles or flaws. Of course, the men could still be gray, bald, liver-spotted, or dewlapped. It wasn't fair, but that's the way the game was played. All humility aside, Marion knew she was a good-looking woman, and if network slots were assigned purely on looks, she figured she'd have as good a chance as anybody. Her taste in clothes was neither trendy nor flashy, but she wasn't a frump. She could be comfortable in a pair of jeans or a suit from Saks. Her auburn hair and sea-green eyes warmed up any television monitor, and the alto timbre of her voice carried just the right blend of wonder and expertise. Since getting the job at WPIX 5 years ago, she'd become popular with the viewers and had steadily built a reputation among her colleagues as a thorough investigator. Her bosses soon realized they were wasting intelligence and resourcefulness by sending her out to cover the boat show at Madison Square Garden or the St. Patrick's Day parade. Oddly, Marion discovered she had a knack for getting past the smooth surface of a story. She could pry the lid off a news piece the way you'd open up an old watch to see how it worked. Her big break came when she got the chance to check out a scam involving city purchasing agents and bogus vendors. Her initial story led to a week-long special assignment that unveiled corruption in other shadowy corners of city government. The story was nominated for several awards, and though she didn't win, Marion knew she'd made her bones in the industry. She was a member of the club, and people took her seriously. Her beat was Brooklyn. Gradually, she'd focused in on the crime stories that bubbled out of that borough, and she soon became a regular face in the crowds at all the Brooklyn precinct houses. Using her intelligence and natural charm, she established contacts and confidants at most of the stations. She had a reputation for being a fair and honest reporter, so a lot of the cops weren't afraid to tell her things she needed to give her stories the depth and reality that made them so distinctive. "Damn, I'm good," she thought as she parked her Mazda RX-7 in the back lot of the 72nd Precinct station. Smiling to herself, she gathered up her mini camcorder and adjusted the sound levels on her body mic before going in the back door, looking for Corporal Binderman. "Marion," came a familiar voice. Elbowing her way through the lobby, which was, as usual for a Saturday night, filled with every type you could think of, she worked her way to the dispatch desk. Freddie Binderman, all 250 pounds of him, sat before his radio consoles, smiling expectantly. "Hi, Freddie. What have you got for me?" Freddie moved a large McDonald's vanilla shake to the far corner of his desk in a half-assed attempt to hide it. "Gee, Marion, you sure do look nice tonight." "Why, thank you," she said, trying to mask her impatience. 20 minutes ago, he'd called her with a tip on what might be an interesting story. He wouldn't give her any details, other than that it was pretty weird, and by now her curiosity was raging. Freddie's unflagging infatuation with her only complicated the situation. Several times he'd actually worked up enough courage to ask her out, and once she'd accepted a lunch date, back in early spring. It had been a mistake. Freddie had taken it as a sign she wanted to get involved with him romantically, and she'd had a hell of a time getting out of the situation without ruining the professional side of the relationship. Freddie continued to just stare at her while the noise and color of the precinct whirled around them. This was no good. She had a job to do. Freddie, what's going on out there?" He grinned self-consciously. "Sorry, Marion. Here." He handed her a piece of paper with an address on it. "Came in just before I called you. A kid said he saw a jogger getting mugged, and the guy got hit by lightning." "What? Who got hit by lightning?" She glanced at the address. It would be easy to find. "The mugger. Our blue and white's on the way now. I heard him on the radio calling for a meat wagon." Freddie took a pull off the double straws in his vanilla shake. "The guy must be a real crispy critter from what the kid said." Marion grimaced, nodded. "Freddie, your descriptive powers are stunning." "Really? Do you really mean it, Marion?" "Corporal, you're incredible. You know that?" She smiled and waved goodbye. "I'll let you know how it turns out." "You kiddin'? Hey, I'll be watching you on the news tonight. I'll see for myself." Quickly, she jumped into her Mazda and cut through the back streets to the scene of the incident. She had already lost a lot of time, and she hoped she hadn't missed all the action. Turning the final corner, she eased her RX-7 up to the nearest curb and jumped out. Apparently the ambulance hadn't arrived yet, a good sign as far as she was concerned. A rim of spectators defined the entrance to the alley, and as soon as some of them recognized her and her equipment, they began forming a path for her. When she reached the innermost circle, she saw a patrolman kneeling by an odd-looking blackened lump. He was covering it with a blanket. The other cop was kneeling, talking to a Latino boy of perhaps 10 or 11. Adjusting the gain on the directional mic, Marion keyed on the mini camcorder and listened to the interrogation through her headphones. The reception wasn't the best, but she could still hear every word. "And I was just cutting through the alley. Honest, officer." "All right, kid. Right. Just tell me what you saw, okay?" "It was getting dark. I heard a guy screaming and yelling, so I stopped and turned around to run." "Why?" "The guy sounded real angry, man. You know, mean and shit." The cop nodded. "Oh, yeah, right. Mean and shit. Okay, so what happened? What did you see? You said you saw it happen." I did see it. I was hiding behind those trash cans right back there." "He was holding a gun on this guy in gym shorts. The dude with the gun. Everybody in the neighborhood called him Venus, man. I don't know his real name. Anyway, he was all based up, man. I could tell." The officer nodded, wrote down a few words on his notepad. "Then what happened?" "Venus said he'd shoot him if he didn't give him his money. And the guy didn't have any, see? So I knew he was going to get shot." The boy paused to rub his nose nervously. I never saw somebody get shot before." "Come on, kid, out with it. Did you see anything or not?" "I saw it, man. Venus sticks the gun in the other guy's face. All of a sudden, I see lightning bolts. They come out of his hands and zap! That crazy mother is gone, man." The boy seemed to be staring through the brick wall of the alley, as though witnessing the scene all over again. Something about the way he talked compelled Marion to believe him. Marion talked to people all the time in her business. You got to know when they were lying and when they weren't. This kid was telling the truth, at least as he knew it. "Lightning bolts, huh?" The cop closed his notebook, shook his head, and smiled. "Yeah, right, kid." "Hey, man, it's the truth." The cop stood and looked at his partner. "We ain't gonna get anything else. I'm getting fairy tales here." The other cop nodded, frowned knowingly. "Where the hell's that ambulance? Good thing this guy doesn't really need it." The boy tugged at the officer's sleeve. "Ain't no fairy tale, man. That dude stood there kind of smoking for a second or two, and then he fell over. Pieces breaking off and shit, just like you guys found him, I swear." "Sure, kid. I'll put it in my report." Marion's pulse started to jump as she heard the wail of the ambulance as it wheeled around the corner. Doors opened, slammed shut as paramedics rushed into the alley. "Jesus Christ, what's that?" asked the first one to peek under the blanket. "That's the victim," said the first cop. "Hit by lightning, I figure." The paramedic, a young red-haired kid of maybe 22, shook his head. "I don't know, Jack. I seen lightning victims, and none of 'em ever looked like that." The officer shrugged and lifted his cap to absently scratch his scalp. It was like a signal to clear the area. The paramedics began to gingerly wrap up the remains, and the officers started dispersing the crowd, which had been, Marion noticed, uncharacteristically silent. "Okay, show's over, folks," said the cop who'd been interrogating the boy. "Aren't you going to ask him what happened to the mugging victim?" asked Marion. The cop, whose silver badge announced his last name as Jaskulski, looked at her, suddenly recognizing her. "Miss Windsor, how you doing?" "Well, aren't you?" she persisted. Jaskulski grinned lopsidedly, then flashed a glance at her mini camcorder. "Hey, look, I don't tell you how to do your job." Marion turned off her equipment. "All right, officer, off the record. What do you think happened here?" He shrugged. "Search me. That's the truth." "Do you think there was a mugging victim?" "Look, I don't know, but I can tell you one thing, Miss Windsor. If there was, he sure as hell didn't have any lightning bolts coming out of his hands." The paramedics eased past them, carrying the lump of charcoal on their collapsible gurney. Marion could not ignore the still heavy scent of seared flesh. "Well, I gotta get back to work," said Jaskulski. "It was nice meeting you, Miss Windsor. I catch you whenever I can." "Thank you," she said absently, switching her equipment back on just in time to track the gurney being loaded into the rear of the ambulance. Beyond the vehicle, just coming into the picture, were two priests in long black cassocks and white Roman collars. One looked to be in his late 60s, the other was broad-shouldered, young, and handsome. "You're a little late for the last rites, fathers," said the ambulance driver as he climbed into the cab. "Wait," said the younger priest, the one with thick dark hair and penetrating dark eyes. He looked somewhat distraught. Despite his occupation, Marion found herself extremely attracted to him. Hormones. The paramedic in the shotgun seat looked back. "Yeah, Father, what can we do for you?" "Someone called us," said the young priest, "for extreme unction. Can you give us just a minute with the victim?" The paramedics exchanged what-the-hell glances, and the driver jumped out to reopen the rear doors. "Okay, Father, but you ain't gonna like this one." Lifting the sheet, the younger priest appeared to be displaying the remains to his older colleague. They exchanged a few words, but Marion was too distant to hear. She wondered if her directional mic was getting anything coherent. After a moment, the younger priest muttered a few words of prayer and made the sign of the cross over what had once been a human being. The entire scene hadn't taken more than a minute or two to play out, but she could not help but notice how utterly shaken the older priest now appeared to be. Something very unusual was going on, Marion thought. The paramedics closed their vehicle and drove off. The two priests stood and watched it disappear around the corner, then walked off into the dusky shadows. Strange. Very strange. Turning around, Marion was surprised to see the witness, the Latino boy, still standing in the alleyway. His dark bangs hung almost in his eyes, which were large and round, almost too large for his narrow little face. He was looking at Marion with a combination of suspicion and admiration. "Hi," she said, letting her mini camcorder roll. "I seen you on the television," the boy said. "What's your name?" Marion smiled, took a few steps closer to him. The autofocus on her camera whirred softly, capturing a nice image of the waif's face. "Esteban." "That's a pretty name," she said, pausing for a moment. Then, "Did you really see what you told that policeman?" Esteban nodded. "What happened to the man who did it? The man who made the lightning?" "He got scared. He ran away." "Oh, I see." Marion reached up to stop tape. "But he came back," Esteban continued. "What? What do you mean? He was here? When?" Her pulse was jumping again. Marion had learned to trust her instincts, her somatic senses. Her body was telling her she might be on to something. "Just before the ambulance left. I saw him right back there." Esteban pointed to the curb behind her. "There wasn't anybody there except those two priests," she said, trying to fit all the pieces together in her mind. "That was him," said the boy. "The priest. The young one." "Are you sure?" "Oh, yeah," said Esteban. "He had different clothes on, but it was him. The dude stuck that gun in his face and zap." "Zap?" she asked cautiously. Esteban smiled. "Yeah, the padre puts up his hands, and Venus is one crispy critter." 5. Brooklyn, New York. Carenza, August 16, 1998. Peter spent the next day trying to go about his routine duties, trying not to think about the killing. Impossible. Saying morning mass, shopping at the neighborhood grocery, chairing the monthly Cub Scout meeting, watching a ball game. No matter what he tried to do, thoughts of the killing intruded. He wished he could reach Daniel. Father Sobieski had referred to the job of a priest as sometimes a cruel cross to bear. Peter shook his head slowly. How correct his pastor had been. Peter was going nuts, and Sobieski was acting strange, too. Ever since Peter had taken him to the ambulance, the old priest had shied away from him, and he wasn't making any effort to help him through this whole crazy mess. This morning, Sobieski had informed everyone in the rectory he was taking the day off to visit a sister in New Haven who had been taken suddenly to the hospital. The only person with whom Peter had shared everything seemed to be deserting him. Peter couldn't sleep or eat, couldn't listen to others' conversations. He had no patience with anything or anyone. He could not even pray without being driven to distraction by the images repeating in his mind's eye. His colleagues and parishioners noticed the changes in him immediately, and it pained him greatly to see the surprise and shock in their faces. What was the matter with their mild-mannered, kindly parish priest? If only he could tell them. Clearly, things could not continue like this. He needed to talk to Daniel Ellington as soon as possible. He'd repeatedly called his best friend, who taught English Lit at Fordham, but Dan hadn't been in his apartment, and the department receptionist said he had a heavy class schedule. Peter could talk to Dan about anything, and Dan would help. Peter was having an increasingly difficult time trying to pray, something that had always been an integral and comforting part of his life. He was growing more and more terrified that this horrible incident would irrevocably distance him from his God and his charges. the people of St. Sebastian parish. In this way lies madness, he thought. The worst thing he could do at this point would be to doubt his own resolves of faith or the power and wisdom of God. Reaching for the phone, Peter decided to try to get through again. Dan would probably be in a summer school class, but he would try his office anyway. Peter flipped through his Rolodex until he found the number he could never seem to remember, then punched it in. "You have reached the Department of English," said the recording of a slightly nasal female voice. "Regular office hours are from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m., Monday through Friday, throughout the summer session. Hours will be extended during fall semester registration during the week of—" Peter hung up the phone. He'd forgotten it was Sunday, and Daniel would be anywhere but locked up in his cave-like office cubicle. Peter dialed his friend's residence number and waited through a series of rings. Then, "Hello, this is Father Ellington." "Hello, Dan. It's Peter." Ellington's tone immediately brightened.
"Peter, how are you doing? It's been a while."
"You know how it is," Peter said, trying to chuckle audibly. "You can always say you're busy, and it covers a multitude of sins." Daniel Ellington agreed, and they continued to exchange small talk for a minute or two. The men had met and become very close while studying in the seminary, and, after both had been ordained, had remained in touch through sporadic correspondence. Peter had accepted his assignment at St. Sebastian's, while Daniel spent the next few years gaining his Ph.D. with the Jesuits and eventually securing a professorship at Fordham University. Peter had been surprised and pleased to learn that his close friend had ended up in New York, but in the year since Daniel's arrival, he and Peter had managed only several afternoons together. Both had busy schedules and commitments, and free time was scarce. Peter had always liked Daniel because he was a no-bullshit kind of guy. You always got a straight answer from Daniel because he was insufferably honest. You knew where you stood with him, and his opinions were always sincere. He was an intelligent, deep-thinking, sensitive type with an abiding love of books. Peter had always felt he would have made a great writer, had he not chosen the priesthood.
"So, what's the occasion?"
asked Daniel, obviously tiring of the ritual pleasantries.
"Don't tell me you're trying to talk me into another one of those baseball games."
Peter smiled. Daniel had always sneered at organized sports as a means of keeping the working class's minds off the real issues of the world. "No ball game this time. I need your help, Dan."
"Is it anything serious?"
Immediately, Daniel sounded concerned and solicitous. "I would say so, yes." Peter paused for a moment. "Something happened to me, Dan. Something strange and terrible, and I need to talk about it."
"You know you can tell me anything, Peter. You don't need to be so mysterious about it."
Peter cleared his throat, continued. "I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. Not over the phone."
"The phone? Have you started moonlighting for the CIA or something?"
Peter tried to laugh, failed miserably. "No, nothing like that. I'd just feel better if I talked to you in person."
"You're not in any trouble, are you?"
Daniel persisted. "Would that be spiritually or physically?" asked Peter, trying to make light of the question.
"Either one, damn it. Come on, Peter, you sound pretty weird, so don't be so surprised that it's worrying me. Let's cut the bullshit, okay?"
Peter smiled in spite of the tension twisting inside him. "Spoken like a true Jesuit, Daniel."
"We don't forsake our brains for the church."
Peter could almost hear his friend shrug. Daniel had often told him that he believed a new order was coming in the church, and that sooner or later some of the more medieval beliefs and traditions would be blown away. So far the winds of change blowing from the Vatican had been weak indeed.
"So, when do you want to see me?" asked Daniel. "My guess would be as soon as possible, right?"
"I was hoping you'd say something like that. What's your schedule?" Daniel exhaled audibly.
"I was going to drop off some exams at my office. Why don't you just head over now, and I'll meet you there?"
"Sounds good. See you soon."
"Hey,
said Daniel. "Whatever it is, everything's going to be all right." "I hope so. I really do." He paused, drew in a breath. "Thanks, Dan. I mean that. Bye." Feeling better, Peter hung up the phone. It was good to know that he could depend on Daniel for friendship and guidance, even if the latter was of a radical mien. "And no, it's not hard to believe," said Dan. "If you said it happened, then I accept that it happened. Now, where do we go from here? Isn't that the next question?" Peter looked at his friend, who was sitting behind his paper-covered desk with his feet up on the edge. He was stocky, but not overly so. He had longish, golden-blonde hair, and he'd always looked like a California surfer. Leaning well back in his swivel chair, Dan looked totally relaxed, despite learning his friend had just killed a man. The office was small, lined with sloppy bookcases, and shaded by heavy brown drapes. The space was cramped, but warm and comfortable. He liked the baronial clutter of the room very much. It was like— Dan cleared his throat. "Hey, Carenza, you listening?" "Oh, I'm sorry," said Peter. "I was just thinking, daydreaming, really. It keeps me from going nuts." "I was hoping that by letting it all out, you'd feel some relief," Dan said, frowning. He sat upright, dropping his feet to the floor. "Well, I do. But it's not just that I killed a man, Dan. It's how I killed him." I know. "No, you don't. You can't possibly know what it's like to have this force come out of you and do what it did. The news said it was a freak lightning accident, but I know better." He looked up at his friend. "Dan, what's going on here? Is this a test of my faith? I thought God stopped doing this sort of thing a long time ago." "So did I." Dan smiled, shook his head. "Actually, we descendants of St. Ignatius wonder if he ever did this sort of thing in the first place." "So tell me, where do we go from here?" Dan lit a cigarette and drew on it slowly. "Well, I think the first step is to do what any Jesuit would do." "What's that, get drunk?" "Your sense of humor's coming back. That's a good sign," said Dan. "No, actually, I was thinking of doing some research. Check the literature, and see if anything like this has happened before." Peter brightened a bit. "You think that's a good idea?" "Sure. It's a start. I'd be very surprised to find you were the first case like this on record." Peter nodded. Maybe his friend was right. Without really thinking about it, he checked his watch and saw it was getting late. After dinner, he had a practice scheduled with his Pony League team. Standing up, he reached out and took Daniel's hand. "Thank you for listening. Isn't that what they told us in the seminary? Be a good listener and you'll be a good priest?" "I guess so." "So give me a few days to check some things out. I'll be finished with my summer school class, and then go to the theological library and do some digging around. Can you meet me back here a week from Monday in the morning?" "Sounds good. I'll be here. About 10? Dan nodded. The friends shook hands again, and Peter left the office, making his way out of the complex of Fordham University buildings into the streets of the Bronx. Although by no means cool, the blistering heat of the previous week had eased up. Peter had never grown accustomed to the overwhelming humidity that plagued New York during the summers. How much longer till October? As he stood there, trying to flag down a cab at the intersection of Webster Avenue and Fordham Road, Peter considered what he should do next. His pastor didn't look like he was going to be any help. Thank God he had a friend like Dan Ellington, or Peter might have to book himself an appointment with a psychiatrist. Dan could be trusted with whatever Peter told him. He was a true friend. A cab slipped out of the main traffic flow and honed in on his position. Cries of children playing stickball punctuated the street sounds of horns and screeching tires. Everything seemed so normal, it was hard to hold on to the reality of what had happened to him. Maybe he was wrong. Perhaps he had only imagined the energy coming from his hands. The cab pulled to a stop in front of him. Peter climbed inside, giving the rectory's address in Bay Ridge, and the cabby nodded and punched the accelerator. Peter was seized by the back seat as the big checkers surged into the southbound current on Webster Avenue. His next thought was dark. No, not freak lightning, just a freak. 6. Vatican City, Lareggia, August 17th, 1998. Deep within the bureaucratic warren of the Governorato, the Vatican's largest governmental administration building, lay the unimpressive office of Paolo Cardinal Lareggia, who served on the Curia as the chief of the Office for Personnel Relations of the Holy See. The name of the Curia implied something impressive and powerful, but Lareggia knew in reality that it was nothing more than a vast civil service administration that blanketed the Vatican with paperwork and bureaucracy. The widespread arms of the Curia embraced every concern of the city, from economic affairs to newspaper publishing to the Corps Helvetica, the Swiss Guard. Cardinal Lareggia's job was to oversee the lay employees who worked for the bishopric of Rome and see that they were kept happy. This was no small task, considering Italy's galloping inflation and the relatively meager wages offered by the curial payroll masters. This did not mean, however, that Lareggia lived a likewise Spartan existence. The cardinal was a large man, a man some would call fat, almost grossly so. The feasts at Lareggia's table had become almost legendary within the sacred College of Cardinals. He lived well, and why not? At the age of 72, he was one of the elder statesmen in that select group of church leaders. With age came some privileges and some power. Paolo Lareggia was not above using whatever of both came his way. His intercom buzzed erratically as he sat behind his desk, initialing some requisitions for reshipments of office supplies. "Yes, what is it?" "You have a security communication on the scrambler," said the flat voice of his male secretary. "Codename Bronzini." The cardinal grinned to himself. Bronzini! What a surprise to hear the codename. It was a name he had spent so many years waiting to hear, the name of a person with a message both wondrous and mysterious. His breath stuck in his chest. He forced himself to swallow and willed his heart to reclaim its regular rhythm. "Bronzini, at last." The cardinal spoke into the voice-activated intercom. "I will see to this myself, thank you." Lareggia pushed his bulk away from the desk. The wheels of his chair groaned. He stood with effort and trundled across his office to a sophisticated electronics console. He had shied away from high-tech equipment as long as possible, but as his position within the church infrastructure rose and his superiors recognized the need for the Vatican to be conversant in the 21st century, he had acquiesced to the demands of keyboards, mice, and terminals. After a few deft strokes, his personal monitor awaited his logon code and passwords. Then the screen blinked and de-resed into the image of an old man with wispy white hair and a long, thin face. The man wore the traditional Roman collar and black habit of a parish priest. He could not conceal his surprise as he recognized the red vestments of Lareggia's high-ranking office. Excuse me, Cardinal," he said slowly, obviously embarrassed. "I was told to contact Paolo by means of the Archdiocese scrambler if anything—" "I mean, if I ever found out—" Lareggia waved him off. "I know why you are calling. You are Father Stanislaus Sobieski. You have been instructed to keep a watchful eye upon Peter Carenza." "Yes, that's right," said the priest, relief easing into his old face. Lareggia fought to keep his voice under control. Was this the moment? The sign they'd been waiting for? His heart began to jump again beneath the folds of clothing and the flab of his chest. You have information for me?
Yes, Cardinal.
Absolutely no one must know you are contacting me.
Sobieski appeared immediately concerned. What about the staff here at the Archdiocese?
Lareggia smiled. Our scramblers are used frequently. Your visit is nothing out of the ordinary. Only your message, I expect.
Oh, yes, I think it is.
Paolo drew a breath, steadied himself, and exhaled.
So tell me, Father, do we have a sign?
Sobieski nodded. In several succinct and obviously rehearsed sentences, the American priest told the story of the mugger and his death by fire.
From his hands?
Asked Lareggia in a hushed voice.
My God, I had not expected anything like this.
The cardinal paused to consider the details of the story, so graphic, so full of demonstrative power. His breathing became more labored, making him more aware of his enormous weight. He did not want the American to detect his growing anxiety, but perhaps there was no hiding it. A cleansing fire from his hands.
Tell me, said Lareggia, how did Carenza react when he told you what had happened to him?
Sobieski swallowed once before beginning.
Understandably, he was stunned. He is still shaken by the experience. He doesn't know how or why it could have happened. Neither do I, but apparently you do.
Paolo sighed as he ignored Sobieski's coy attempt to extract information.
Who would not be stunned by such an experience? How is his health? He appears to be fine physically. Mentally, I think he's having problems dealing with the fact that he's killed someone, especially in such a spectacular way.
Paolo nodded, steepled his hands in front of his face. There was much to do now. He had to contain himself and remain calm. Everything must be done properly, according to the grand plan.
What about the local authorities? Asked Paolo. Did they discover what happened? The police investigated it like any other death, yes, but...
The priest almost smiled as he shook his head.
Cardinal Lareggia, this is New York City. People die here all the time in all kinds of weird and terrible ways. The police did not give this death any special attention, believe me.
Paolo nodded, choosing not to ponder the implications of a city which could ignore something so wondrous.
That is good, he said, after another pause. What now, Cardinal? Do you have more instructions for me? Asked Sobieski.
Send him to me, immediately.
To you? To the Vatican?
Sobieski could not conceal his surprise.
Exactly. His place is with us.
Well, what do I tell him? How do I get him to agree to such a trip?
Paolo waved his hand in dismissal.
Tell him the Vatican has a special committee which investigates miraculous phenomena. Tell him any damnable thing you wish, Father. Just get him here as soon as possible.
Of course, Your Grace.
I will arrange for funds for the journey to be transferred to St. Sebastian's accounts, and perhaps something extra to help your community programs. You have done well, Father.
Thank you, Cardinal. Thank you.
Good. Transmit the particulars of his arrival via this comnet. Retain your logon and passwords. They will remain valid until I hear from you again.
Father Sobieski stared into his own monitor for a moment. That is all, then?
Yes. Arrivederci, Father.
Paolo punched a key, and the image wavered for an instant before disappearing. Sobieski was a fine priest who had done well. There was no price tag on such loyalty in this day and age. No, thought Paolo Lareggia, who had grown up on the docks of Naples as an orphaned street child, who had learned the savage ways of the world before entering the priesthood. No, loyalty and trust were rare commodities. Getting up from the console chair with more than a little effort, Paolo steadied himself and cursed his ever-increasing bulk. He lumbered across the office to his window, which overlooked the Via della Fondamenta and the rear view of St. Peter's Basilica. It was a warm day, and the humid breath of late summer penetrated the screened-in opening. The daily patterns of life swarmed and circulated through the Vatican as the cardinal looked down upon the utterly familiar cityscape. Tourists straggled about in small groups and in more organized guided tours. Traffic water-bugged in and out of the narrow streets and wide boulevards, skittered across the bridges. Pigeons fluttered and brawled to get the best positions on ledges and gargoyles and window-sills. It was a beautiful city. Paolo Cardinal Lareggia had a difficult time not thinking of it as his city. He had long ago given up the city of his birthplace, never mentioning it to anyone, even refusing to allow himself to think about his humble, embarrassing beginnings. And yet this day, suddenly wondering if he and the others were doing the proper thing, he found himself drawn back to the long-ago days of his youth. He hadn't been obese back then. At 14, he was tall and large-boned, almost a head taller than the other boys his age. After escaping from the orphanage 3 years before, he had carved out an existence on the docks of the city. It was a filthy place. Disease stalked the wharves and flophouses like a bold wolf. The many rats could often be seen in the shadows, squirming and folding all over each other. Their hardened droppings formed a thick carpet over the planks and gangways. Paolo and another boy lived in an abandoned storage shed. His days were occupied with the hunting and gathering necessary for survival, fruit and dried meats stolen from an unwary vendor's stall, discarded half-rotted vegetables from ship's crates, and the occasional purse, rousted from any stroller foolhardy enough to come too close to the jungle's edge defined by the boundaries of the dock and the residential streets. There were endless nights of fights and drinking bouts, and women who had whiskey on their breaths and a stench between their legs. Paolo lived hard, fought hard, and by the time he was 16, he had the size and the wisdom of a full-grown man. He thought he was the bravest, the toughest, the most feared, but a deckhand from a Turkish ship who didn't like the swagger of his walk challenged him to a fight to the death. The fight rolled out of the grimy tavern into the streets, which were sluiced with the garbage and the slime of human waste. The battle raged all through the night and into the pink dawn, as Paolo and the Turk clawed and punched and slashed at one another. A great crowd gathered and followed their progress across the dock. Its cheering and goading became a monotonous drone fueled by rum and opium. It was not until he realized that he must indeed kill or be killed that any true fear entered his heart. Paolo had hurt scores of people, even maimed his share of men who crossed him, but he had never killed a man, and when the moment arrived, when he had snatched the Turk's hidden knife from the man's grip and pressed its curving blade against the side of his enemy's slippery throat, Paolo knew that he could not kill so easily. When he tried to make his hand move that extra inch to puncture the stretch of shining flesh and rip across the veins and arteries of the neck, it was as though he had become a piece of stone. In that moment, he knew that there was a place where his mind and body would draw the line, a line he could not cross. The Turk lay unconscious beneath his weight, and as the crowd screamed like ancient Romans for his blood, Paolo cast the knife into the water, stood, and walked away. The incident had been witnessed by a priest who ran after him, befriended him, and found him a room at the Franciscan monastery, where he exchanged his labor for warm meals and a roof over his straw bed. The monastic life agreed with him. He returned to his schooling and excelled as a student. In the ensuing years, he was not surprised to receive a calling from the Lord. His power and cunning and endurance served him well in the priesthood, and he quietly but steadfastly rose through its ranks from apprentice to pastor and monsignor to bishop and, finally, one of its youngest cardinals. Always tough-minded but fair, he acquired a reputation for independent thinking that was both an asset and a hindrance in the ascending hierarchy of the Roman faith. Paolo Lareggia shook his head as the memory faded. His hands were slippery with perspiration, trembling slightly from the crystalline recollection of the fight with the Turk. It had seemed so damnably real. Why should I have such thoughts now? He wondered, trying to be analytical. Because the time was almost at hand. Because he had waited so long, and now the time of the reckoning was so very close. The thought settled into him like a rock falling into the placid waters of a still pond. The memories were a humbling experience. They were a part of his life Paolo had tried to forget, to banish from his present persona of power and wisdom, but he needed to be humbled. He knew that God had sent him those memories, so strong and full of the stench and sweat of his youth, so that he would not forget that he was only a man, though he sometimes entertained thoughts of being the grandest theological architect since St. Peter himself. Paolo was, after all, only a simple man with simple beginnings. It was the plan that was grand. It was the plan that would supersede all other things in the world. That Paolo Lareggia had been the originator of what was to come was of little consequence. He needed to be reminded that he was but an instrument in the hand of God, willing, able, proud maybe, but in the end only an instrument. Looking up to the blue depths of the afternoon sky, like Constantine 700 years before him, Cardinal Lareggia looked for a sign from the Lord. That he saw nothing out of the ordinary did not dissuade him from the sense of righteousness and truth he carried in his heart. 7. Manhattan, New York, Windsor, August 17th, 1998. Marian Windsor didn't know if she had her hands on a career-making story or not, but she was going to check it out just to make sure. Sitting in WPIX's video editing studio, she kept reviewing her raw footage from the Lightning story. Although she was no electronic wizard, she'd learned to use some of the digital equipment that made videotape such a facile medium. She could slow down the action, she could zoom in on a particular face, analyze a voice, and she could play, rewind, play back anything she wanted as many times as she wanted. Marian pushed a strand of reddish-brown hair out of her eyes as she leaned over the Sony console. Her camcorder had captured a truly grim image. By stopping the tape and zooming up, Marian was able to get a surprisingly clean blow-up of what had once been a human being. It was really just a blackened torso with a smaller charred lump on the top. The arms had been burned off, and the head was recognizable as such only because the lips and cheeks had been burned away to reveal yellow-white teeth and a horrific smile. She pushed up the gain on the audio track. "I seen lightning victims, and none of 'em ever looked like that." She pressed a key and listened to the voice of the red-haired paramedic several more times. Could it be that this wasn't a struck by lightning after all? Could what the kid had said be closer to the truth? She fast-forwarded to her exchange with Esteban. Slowing down the tape, she studied the kid's face, looking for that gleam in the eye, that ever-so-slight facial tic which sometimes gave away the deliberate liar, the person who was talking just to get his mug on the evening news. Esteban's face was an open book. It told a simple story of awe, respect, and fear. Marian saw no lies in the boy. She replayed the tape several more times, marking the time code for possible cuts and compilations in case she wanted to assemble a video fill for her narration. The material she had wasn't a story yet, but her experience and training were working on autopilot. The first time she realized this, she realized she was a true professional. She paused at her last shot of the two priests, the old, wispy-haired guy, and the one who was simply too handsome to be a priest. They leaned over the gurney, and the younger one raised the sheet. Marian studied their faces. The old guys registered the expected horror and revulsion, but the younger one was totally different. His face was hard and cold, as though he already knew what he was going to see. He looked at the older priest, said something, then looked back at the victim for a moment before making the sign of the cross over the remains and beginning a prayer. Marian absently bit her lower lip as she rewound in slow-mo, pausing right before the young priest spoke. From the quality of the raw sound of the playback, it was obvious the directional mic had been operating at the outer limits of its abilities. There was noise on the tape, but it was dicey as to whether or not there were actual words. Marian had seen the edit techs use the computer to enhance oral as well as visual images. With the right software and a simple mixing board, if you knew what you were doing, You could make an interview conducted in a factory sound like it happened in a studio. Marion wasn't that good, but she learned a few things by watching and asking questions. The techs loved to talk about their toys. It was funny how men never outgrew their need for toys. As they grew older, they just traded up for more flashy, sophisticated ones. She smiled as she keyed up the enhancement program and ran the piece of tape with the priest's words across the analyzer head. Rewind. Playback. The words were louder, clearer, but still not intelligible. She ran the enhanced sounds through again and again until finally, "See, Father? I told you. Look at him." Marion leaned back in her chair, staring at the frozen image of the young priest turned toward his older colleague. Something weird was going on here. The priest was connected to the incident. Marion's pulse started jumping as she sensed the possibility of uncovering some kind of mystery. There was a story here, goddammit, and one way or another she was going to get into the heart of it. It shouldn't be too hard to identify the priests. Most likely they were from the neighborhood, and a little digging would take care of it. But first, she had something else to do. After making dupes of everything, she pulled her tapes, powered down the equipment, and left the studio. Walking to the subway, a single thought passed through her mind. Time for a visit to the city of the dead. She took a cab to County Hospital and found her way through the corridors to the morgue. She'd met Dr. Fritz Huber, Brooklyn's chief medical examiner, while doing the story about the Belt Parkway killer 4 years earlier. Dr. Huber, an older man, took a kindly interest in her desire to be a good journalist. He'd gone out of his way to teach her the ropes of police procedure and the methods of a city coroner. He coached her on how to get along with some of the more difficult captains and detectives in the borough, and he never asked for anything in return other than her friendship. Although she didn't often see Huber, she considered him a friend and more. He was the closest thing she'd had to a father since her dad had died just before she left Chapel Hill's School of Journalism. "Can I help you?" asked the receptionist in the dingy lobby of the old city building. The guy was reading the latest issue of Survival Weapons and Tactics. He was thin, angular, and distinctly avian in his movements and appearance. His thick bank clerk glasses and long pianist's fingers gave him a delicate aspect, but he spoke with an offhanded, almost surly manner. "I'm here to see Dr. Huber," said Marion, smiling her best on-camera smile. "He's busy, lady." Birdman reached for his magazine, dismissing her. "I called earlier." This kind of guy pissed her off easily, but she kept her cool. "He's expecting me." The guy looked up from his pages and grimaced as he tapped a key on his phone console and told another secretary to let Dr. Huber know he had a visitor. "Who should I say is calling?" he asked with obvious disinterest. "Marion Windsor, thank you." A circuit flared momentarily in the dim mass which passed for the man's brain. "Hey, ain't you the chick on the tube? I seen you do the news, right?" Marion nodded. No smile this time. "Geez, that's pretty neat. Nice to meet you." A door opened to the lobby, and Dr. Huber appeared. Not very tall, he was getting almost stout enough to fill a doorway. Although pushing retirement age, he still had a head full of thick pepper and salt hair. His eyes were large and bright behind his Ben Franklin glasses, and his smile accented his carefully trimmed beard. There was an unequivocally European aspect to his bearing and appearance. "Marion," he said joyfully, approaching her with open, ready-to-hug arms. "Good to see you again." "Hello, Fritz. You're looking great, as usual." "So do you, believe me. Come on, you know the way." He released her, ushered her through the door and down a long, dingy corridor toward his office. "You're just biased," Marion said absently. The forensic pathology section of the hospital was a shadowy, grim place. The gray-green walls and the dead brown tiled floors imparted a dungeon-like atmosphere to the hallway. The air carried an insistent chemical smell, a mask of disinfectant and the sting of formaldehyde. "Is this visit for business or pleasure, my dear?" Fritz Huber asked as they entered his office. "A little of both," said Marion, "but I have to admit I'm working on a story, and I need your help." "Sure, sure," said Fritz. He moved behind his desk, then leaned back and cracked the window, despite the air conditioning. When he pulled a fat, short cigar from his center desk drawer, she understood the action. "So," said Fritz, snipping off the end of the stogie with a pair of scissors designed for that singular job, "do you have a good boyfriend yet?" She shrugged. "I have a boyfriend, but I don't know how good he is. We have our ups and downs, I guess." "Yes, yes, we all do." He fired up the cigar with an old Zippo, clanked out the lighter's flame, and looked at her through the billowing cloud of smoke. "Now, tell me, Marion, what brings you here, eh?" "I'm investigating that struck-by-lightning incident the night before last in Bay Ridge." Fritz nodded, puffed again. "Did you work on it?" He shrugged. "Nah, not at first, anyway. Dr. Holstein was assigned to the job, but he called me in during the autopsy." "That's what I wanted to ask you about, if you don't mind." "No, of course not." Puff, puff, blow. Marion cleared her throat, thankful he'd opened the window to increase the circulation. She'd never understood why anyone would want to put something as foul as a cigar into his mouth. "The cause of death wasn't lightning, was it?" Fritz did not try to conceal his surprise. "How did you know that?" "Call it a hunch." Marion shrugged. "What did you find out?" Fritz leaned back in his chair, ran a hand through his hair. "Well, Dr. Holstein got suspicious when he began cutting. You see, a person struck by lightning or by a high-voltage line gets burned, badly burned. But the cauterization is limited to the integument, the skin. When Dr. Holstein opened up the victim, he found the guy's organs were all cooked from the inside out like he'd been in a microwave oven." "And that's not the usual pattern for lightning?" "Not that I've ever seen. Of course lightning's real funny. There's lots of crazy stories about it." "What did you put down as the official cause of death?" Fritz grinned around his cigar. "Lightning." "Why, if you don't think that's what happened?" "Because I haven't the foggiest idea what else it could be." Marion leaned forward, stared at him. "Fritz, aren't you at all curious?" "Of course I am. But my God, Marion, do you have any idea how many cases I've been curious about in 35 years in this business?" He puffed erratically at the cigar. "Hell, I've seen the results of death from everything from machine guns to toothbrushes and everything in between. There's been more than a few that made me wonder what was really going on." "But—" He shrugged. "But you can't follow up on all of them, especially one like this punk. He had a rap sheet you wouldn't believe. Whatever cooked him, I say they picked the right guy." "Venus Tyson. I heard he was wanted for murder and armed robbery," said Marion. "And I'll let you in on a little secret," Fritz continued, hardly hearing her. "When you get to be my age, you start thinking more about retirement and pensions than you do about your job. You might not like hearing that, but it's true." Marion nodded, trying to mask her disappointment. She thought Fritz would have been more help. "Hey, what's the matter? I say something wrong?" "No, not really. It's just that I have a feeling that this case is more than meets the eye." "Why's that? He was just a punk." "No, not the victim," she said quickly. She briefed him on what she'd learned from the young eyewitness and the tape of the priests. After listening without interruption, Fritz Huber chuckled softly. "Well, you've got a point there. It's not a story you hear every day." "You think it's silly, don't you?" "Marion, when you work as a coroner in New York City, you see some pretty silly things." He smiled his most fatherly smile. "If you have any brains, you learn one thing. Nothing's really silly." "Then you think I should follow it up?" "Why not? At least you'll get to meet your handsome priest." Fritz chuckled, took another puff on his cigar. "And by the way, if you're talking about Bay Ridge, you might want to start with St. Sebastian's on 4th Avenue. My oldest son used to live right near there." Marion stood up, walked around the desk, and hugged Huber before he could move from his chair. "Fritz, you're one of a kind, you know that? Thanks for everything." "Hey, besides blow a little smoke in your face, what did I do?" "You gave me what I needed to keep going on this story." she said. "What's a little information? I just wish I saw more of you than the evening news. When are you going to come over and have dinner with me and Alice?"
"Give me a date and I'll be there. Otherwise, we'll never do it. You know that."
"Next Tuesday, 7 o'clock. How's that?"
Marion pulled out her notebook and wrote it down. "All right, it's official. Thank you again, Fritz."
"Do good work, Marion." She smiled and kissed him goodbye on the cheek.
"I will."
It was him. He stood at the door of St. Sebastian's rectory, staring at her. In an instant of time, Marion was able to mentally photograph him. He had the longest lashes, the darkest eyes. His features were Mediterranean, yet almost delicate. His thick brown hair was stylishly cut. His shoulders were broad. Handsome was the only word to describe him, although hunk would do in a pinch. "Get a hold on yourself, girl. This is a priest we're talking about here." "Can I help you?" he asked, as time speeded back up to normal. He wore a pair of casual slacks and an NYU sweatshirt.
"Yes, my name is Marion Windsor," she said. "I'm a journalist for WPIX. I videotaped you at the scene of the lightning accident last evening, and I was wondering if I might talk to you for a few minutes."
She wasn't sure, but he seemed to tense up for a moment before turning on a smile. "Why, certainly, Miss Windsor. Please, come in. My name is Father Carenza." Italian, she thought. Of course. He could be another young Pacino or De Niro with those looks. He led her down a short hall to a room with a desk and bookcases. She took the opportunity to glance into some of the other rooms on the first floor, noting the tastefully contemporary furnishings, the de rigueur crucifixes, portraits of Mary, and pieces of statuary. Father Carenza seated himself behind the small desk, folded his hands neatly on the blotter, and tried to look relaxed. He failed miserably, and Marion started wondering anew if she was really onto something. She sat down and stared at him. "Your move, Father." "What can I do for you, Miss Windsor?"
"Father, I saw you administering the last rites to the victim. I was wondering if perhaps you might have known the boy, if there's anything you could tell me about him."
"No, I didn't know him. Not at all."
"Then what were you doing at the scene, if I might ask?"
He shifted in his chair, his dark eyes looking at a point on the wall past her head, as though avoiding her. I was out taking a walk with my pastor when we heard about the accident." He looked at her, then quickly away. Father Carenza was not accustomed to telling such bold-faced lies. She nodded.
"I see."
Marion paused, produced her mini camcorder from her bag.
"Do you mind if we record this conversation?"
"Actually, I'm not sure what Archdiocese policy is on that sort of thing, and Father Sobieski's not here right now." Marion smiled, folding up the electronic gear.
"No problem, Father. But tell me this. A small boy said he saw you getting mugged by the victim earlier in the evening, in that alley. Is that true?"
She watched as he opened his mouth to respond and found that the words would not come. He had seized up for a second, obviously unsure what to say or do. He looked helpless, and Marion felt sorry for him. She didn't like harpooning him like this, but she'd learned that direct confrontation was always the best way to get to the heart of a story. Coughing nervously, Father Carenza suddenly focused a most penetrating gaze full bore upon her. "Yes, it's true. I'd been there earlier. I escaped, and I ran away." Marion nodded. She was surprised that he admitted it so readily. She wasn't accustomed to city inhabitants being so open, so honest. Perhaps naivete or his religious training made him so different.
"The boy said he saw something else,"
she said softly, better to handle this delicately. The trapped, scared expression returned to his face. "Did he?"
"He said there was a flash of light and the mugger was killed. He said you caused it."
"That's pretty ridiculous, isn't it?" Father Carenza tried to smile.
"I don't know, Father. I've seen so many strange things in my business."
The young priest looked at his watch and stood. "I'm afraid I'm running out of time, Miss Windsor. I've got to go to a school meeting right after dinner."
"I see."
"I hope I've been some help," he said lamely as he escorted her toward the door.
"Well, yes, you have, Father. I hope my questions didn't disturb you."
"Have you ever been mugged, Miss Windsor?" He paused by the open front door, their gazes locked for an instant. Marian felt the impact of his look clear down to her toes.
"No, I haven't."
"It's not something you want to remember with much fondness, believe me."
"I'm sure it isn't,"
she said, sensing his embarrassment. "All right. Enough was enough." They shook hands.
"Thank you, Father. Thank you very much."
"Good night, Miss Windsor." She descended the porch steps to the sidewalk, glancing back at him as he watched her depart. She had a feeling they would be talking again. 8. Vatican City, Francesco, August 17th, 1998. The telephone rang, and Father Giovanni Francesco moved to his desk to pick it up. "Hello?" he said in a whisper-quiet voice. "Francesco speaking."
"Good afternoon, Father. It's Victoriana."
Francesco reacted instantly. "Why do you call me here? I don't want there to be any record of contact between any of us."
The woman cleared her throat. "I'm sorry, Vanni, but we have a bit of an emergency."
"What? What are you talking about?"
"It's Etienne,"
said his colleague of more than 30 years. Giovanni gritted his teeth. Damn this woman. Getting information out of her was like pulling teeth. "What about Etienne?"
"Well," said the abbess, she's had a vision."
The words struck a resonant chord in him. From his earliest years in the Catholic Church, he'd heard the stories about select people, usually very pious individuals, having a vision. In layman's terms, it meant receiving a special message from God, actually seeing something grand and beatific unfold before your eyes. The Fatima incident was perhaps the most famous, but Giovanni had heard hundreds of others during his 71 years. He reached for a cigarette in his cassock pocket, found only an empty pack. "Damn. What kind of vision? What did she see?"
"We don't know," said Abbess Victoriana. "We found her in the garden. We thought at first that she was having some kind of seizure. She's in the convent infirmary, but she may have to be moved to a hospital."
"Is she conscious?"
"Just barely. She keeps saying she's seen God and the end of the world."
Giovanni smirked. "Yes, of course. She and 1,000 others."
"Vanni, you forget who you're talking about here."
The nun's voice was stern, penetrating. He sighed audibly. "Very well. I'll come see her. Perhaps she'll tell me something she won't tell anyone else."
"You flatter yourself, Father."
"If not I, then who better?" He smiled into the receiver. "I will also speak to Paolo."
"All right. I will await word from you."
"Within the hour, sister. Goodbye." He hung up the phone as an arthritic pain misfired the synapses of his right arm, one of the prices paid for not dying young. On hearing the word vision, a knot had formed in the base of Giovanni Francesco's stomach. That knot seemed to be swelling, growing hot. These days, whenever anything out of the ordinary occurred, his ulcer immediately started sending out warning signals. He winced at the incipient pain. Damn, he was finally starting to fall apart. Giovanni reached for a Turkish cigarette from the gold filigreed box on the desktop, lighted it from a Zippo he'd had since World War II. It might be a good idea to have Targeno involved in this. He could be trusted. Perhaps he should secretly investigate the nun's story. Giovanni called his secretary and had him contact Targeno, requesting that the man come to the Jesuit's office as soon as possible. Slowly, drawing on his cigarette, savoring the taste of the special tobaccos, Francesco walked slowly to the window and looked out upon a westering afternoon's sun. A warm glow danced upon the red-tiled rooftop of the Ethiopian College beyond the Viale del Osservatorio. His office in the Governorate was on the west side of the massive building, which afforded him a view of the Grotto of Lourdes, the heliport, and part of the wall of Leo IV.
It was the view commonly called the Vatican's backyard, the part of the city less known to the tourists and the photographers of postcards. Giovanni preferred it that way. He exhaled a thin blue plume against the window-pane as he considered the implications of the latest news. So the woman had had a vision. He had made light of it to the nun, no sense getting her disturbed, but was it, in fact, a sign? There had been nothing up to now, even though the three of them had been watching carefully. But now, coupled with the stunning news from Sobieski, Giovanni smiled, drew in another lungful. Yes, that was it. He turned from the window, heading for his desk. He was a tall, thin man. His cheeks were sallow, gaunt, and his face had a wolfish aspect. Although past 70, he still looked vigorous and alert. Many of his colleagues had told him he was too tough to die, and perhaps they were right. Officially, he was not a member of the Curia. His title in the catalogue of various Vatican commissions was Prefect of Public Welfare, which meant he was employed by the Curia to oversee the day-to-day activities of government agencies ranging from the Bureau for Tourist Information and Safety to the Vatican Fire Department. For the majority of curial staffers, civil servants, and even many of the other cardinals themselves, Giovanni was just another cog on the great Vatican wheel of bureaucracy. He also served as special papal liaison to the Society of Jesus. This meant he was in touch with the inner circle of Vatican power brokers capped by the Pope himself. Over the years, Giovanni had cultivated connections in all the organizations that might someday be of use to him, most notably the Servizio Segreto Vaticano, the Vatican Secret Service. He smiled to himself as he butted out his cigarette in a gold and sterling silver ashtray. The average Catholic on the street in any city in the world would probably laugh at the idea of their church employing an underground police force, much less an espionage unit. But it was true. The SSV trained its members at a 600-year-old Corsican monastery, whose monks were experts in the most deadly arts and whose methods of training were more rigorous than the CIA, KGB, M15, or even the Israeli Mossad. Formed immediately after World War II by Pius XII, the SSV had grown to be an incredibly influential power in world politics. Giovanni had been asked to join back in 1946 because of his extensive experience as a liaison to America's OSS after the Anzio invasion. He smiled as he remembered those heady, adventurous days. The world would blanch if they ever discovered some of the SSV's global maneuverings. The assassinations of Franco and Brezhnev were two of his personal favorites. Neither the Spaniards nor the Russians had ever suspected a thing. Timing in Francesco's business was crucial, and the timing in both instances had been exquisite. The phone shrilled, and he picked it up, automatically reaching for a cigarette, lighting it with the American Zippo that would surely outlast him. "Yes?" "I have contacted Targeno, sir." Giovanni exhaled. "And?" "By chance he was in the building," said the receptionist, his voice flat and full of discipline. "Very good." Another pull on the Turkish blend. "He should be here at any moment." "Thank you, Spinelli. That will be all. Just send him in when he arrives." The receptionist hung up, leaving Giovanni to his thoughts once again. Targeno. Giovanni was completely ambivalent about the man, feeling toward him both love and hate, admiration and fear. Over the years, Targeno had acquired a reputation of being fiercely dedicated to completing every SSV assignment. Failure had become anathema to him. He succeeded every time out, and he did so with a merciless determination that had become legendary among the ranks of the field agents. Many thought he was insane, but all respected him. Most feared him, but loved to work with him because he was so efficient, so dependable, so clean. He had a nickname which had sprung from these attributes, Il Chirurgo, the surgeon. That Targeno carried a 6-inch stiletto, and could use it with the slick speed and confidence of a surgeon, enhanced the image. Dangerous, crazy perhaps, but the best all the same. As if on cue, the door to Giovanni's office opened, revealing the stern face of the receptionist. "Excuse me, sir, but he's here." Before Giovanni could say a word or make a gesture, a tall, broad-shouldered man pushed past the receptionist and into the room, slamming the door behind him. It was a typical entrance for Targeno, who always acted as though there was no time, never enough time, as though he was always on a tight schedule. "You wanted to see me?" said the agent in a silky baritone that could have belonged to a radio announcer. "That is correct," said Giovanni. "Sit down, please." Targeno remained standing before the desk in parade rest. He wore a fashionable black suit, a white silk shirt with French cuffs and silver links, and a maroon tie. His hair was styled in the latest continental cut. Aviator glasses obscured eyes Giovanni knew to be so brown and deep they were almost black. Targeno's face was ageless. He could have been anything from 35 to 50, and he held the pure essence of experience in his eyes. When he concealed those eyes, he became a slick, unidentifiable being. He remained standing. "I said you could sit down," said Giovanni, taking another drag from his cigarette. "I would prefer to stand, Father." Giovanni shrugged. "Suit yourself." Exhale. "Those things are going to kill you. You know that, don't you?" The baritone voice was so smooth, almost seductive. "They haven't yet, and it's been 55 years, said Giovanni. "And at my age, what difference does it make?" Targeno stood up straighter. "I was checking on some things down in data retrieval, Father. You said you wanted me." "You bastard," thought Giovanni. He was impatient, impertinent, one of a kind. "I've often told you the day might come when I would need your skills, your loyalty." Targeno nodded. "That day has at last arrived," Giovanni said, moving away from his desk toward the window, purposely turning his back on the agent. It was a tactic he'd found effective in dealing with people from whom he required respect. "Vanni, I am very busy," Targeno began. Francesco whirled, eyes ablaze. "Do you think I don't realize all that? You know I have some influence. Besides, Cardinal Masseria and his precious SSV owe me a few favors." "I see," said Targeno calmly. "Then what is it you want?" "There is a nun in the poor Clare's convent infirmary. She's had a vision, and I want her under surveillance. I want her interrogated. Carefully, of course. Let her think you're a doctor. I may see her myself, but you may fare better." "A nun?" Targeno smirked to himself. "And for this you need someone like me, Father?" "Yes, I need you." Giovanni paced back and forth. "I cannot explain everything to you, but your techniques may be useful." "Is the nun in danger?" Targeno shifted his feet ever so slightly. "No, not at all." Francesco wondered how much to tell this most trustworthy of men. "You say she's had a vision?" "Yes, and it's your job to find out what she saw." Targeno shrugged. "All right, Vanni. I'll finish my business downstairs and go to the convent. You'll clear things with Masseria?" Giovanni nodded. "Consider it done. Now, please, get going." Targeno nodded, quietly departed. Giovanni waited till he was alone before phoning the third member of the triumvirate. "Office for Personal Relations," said a voice. "This is Father Francesco. I will speak to Cardinal Lareggia, please." "One moment, Father." There followed a series of clicks and beeps. The Vatican phone system left much to be desired. Finally, another extension began ringing. "Cardinal Lareggia's office," said a male voice. He repeated his request, more infernal beeping and clicking. Finally, "Vanni, what can I do for you?" "Paolo," he said, "there is more news." Quickly, he related the little he'd learned from Abbess Victoriana. Cardinal Paolo Lareggia said, "Do you think this has anything to do with the Carenza incident?" "Who knows?" said Giovanni.
I'm going right over there to speak with her myself."
"Keep me informed."
Giovanni smiled. "Oh, I will, don't worry. What's the latest from America?"
"He arrives tomorrow."
"Is everything prepared?" Giovanni lighted another cigarette.
"Things progress."
"You know," he said, exhaling, "I sometimes forget exactly what it is we're doing, and then it hits me again, and I'm stunned all over again."
"I know," said Paolo. "I feel like a young man again, ready to kiss a beautiful woman, full of excitement."
Giovanni nodded. It had been many years since he'd felt such powerful anticipation. "I understand," he said softly into the receiver.
"It is a wonderful thing that has happened, yes, Father?"
"Finally," he said. "Goodbye, Paolo. I shall speak to you when I return from the convent." He hung up the phone and stared absently at the burning end of his cigarette. What in God's name had they really done? Anticipation consumed him like an obscene tumor. After all these years, the answer was within his grasp. 9. Brooklyn, New York. Sobieski. August 23rd, 1998.
"Rome? Why? What for?"
asked Father Carenza. The young priest was stunned by his pastor's announcement. Stan Sobieski looked at Peter, who was pacing in front of Sobieski's desk, running his hands through his dark hair. The young man's whole bearing revealed his struggle through the emotionally devastating incident of the mugger's death. His face reflected the effects of the stress. Lines had gathered around his usually bright eyes. His cheeks seemed a bit gaunt. His lips were cracked and chapped.
"Peter, you have to understand, there are special papal committees that study phenomena such as yours. The Vatican has always been concerned with miracles."
Peter barked out a nervous laugh. "Miracles? You call what I did miraculous? Stan, for God's sake, I killed somebody."
"It was self-defense," said Sobieski. "You have to remember that. You have to stop punishing yourself."
Carenza continued pacing. "The Vatican. I can't believe they want to see me."
"It's true. You saw the telegram."
"But why did you even tell them? I can't believe this," said Peter. "Things are getting out of hand."
"What I did is required by the archdiocese. The Church is always interested in any supernatural phenomena, especially any involving the clergy. You know that, Father."
Peter nodded, looked absently out the window. "I guess I'd better go upstairs and pack," he said resignedly.
"I suppose you should, yes," said Sobieski.
Carenza paused and looked back as he reached the door. "I still can't understand what the rush is. I mean, it just happened last week." Sobieski cleared his throat.
"Who can say what Rome's thinking might be?"
Peter smiled, a small, ironic smile, turned and headed for the stairs. Sobieski watched him go, then returned to his desk. He was thinking about Archbishop Duffy, 9 years ago, telling him that a new priest was being assigned to him, Peter Carenza. He remembered getting the letter of assignment from the archdiocese explaining that he would be getting a boy fresh from the seminary, then the call from Duffy, and then, before Peter arrived, the surprise visit from a high-ranking Jesuit from the Vatican. That had been his first meeting with Father Giovanni Francesco, a grim and determined-looking man who had been very comfortable handing out orders. His instructions had been quite clear, if somewhat mysterious. The Vatican wanted Carenza watched closely. Sobieski was to report to Francesco's office once per year, and immediately, if he observed any noteworthy behavior on the part of the priest. Sobieski was even given access to the church's security communications equipment at the headquarters of the New York Archdiocese. Then Peter Carenza had arrived. Sobieski could still remember his incredulity. The young man seemed so ordinary, so normal. And for 9 years, things had been perfectly normal, boringly so. Until now. Sobieski had always wondered at the Vatican's special interest in Carenza, but he never questioned what was asked of him by the bigwigs. If a special papal committee felt something was necessary, then he would do it. It had been that simple. But now
Now that he'd seen the charred body and listened to the priest's story, and especially since he'd seen the glow of excitement behind the eyes of that fat Cardinal Lareggia, Sobieski would give his eye teeth to be going back to Rome with Peter. He sighed and sat back in his desk chair. Knowing Vatican bureaucracy, it was a good bet he'd never hear another word about the whole thing. 10. Vatican City, Carenza, August 24th, 1998. The flight from JFK was insufferably long. Peter did not like being confined in such a small space, and the conversation of his seatmate, a sales executive for Burroughs Business Machines, had paled many hours before touchdown at Roma Internazionale. Peter simply didn't care which company's machines controlled the world banking market. He tried sleeping, but the seats in the 747 were just not designed for that. He had never been able to doze off in a sitting position, and was therefore doomed to the full impact of a monstrous case of jet lag. He was met at the airport by a priest named Orlando, who stood by the arrival gate, holding a placard labeled Carenza in black letters. The priest was extremely quiet and reserved, driving almost wordlessly through the streets at high speed. Though Peter's Italian was very rusty after all his years in America, it would get him by, but all his attempts to begin conversation were blunted by Orlando's clipped responses. Peter wondered why he was receiving such brusque treatment if he was supposed to be something of a celebrity to this special committee. The ride from the airport was a blur of speed and color. It was the first time he'd been back to Italy since childhood, and his memories of the city were dim and episodic. Although this was the country of his birth, he did not feel the strong nationalistic surge he expected. He was probably more of an American than he'd ever stopped to consider. Father Orlando negotiated the black Mercedes sedan through many twisting avenues, avoiding the large tourist-clogged boulevards for more expedient back streets. Crossing the huge Via della Conciliazione, then jackknifing back through some smaller lanes, the car approached the Vatican from the southeast, skirting St. Peter's Square. As they neared the square, the traffic became more congested, and the sounds of passionate activity grew loud and boisterous. Thousands of people were descending upon the Vatican this clear, warm morning. Spread out before Peter was a vast, multicolored array of cardinals and bishops in their reds and purples, friars and nuns in more subdued mantles, day workers, government officials, tourists, and locals, a never-ending stream of human traffic. His driver avoided all this by ducking in between the Palace of the Holy Office and the Basilica, heading ever closer to the looming architecture of the Governorate. Orlando had told him that he would meet with Paolo Cardinal Lareggia, the prefect of the Curial Committee on Miraculous Investigations. He wondered what kind of questions the committee would ask. Would they be hostile, skeptical, empathic? He hoped they would understand the trauma of his experience and the unshakable knowledge that he'd taken a human life. After some more sharp turns, the Mercedes emerged on the Via della Fondamenta. Father Orlando fixed his bearings upon the sprawling government palace to the west, homed in upon it, and drove the car around the back of the building where a porte-cochere and glass double doors awaited them. A valet opened the rear door and guided Peter into the building's lobby, a cavernous room presided over by several members of the Palatine Guard. They wore standard security officer uniforms and were all business. Father Orlando spoke to them curtly. They nodded and issued Peter a pass to be clipped to his jacket lapel. "This way, please," said the priest, guiding him to a bank of elevators. Hundreds of Vatican employees wove their way through the open space like bees in a hive. Peter entered a car with a crowd of workers and the once again silent Orlando. They didn't depart until the elevator reached the top floor. Then the two men walked down a long hallway to a set of double doors carved from heavy slabs of oak. Inside, a male receptionist wearing the cassock of a Monsignor rose from his desk to greet them. "Buongiorno, Father Carenza," he said in neutral but cordial tones. "The Cardinal has been expecting you. Please wait one moment."
The Monsignor buzzed the inner sanctum of the cardinal, and Peter listened to an unexpectedly high-pitched voice ask for the priest to be ushered in. Orlando nodded and pushed through another set of double doors, these decorated with a great deal of gold filigree. Peter followed, unable to ignore the bold opulence of the Vatican hierarchy. Catholic liberals were always screaming about the wealth squandered in Rome, while the Latin American countries wallowed in abject poverty. Those golden doors would make a hell of an argument, thought Peter. "Cardinal Lareggia," said Father Orlando. "This is Father Peter Carenza from New York." Peter stared at the cardinal. The man was seated behind an ornate yet fairly ordered desk. He wore a red cassock with no frills other than a large gold crucifix on a heavy gold neck-chain. His face was very round and pale. His bald head and a spectacular set of double chins contributed to his overall moonish aspect. To say the man was fat would be gross understatement. Cardinal Lareggia was huge, porcine, corpulent, obese. Take your pick. Here, thought Peter, was a guy who clearly liked to sit down to the table. Bracing himself on his desk, Lareggia rolled back his chair and stood up, holding out his hand. His lips were wet and dark, his smile stretched and somewhat forced. "Father Carenza, it is a pleasure to meet you." He spoke serviceable, though accented English. "Thank you, Cardinal." "Please, have a seat," said Lareggia. Then to Orlando in Italian, "That will be all, Father. Thank you, and good-bye." Peter seated himself in the chair facing the large desk, furtively appraising the rich decor of the office. The cardinal sat, picked up a thick folder of papers, opened it, and began scanning some of the sheets. "I suppose you're rather baffled by all this, Lareggia's voice seemed too high for a body so large and imposing. "Well, yes, I guess I am. I didn't even know the church still investigated, miracles so seriously." "Oh, yes, we do, Father. We certainly do." He continued to scan through the papers in the file. "Let's see. It says here you were born in Italy, just outside of Rome. Interesting. A wonderfully strange coincidence, yes?" "That's right," said Peter. "My parents were killed in a car crash, and I was raised at the orphanage of St. Francis of Assisi until I was around 8 years old." Lareggia nodded. "And then you won an Ignatius Loyola scholarship to attend a Jesuit boarding school in America. Very impressive, Father." "Thank you," said Peter, eyeing the thick file on Lareggia's desk. How had they assembled so much information on him so fast? "It looks like you already know everything about me." The cardinal smiled thinly. "We are quite thorough." He coughed gently. "Did you enjoy upstate New York? I hear it is very beautiful." "The seminary was in the Adirondacks. I loved it." "Yes, of course. I've never been to America, but I'm told it is a most diverse country." It seemed that Lareggia was playing some oft-rehearsed part. He spoke with no real conviction, like a bad actor. What was going on here? The phone rang, and the cardinal picked up the receiver. "I told you I wanted no calls," he said. Then, after a short pause, "Oh, Vanni, I didn't know it was you. I am sorry." Another pause. "Very well. Later this afternoon will be fine." Hanging up the phone, Lareggia looked at him. "That was one of the other members of the committee who will be studying your case, Father Giovanni Francesco. It seems he's being delayed this morning with another member of our committee. I'm sorry, Father, but we will have to postpone our first session until this afternoon, 4 o'clock. "That's okay," said Peter, wondering what the rush was. He'd been brought here directly from the airport, and now it seemed they'd planned some kind of immediate interrogation. Lareggia nodded and closed the folder. "Excuse me," said Peter, "but I'm still a little confused. Actually, I'm a lot confused." "What can I help you with, Father?" "For openers, where am I going to be staying? How long will I be here?" Lareggia smiled. "You really have become an American, haven't you, Father? So direct. Well, We have an apartment for you at the Teutonic College, here in the Vatican. Father Orlando will take you there. You can spend some time freshening up and perhaps do a little sightseeing. Father Orlando will return for you at 3:30. When you get here, you will be interviewed by the committee. We are also arranging for you to be examined by our physician. I trust that is acceptable to you."
"Yes, I think so," said Peter, arranging his questions in his mind. "Do you think you could tell me more about this curial committee for miraculous investigations?"
Lareggia shrugged. "What is there to tell, really? The Holy Mother Church has always been interested in validating any evidence of the hand of God in our daily lives. What better way to support the faith than to prove the existence of miracles?"
Peter nodded. What a bunch of self-serving party-line rhetoric. It was obvious the cardinal wasn't going to tell him anything important. Maybe he ought to just go to his room and let the jet lag overtake him. He decided to push a step further. "One more thing," he said. "Why were you in such a big hurry to see me?" The cardinal smiled, this time more genuinely.
"Because I was sincerely interested in meeting you, Father Carenza. For some reason, your case fascinates me."
The fat man spoke so openly, and with such obvious truthfulness, Peter was practically overwhelmed by his sudden candor. It made Peter feel embarrassed. His instincts were telling him something was amiss, but he wasn't even close to figuring it out. "I see," he said after a pause. "Well, thank you. I guess I should be flattered." He leaned forward. "But I have to tell you, what happened to me was very unpleasant. Horrible, actually."
Lareggia waved his puffy hand in the air in a gesture of dismissal. "Ah, there will be plenty of time to discuss things like that."
He buzzed the intercom and called for Father Orlando, who appeared at the double doors almost instantly. "Yes, Your Grace."
"Escort Father Carenza to his apartment, please."
"Very well," said the priest. Lareggia stood up, shook hands with Peter.
4:00,
he said in farewell. The apartment at the college was decorated in Italian provincial, which seemed very much like French provincial, except for the antique white and gold worked into the grain of the furniture. Despite being ornate and formal, the bedroom proved comfortable enough. Peter fell asleep and napped into the early afternoon. When he awoke, he was initially disoriented and hungry. Armed with the map and some lira that Orlando had given him, he entered the back streets of Vatican City. Exiting the building and strolling a bit, he found himself on the Piazza dei Protomartiri. He was facing the southern side of St. Peter's Basilica. To his right lay the Arch of the Bells, which led to the huge Bernini colonnade and St. Peter's Square. Peter decided to avoid the huge crowds gathering with the squadrons of pigeons in the square, which was not really a square but an enormous encapsulated circle. He paused to take in the grandeur of the basilica, then decided upon a route which would give him a brief but thorough education in Vatican geography. It was probably best to get the sightseeing in while he had the chance. If he had to spend a lot of time with this curial committee, he might not get to see much of anything. And so he walked west, crossing the Via della Fondamenta, then north, along the Viale del Giardino Quadrato, which borders the maze-like beauty of the Vatican gardens. He bisected the Viale Vaticano, turned left, and followed the winding road as it circumscribed the city. The walk took more than an hour and was a calming experience. There was less traffic on the periphery. The slight elevation of the road afforded Peter a composite view of the Vatican. He was able to pause at will, fix various landmarks in his mind, and slowly orient himself to his new environment. It was a beautifully clear day, full of bright contrasts. The blue sky against the white stone of the buildings, dark green cypresses dotting the sandy hills. Finally, coming full circle, he entered St. Peter's Basilica, amazed by its truly awe-inspiring dimensions. It was undoubtedly the most flamboyant Catholic church in the world. Tagging along with the tour, Peter learned that the basilica was not the Pope's parish church. That was the little church of Santa Anna, by the gate of the same name.
St. Peter's had started out as a small memorial chapel that Constantine had urged built to honor the first pope, and somehow, through the ages, it just kept getting bigger, just like the Catholic Church itself. Peter wandered through the immense basilica, hushed by the solemnity of the grottos, uplifted by the soaring vision and power of Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling and the frescoes of Botticelli, Signorelli, and Perugino. After an alfresco lunch, he kept walking, heading north into the shadows of the papal palaces toward the Vatican museums, to the east of Stradone dei Giardini. Time passed quickly. When shifting shadows made him realize how late it had become, he doubled back, wondering if Cardinal Lareggia's gopher, Father Orlando, was out hunting him down. It was well after 3:30 when he cut across St. Peter's Square to return to the Teutonic College. Like an impatient vulture, Father Orlando waited for him outside the apartment. The man appeared flushed with anger, but still tried to hold his emotions in check, volunteering only that the cardinal had become alarmed by his absence and that the committee awaited him. Turning without another word, the priest led Peter to a black Mercedes that squatted in wait like a sleek, hard-shelled bug. Peter followed his escort slowly, for some reason feeling the first twinges of fear. 11. Rome, Italy. Targeno, August 25th, 1998. Targeno didn't like taking orders from the Jesuit, but he had no choice, really. He did not obey out of friendship. In his special business, Targeno knew, he could have no real friends, could trust no one, especially priests who believed it was occasionally okay to kill people. But Father Giovanni Francesco was so well connected in the Vatican infrastructure, Targeno couldn't tell the man to go fuck himself, an act he would love to watch. No, it was a time to call in a few favors. That was the way it was in politics and espionage. You always owed somebody. Somebody always owed you. Her name was Sister Etienne. She was a nun of the convent of Poor Clares in Rome. Her real name was Angelina Pettinaro. She had been born to some poor Mameluke in Calabria. No doubt the bastard had been too poor to raise all the kids his stiff cock kept bringing into the world, so he dispatched as many of the girls to convents as his fat wife would most likely let him, thereby easing both his pocketbook and his conscience. And the church still carped about birth control. Targeno shook his head, grimaced to himself as he sat waiting in the convent's reception hall. He looked at his watch. The day was half gone already. Damn Francesco. A door opened at the end of the sparsely decorated room, and a tall, graceful woman in the habit of an abbess entered. She glided toward him with the stylish confidence of a ballet dancer. Although the woman had to be at least 60 years old, she looked attractive. Targeno imagined she must have been a strikingly beautiful woman when she was younger. Why would anyone so full of elegance want to throw it all away in a fucking convent? The world was truly full of twisted people. "Mr. Targeno," said Abbess Victoriana, "I think you can see Sister Etienne now." He nodded, followed the willowy woman through a doorway that led to a flight of stairs. He walked softly behind her, emulating her delicate step. "The doctors cannot find anything physically wrong with her," said the abbess, "but she has been very upset by her religious experience." "Upset?" Targeno asked in his most velvety voice. "Is she coherent?" "It is difficult to say. Father Francesco stopped by earlier, and she was not very cooperative." Targeno stopped at the top of the stairs. "What does that mean? Did she tell him anything or not?" Victoriana's eyes met his for an instant. A surge of repressed passion passed between them, and she looked away sheepishly. She was embarrassed as much by what she sensed in the agent's eyes as the message she was about to deliver. "When she recognized Giovanni, she became hysterical." "She does not like him?" Targeno smiled. "Well, at least she shows good taste in men." "This is no laughing matter," said Victoriana. She turned and continued down the corridor. stopping at a linen closet from which she produced a white cotton physician's coat. Targeno slipped off his black jacket, traded it for the white coat. "How do I look?" he asked as he shrugged into it. "Another Dr. Schweitzer, no doubt." Victoriana smiled in spite of the gravity of the situation.
"The infirmary is through these double doors. She's in the first room to the right."
Targeno nodded and pushed through the doors. Entering the nun's room, he was assaulted by the utter whiteness of everything. Walls, cabinets, sheets. Sunlight streamed through gauzy curtains, and he wished for his dark glasses. The woman lying in the bed stared straight up toward the ceiling, not acknowledging his presence. She had the eyes of a schizophrenic, of someone who looked upon a world not her own. Targeno was surprised by her healthy, youthful aspect, although he knew her to be in her late 40s. Her skin was smooth and clear, her dark hair vibrant and full of natural luster. Another beautiful woman wasting away in the convent. "And how are we feeling today?" he asked as cheerily as possible, stepping into her field of vision. She continued to stare upward, saying nothing. Targeno recognized the symptoms of severe shock, and knew he would waste his time with the normal rigors of interrogation. Experience had prepared him for such problems, however, and he reached into his back pocket for what appeared to be a gold cigarette case. Opening it, he retrieved a small hypodermic needle and a syringe filled with xylitol, a mild hallucinogenic, which made sodium pentothal seem like Kool-Aid. "So you don't want to talk," he thought to himself, smiling. "Well, try this for a little wake-up." He waited only several minutes after the injection before her blue eyes unglazed and she focused upon him. "Etienne," he said softly, "I am your doctor, and you must tell me what happened to you so I can make you well."
"No,"
she said, her voice soft, almost elegant.
"Nothing can make me well. I have seen the end of the world."
"Really? What was it like?"
"It was terrifying."
She looked away, as though embarrassed.
"I cannot tell you."
Yes, you can. It is all right to tell me anything." Turning back, she looked directly into his eyes, suddenly, unnaturally alert. Her features, though calm, were somehow transfigured.
"I don't know you," she said. "I will tell you nothing."
"If you want to get well, you must tell me what happened to you, what you saw that frightened you so."
"I don't care about getting well," she said forcefully.
Targeno had never seen anyone speak so coherently under the influence of xylitol.
"And there is only one man I will speak to."
"Who might that be?" Targeno could sense failure, but he pressed on.
"His Holiness. I must see the Holy Father."
Etienne rolled over and faced the wall. This was ridiculous. The woman was laced with enough chemical to get a rhino to sing, yet she handled it like sugar water. He'd never seen anything like this. He'd have to be patient. The drug would eventually prevail. "Etienne, you must talk to me." He touched her shoulder, tried to roll her back to face him. She looked at him over her shoulder.
"Do you believe in God?"
I'm not sure," he said honestly. "Why?"
"Because he believes in you."
He chuckled. "I've never heard it put quite like that." The woman turned away, stared at the ceiling again. Her lips moved slightly as though she might speak. He decided to wait her out. Despite her resistance to the drug, she was having difficulty fighting a compelling urge to speak. As Targeno hoped, after a short silence, the nun blurted out a tearful confession.
"I have committed a terrible sin against man and God. Now I must suffer for that transgression, even though I believed I was doing God's will."
"What do you mean?"
"That's what they told me. It was God's will."
"Who told you?"
"The cardinal and the others."
Targeno had no idea what she was talking about. The temptation to ignore her words, dismissing them as the ravings of a religious nut, was tempered by a nagging, instinctive feeling that he'd happened upon something fairly big. He'd felt similar hunches all his life, and many times had survived because he relied upon his instincts rather than pure logic. Perhaps he should pay attention to those feelings now. Can you tell me their names? Etienne smiled, looked deeply into him.
Why not? Cardinal Lareggia, Father Francesco, and my abbess, Victoriana. They came to me a long time ago, when we were all very young.
For what? He asked softly. The xylithol was working well. She spoke more freely.
They needed my help. Without me, their plans were impossible.
Are you going to tell me why they needed you? She giggled like a schoolgirl.
Maybe.
Does it have anything to do with your vision? A chuckle.
Oh, yes.
Etienne, I am waiting.
And I am deciding whether or not to tell you anything.
You've already told me plenty. He tried an old interrogation trick.
I have?
He was always surprised at how often it worked. Yes, my dear sister, all about the cardinal and his friends.
Did I tell you about the doctor?
Hesitancy punctuated her question. The doctor. Targeno's pulse jumped. He was enjoying this. As each new clue fell from her lips, he became more intrigued. No, you did not. Can you tell me about him? She looked away, batting her long eyelashes.
They brought him in to work with me. He was a nice man, very gentle.
What was his name? You never mentioned it.
Didn't I? She giggled again. It was Krieger. Dr. Rudolf Krieger.
12. Vatican City. Krieger. August 25th, 1998. So the time had finally come round, Rudolf thought wearily as he rode in a black Mercedes from Roma Internazionale. All this time he'd been living quietly in a small village in Switzerland, having all but forgotten the work he'd performed so long ago. No, that was untrue. He would never forget what he'd done, but he had been trying like hell. And now it was coming back to him. To haunt him? It was difficult to determine. Rudolf shrugged mentally. Whatever, he had made a bargain, and now he was obligated to live up to the remainder of his part. The endless supply of Vatican money had never dwindled, and his life up to this point had been every bit as comfortable and rewarding as they'd promised. The Mercedes rolled to a solid, silent halt at a rear entrance to the Governorate, where he was met by Father Orlando, a youngish, extremely reticent priest. Rudolf studied the old-world decor of the building's interior as the priest led him through the halls. It had been many, many years since he'd been in this place. He was not surprised to discover almost nothing had changed. The church was nothing if not traditional. Up the elevators, down a long hall, and into a conference room where Paolo Cardinal Lareggia sat at the head of a polished conference table that might have served as an aircraft carrier for a small country. The other two were also present, folders and notebooks stacked in front of them. Krieger recognized the nun and the priest easily. Other than the usual insults of time, both appeared surprisingly vigorous and healthy. However, Lareggia's outrageous obesity shocked the physician. Everything about the man was almost perfectly round. He was cholesterol personified, a heart attack waiting to happen. "Dr. Rudolf Krieger, welcome," said the cardinal, standing graciously, revealing his expansive abdomen. "I trust you remember Sister Victoriana and Father Francesco?" "Yes, I do," said Rudolf, trying to bring a courteous smile to his face. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Lareggia nodded.
"For all of us. For everything."
Father Francesco smiled. "I suppose you know why you're here." "I have a good idea," said Rudolf. "I may be an old man, but my memory is still good."
"You will have a full staff at your disposal," said the cardinal. "Just let me know if there is anything lacking, and you shall have it. Now, please, doctor, have a seat."
"Very well," said Rudolf, looking across the table and selecting a chair that faced a video projector. It looked as though they were preparing for a board of directors meeting. The cardinal resumed his seat, nodded at the nun. "We want a complete workup," said Abbess Victoriana. Rudolf was struck by how beautiful she still seemed to him. physical status and psychological. He smiled.
Sister, I'm not trained in the latter.
I'm sure you know enough to be competent, said Cardinal Lareggia. Besides, your support staff will include some psychiatric people.
Krieger nodded. Very well, but how is all this activity being explained?
We are part of a curial committee investigating miracles,
said Father Francesco, who was smoking a dark-leafed cigarette, much to the displeasure of the nun.
What we are asking of you is standard procedure in these matters. No one will question a thing.
Does the Curia normally bring in foreign doctors?
No, said the Jesuit, but with age comes privilege. We can do as we see fit.
They seemed to have everything planned, down to the smallest detail. Not that he hadn't expected as much. From the very beginning of their association, he'd found the trio to be as coldly efficient as any organization he'd ever known. Hard to believe they were all Italian. There was an aspect to their operation that had a distinctly Teutonic cast. He smiled to himself. Other than these three, he was the only person in the world who knew what they had apparently succeeded in doing. He wondered if they would have let him live with that knowledge all this time, if they would have trusted him for so many years, if he wasn't so necessary to the eventual follow-up. He also wondered how many others might have died because they knew even disconnected pieces of the story.
"Any other questions?" asked the cardinal.
A few I'll never ask, thought Rudolph. Then,
where is the young man? I thought we were going to begin today.
"He's been resting from his flight," said Lareggia. "He is being brought here as we speak."
Rudolph nodded. He had a sudden craving for nicotine, though he'd given up his pipe more than 5 years earlier.
Does he know the entire story yet?
Father Francesco smiled, chuckled to himself.
He knows nothing at this point. We plan to educate him gradually, after he becomes acclimated.
"I felt it might be wise for you to be present when we eventually tell him," said Sister Victoriana. "When we reveal everything to him, it would be best if you explained what you did in your own words."
Krieger nodded.
I am available as long as you might need me. Is there anything else I should know?
Victoriana briefly recounted the story of Sister Etienne being in a state of shock after experiencing a vision, a possible revelation which could be connected to the issue at hand. Although he said nothing, Rudolph was inclined to pass off such things as visions and other religious experiences as utter foolishness. To these people, such things were normal, but to see a cause and effect relationship between Etienne's breakdown and what he'd done seemed silly and presumptuous. Up until this very moment, Rudolph had tried not to think very much about why he had been airlifted from his pastoral home into the heart of the Vatican. He had not wanted to accept that he was finally facing up to the responsibilities and mechanisms he'd set in motion so many years ago. What the hell had he done? What did it all mean? The questions caused him to smile to himself. He was certain many men had asked themselves the same questions over the centuries. Funny how they seemed to apply to so many situations. A light tapping on the conference room door caused everyone to look in that direction. The swarthy face of Father Orlando appeared. "Excuse me, Your Grace, Father Carenza is with me." And then, suddenly, it sank in. He was finally going to be meeting the boy, the man, actually. All the time and all the work of long ago was being yanked out of the world of theory and made real. Cardinal Lareggia stood up, backing away from the table to give his stomach its sway. "Send him in, and leave us," he said. Orlando nodded, disappeared for an instant, then escorted a young man in a black cassock into the room. "Father Peter Carenza," said the curial assistant, as though announcing a visitor to a royal court, then slipped silently away. In that moment before the door clicked shut, Rudolf Krieger took Carenza's measure. He was tall and lean. His posture suggested a muscular, athletic body. He had dark eyes and hair, a classically aquiline nose, and a strong jawline. High cheekbones gave his face an angular, extremely handsome aspect. His olive complexion seemed to radiate good health.
and the spark of high intelligence capered behind his eyes. Here stood a man who could have been an athlete, a movie star, anything at all, and they'd made him a priest. What a waste, Krieger thought. "Welcome, Father Carenza," said Cardinal Lareggia, who appeared unable to hide the awe he was feeling. The large man had trouble getting out his next sentence. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you," said Carenza, sitting at the far end of the table. He seemed only slightly intimidated by everyone staring at him, determined to hold his own. The cardinal looked at Father Francesco, nodded. The Jesuit stood up and faced Carenza. "I am Father Giovanni Francesco. Normally I serve as papal liaison for the Society of Jesus. Today I function as part of the Committee on the Investigation of Miracles. My colleagues—" Francesco introduced the others with their titles. Even the normally brusque Jesuit appeared tempered in the presence of Carenza. Francesco gave Krieger's credentials simply, stating that he was a retired scientist and winner of the Nobel Prize. Carenza leaned forward, apparently impressed but hesitant, perhaps confused. Krieger felt sorry for him and for what was to come his way in the next few weeks. "For the next day or two, we will want to put you through a series of examinations. Nothing serious," said Krieger. "Just a baseline physical and some specially designed tests." "What kind of tests?" asked Carenza. There was no suspicion in his voice. Krieger cleared his throat. "Tests which will determine whether or not you show signs of psychokinetic ability, and also tests of a more psychological nature." Carenza smiled. "You mean you want to know if I'm nuts?" Krieger liked the young priest's candor. "Not exactly, but yes, I suppose you could say that." "Listen, Dr. Krieger, I didn't ask to be interviewed by any miracles committee. I'd rather just forget the whole incident, instead of having it dissected like a dead frog." "Please, Father, there is no need to be alarmed," said Victoriana in an obvious effort to placate. "I assure you we understand how you feel." "Is there anything we can do to make you feel more at ease, Father?" asked Cardinal Lareggia. Carenza stared directly at him. "Pardon me, Your Grace, but I killed another human being. I won't apologize for being a bit sensitive about it." Well said, thought Krieger. He liked this young man already. "Very well, then. Let's start with a few questions, shall we?" Francesco smiled. "Could you please tell exactly what happened to you?" Krieger smiled. Carenza's presence had already produced a change in the Jesuit's demeanor. How long could it have been since the man had employed the word please? "Yes, I think so," Carenza sighed, just audibly. "If you could, we would want every detail," said the nun. Krieger leaned back and listened to Carenza's story. True to their request, the priest tried to be meticulous in recalling everything. Sometimes his listeners interrupted, but they did so with obvious trepidation. Trying to mask their respect for Carenza proved difficult, although Francesco, true to his gangster-like persona, appeared the least in awe. Sometimes he burrowed deep, ferreting out details that seemed trivial at best. Although Krieger was free to ask questions, he chose to remain silent. He would have plenty of time to get to know the young man and his story. The doctor admired Carenza's toughness, in spite of the ordeal he'd experienced. Killing another human being must be a terrible burden to carry, but the young priest bore it well, obviously holding on to a basic belief in his own dignity. The initial interview lasted until past sundown. Everyone grew fatigued, but the trio never lost their basic respect for Carenza, or their clear belief in the truth of his tale. Gradually they grew more comfortable in his presence, more relaxed. Rudolph watched it in silence, waiting. Finally, Father Orlando was summoned to take the young priest to his room. Tomorrow, the real tests would begin. 13. Vatican City, Carenza, August 25th, 1998. After they left the committee meeting room, Father Orlando took Peter on a brief tour of the place which would be his home for the next few days, the Academy of Sciences complex. He saw the labs and the offices on the second floor, where he would be examined and tested, and was then taken to his quarters on the floor above. His room was small and functional. The furniture was virtually without style, and the cot had a military look about it. A small bathroom, outfitted with toiletries, completed the picture. The rooms had the look of being hastily converted to living quarters. Perhaps they had originally been some kind of utility rooms or a small lab. Not exactly the Hyatt Regency, but it wasn't a Turkish jail either. A single window revealed a starry night above the low Vatican hills and the neatly trimmed shrubbery that graced the grounds of the Academy of Sciences buildings. Lying on the cot, which was hard and not even close to comfortable, Peter reviewed the events of the last 2 days, culminating with his initial interview with the Miracle Committee. He grinned as he stared at the white stucco ceiling, and what a weird crew they were. The fat cardinal, the gaunt priest, and the classic nun. Strange bedfellows, as they say. And then there was Krieger. Peter found it more than a little strange that a Nobel Prize-winning scientist would be employed by the Vatican to investigate so-called miracles. Even if he was retired, it sure seemed like a weird way to spend his sunshine years. Peter's eyelids grew heavy as he continued to recast the events of the day. Though his mind kept sparking and jumping from one topic to another, his body was running down, finally succumbing to the demands of jet lag. Closing his eyes, he drifted off into sea-choppy sleep and awoke for absolutely no reason in the middle of the night. Stretching his muscles, screaming from the torture of the cot, he got up and looked out the window. The city was still, blued with the night, quiet. As he stood there, collecting his thoughts, he realized there was something wrong with his situation. It was like looking at a photograph of a perfectly mundane scene and knowing all the while that aberration lurked somewhere within the picture, if you could only find it. Aberration? Well, maybe that was the wrong word, but he was certain things were not as they'd been portrayed. He smiled, shook his head. He was not a particularly intuitive thinker, nor prone to instinctive feelings, but an alarm he could not ignore had been triggered deep within his mind. Screw it, he thought, as he turned to the door. He wouldn't have been surprised to find the portal locked, but it swung open silently, inviting him into a dark, utterly silent hallway. Ambient light from fire exit signs gave off sufficient illumination to do some exploring, and that was all he needed. His Reeboks afforded him silent passage as he walked slowly up the corridor. Locating the nearest stairwell, he descended to the second floor and the labs Orlando had shown him earlier. If questioned, he'd have to admit he was trespassing, but he didn't believe he was doing anything wrong. Although more than curiosity motivated him, he only wished to find out about things directly concerning himself. Opening the second-floor stairwell door carefully, he peered into the dim emptiness of a long, featureless hall. Peter held his position for perhaps a minute, listening, waiting for a sign of anyone else's presence. Satisfied that he was truly alone, he retraced his earlier path with Orlando to the clutch of offices and laboratory rooms. The doors were locked, but the latch assemblies were old, made long before the age of Visa cards. Peter pulled out his wallet and was soon inside the room. It would have been completely dark in the lab except for the glow of several computer monitors. He paused to let his eyes adjust to the dim illumination. The usual laboratory assortment of rubber and chemical smells assaulted him as he moved past work tables, desks, cabinets, and shelves full of vials and bottles arrayed like soldiers at parade rest. He had never been much of a practical scientist, although he did have good basic computer skills. None of the other stuff in the lab would mean much to him. Pausing before the monitor of the nearest PC, Peter studied the main menu screen. Project Torino. A. Project Log. B. Work Files. C. Statistical Analysis. D. Math Functions. Just for fun, Peter selected the project log and heard a soft beep, which sounded as a klaxon in the quiet lab. The screen display had changed, the menu had disappeared, and a blinking prompt asked for a password stared at him. Knowing he had little chance of stumbling on the right access word, he nonetheless made a few entries. After several rejections, the main menu reappeared. The PC wanted nothing to do with him. Okay, fine. I can take a hint, he thought. At one end of the lab, another ordinary door guarded a smaller room. Another flash of Peter's credit card, and the simple lock surrendered. He stepped into a large, dark office. Bulky half-shapes and shadows defined bookcases, a large oak desk, specimen cases, and file cabinets. Heavy drapes covered the room's single window, and Peter decided he would chance the light from a small cantilevered halogen lamp on the big desk. It was doubtful anyone would be in the gardens beneath the window at such an empty hour. Clicking on the lamp, adjusting its balanced arms so that it burned close and low to the desk blotter, he allowed his eyes to acclimate to the light. Scanning the bookcases, Peter noticed whole shelves of titles on microbiology, genetics, semiology, and other arcane subjects. This was probably where Krieger would be working, probably where he'd worked in the past. Peter had gotten the impression during the day's session that Krieger had been associated with the committee for a fair amount of time. That he had his own workspace and office in the Vatican Academy suggested the same conclusion. Anything interesting or revealing would probably be contained in the file cabinets, but Peter had no idea where to search. Rather than poking about randomly, he took a pragmatic approach, and, just to be contrary, he started with the end of the alphabet instead of the beginning. An hour later, with his thumbs sore from paging through numerous folders, he finally touched on something that got his instincts kicking. All the files under the title Torino had been removed, replaced by a sealed plastic card that said, "Classified. See computerized files." Well, he'd already tried that. Torino, whatever that was, clearly meant something to Krieger and the Miracle Committee. Peter checked his watch. Still an hour and a half before he had to get out. Nobody would be coming to work much before 5 a.m. The files contained acres of cross-indexed information, journal abstracts, statistics, graphs, charts, tables, and other scientific arcana. And each time something referred to Torino, the path leading from it had been excised. Peter grew weary and frustrated. Maybe he was wasting his time. No sense playing detective when he didn't know what he was looking for. But something kept kicking at his subconscious, like an annoying kid who simply won't go away. When he finally got around to rummaging through the big desk, he discovered Rudolf Krieger's private journal. It was handwritten in German, but Peter's classical Jesuit education would allow him to translate. Slowly, he started reading the words that would change his life irrevocably. Written in clear Teutonic hand, Krieger's notes in a folio-sized ledger began with the date January 15th, 1968. "This contains what we believe to be blood samples," Father Francesco told me. The angular, athletic man in his late 30s was holding a glass vial containing 6 lengths of dark-stained thread. Accepting the vial, I held the glass up to the light at my workbench. "First," said Father Francesco, "I want you to verify the existence of human blood on these threads. Others are also working on this question, but I prefer to trust the results of a Nobel Prize winner." Basking in the warm praise of my recent accomplishment, I promised him I would have incontrovertible answers within several days. Tests I had perfected during the previous decade would now yield conclusive information from fragments even as small as the tiny linen threads. The peroxidase method could confirm the existence of a drop of human blood on a man's shoe, even if it had been supposedly wiped clean. The idea was to find a trace of hemoglobin, the substance that imparts to blood its distinctive red color. I knew I could do it. Peroxidase, a component of hemoglobin, remains stable over long periods of time, even centuries, and would reveal itself under the microscope as pink stains when treated with test solutions of phenolphthalein. The tests were positive, but just to make certain, I repeated the technique several times. I then sent a simple report to Father Francesco. Without any doubt, the linen threads contained samples of human blood. Today, All three of them came to see me in my new laboratory. Besides the wolf-like Jesuit, there was a cardinal named Lareggia, a big-boned man with a tendency toward obesity. Still, he looked very strong and capable of taking care of himself, as if he would be more comfortable in a dockside bar than a church. The third member of the visiting party was a nun. Her name was Victoriana, and she was, quite frankly, one of the most beautiful women I had ever seen. Even though she wore the starched habit and cowl of her order, I was transfixed by her flawless complexion, her fawn-like eyes, and the delicate perfection of her features. Why would such a woman hide herself in a convent? "We are pleased with your results, Dr. Krieger," the Jesuit said, "and we're ready for the next step." I asked him what that might be. "A complete analysis," said the cardinal. "They want me to find out everything about this blood sample. In addition, they wanted me to obtain a genetic blueprint of the person whose blood this represents." I can remember my pulse actually jumping. What they asked of me would place my work on the cutting edge of biochemical research. I couldn't imagine being more fortunate. I told them it would require analysis of the nuclear DNA itself. I did not want to think about how such a project might be managed, but I informed them I would need a small staff and some very expensive equipment. The cardinal acknowledged me with a slight wave of the hand. "Do not worry," he said. Even the price of an electron microscope did not startle him. I suddenly realized how serious these people were. What in the world was going on? Of course, as any research scientist will tell you, don't question anyone when they've got their checkbook open. But part of what made me a good scientist was my natural curiosity. I could not stifle the questions already forming in my mind. I explained my vision of a very intensive project and expressed my need to set up a schedule. I asked about a timetable and an ultimate goal. The timetable, they said, was as soon as possible. The ultimate goal was rather complicated. I nodded, but stressed my need to know the reason for all my work. Knowing that would influence the way the work was done. Father Francesco looked at me, but said nothing. I got the impression he was, as the Americans say, sizing me up, deciding whether I was worth the trouble. For the first time, I sensed an element of danger in the Jesuit. Priest though he was, Francesco had the eyes of something as coolly efficient as a reptile, and he scared me. The nun spoke at length. Her English was flawless. She had researched my work thoroughly and was conversant in cell biology. She knew of my follow-up to the experiments of Watson and Crick and others who are pioneers in the fields of gene mapping, splicing, and engineering. She even referred to my paper on transfer RNA as a classic. She went on to mention my interest in the work of people like Steptoe and Edwards, and Shettles and Bevis. I was stunned. How could these people know so much about me? I was beginning to feel a bit uneasy, and I asked them point blank why they were so interested in cell physiology and recombinant DNA manipulation. Was the Pope preparing a new encyclical on birth control and artificial insemination? I pushed on. "What specific work are we talking about?" I asked. "Ex utero fertilization, artificial insemination, cloning." What exactly did the Church wish to accomplish? The cardinal smiled at me and said, "All of those things." I felt more confused than ever. What on earth did these people want? I asked them one more time to spare me the drama and the cryptic responses. Enough was enough. The cardinal raised a single finger several inches above the desk. It was enough to command everyone's attention. He sighed and agreed to tell me the whole story, but cautioned me on the utter seriousness of their endeavor. I was sworn to secrecy and threatened with death. The very idea of a priest threatening murder seemed absurd, but as I stared into the cold, dark eyes of Francesco, I knew the man had spoken sincerely. If I ever revealed what they were about to tell me, I would be a dead man. Incredible. Lareggia nodded to the nun, and she asked me an intriguing question. Did I think it possible to obtain enough genetic information from a blood cell nucleus to successfully recreate the genes through recombinant DNA techniques? Her question so stimulated my scientific mind that for an instant I forgot my predicament. It was a challenging concept, however, initially suggested by David Silva at Stamford. Victoriano verified my response, quoting chapter and verse from Silva's speculative monographs on recombinant research and cloning. Bringing Back Mozart was published in the popular press, Scientific American, but was largely ignored by most scientists. Then Victoriana asked me the pivotal question: did I believe Silva's idea was achievable? Could I recreate the dead by cloning them from nuclear information left in their physical remains? I was stunned. The nun smiled at me. I remember her being incredibly beautiful at that moment, almost angelic. She nodded. Yes, she wanted me to recreate the dead. I paused to consider how much preparation would be required, how many experiments would be needed to verify the complex steps in such a process. My mind leaped ahead, and I almost became lost in reverie. Then I looked at them and asked a very important question. Did the blood samples I was given contain the nuclear material, that is, the white cells, that I would be recreating? All three nodded. The nun added that the donor was deceased, but I had already assumed that. Lareggia looked at me squarely. He told me the blood and thread samples were taken from something the Italians call the Santa Sindone. My Italian is not good, but I recognized the phrase. I can still recall the sudden sensation of disequilibrium that hit me at that moment. My vision blurred, and the room spun around me like a carousel. These people were brilliantly insane. Their plan equally so. Santa Sindone, the Holy Shroud, the Shroud of Turin. They wanted me to clone Jesus Christ. Book 2. And there followed him great multitudes of people from Galilee, and from Decapolis, and from Jerusalem, and from Judea, and from beyond Jordan. Matthew, chapter 4, verse 25. 14. Vatican City, Carenza, August 26, 1998. His first reaction was laughter. Uncontrollable, semi-hysterical. His laughter reverberated in the small room. It had a hollow, counterfeit sound, as if it came not from within him, but from the cold outer hull of the world. The memory echo of the sound immediately haunted him, making him feel helpless, weak, defeated. The idea was so absurd. For a time, his mind, trained in the ways of classical theology, refused to take a firm grip on the concept. No way. Impossible. Some kind of joke. But he knew it was no joke. And it didn't take a fool to see the pieces of the puzzle all lying there in front of him. There were just enough ego and genuine emotion in Dr. Krieger's journal to make the account completely believable. Sitting back in the desk chair, Peter drew in a deep breath, exhaled. He felt shaky, queasy. He forced himself to think, to accept the barest possibility of what the evidence suggested. My God, could such a blasphemy be possible? It seemed so. The time frame, just over 30 years since the first entry in the journal, Krieger's involvement then and now, Peter's miracle, and the committee to investigate it. Again he lapsed into a fugue-like state. His senses dwindled. Sight, sound, touch, all deserted him as he drifted helplessly in the void created by knowledge that did not fit within the prescribed boundaries of the world he had known only minutes ago. It was unthinkable. Time fell away from him like shattered crystal. He did not hear the footsteps behind the office door, nor did he at first feel the powerful hand grip his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Father, but you will have to come with us," said a voice. Peter's awareness slowly resurfaced. He looked up. Father Orlando stared at him from beyond the dim light of the desk lamp. Beyond him, shrouded in shadow, stood the scarecrow-thin Francesco. Peter's reaction was pure instinct, totally somatic. Without realizing he was moving, Peter sprang up from the chair as though it were an ejection seat in a jet. His raised forearm caught Orlando under the chin, stunning the man and sending him backward into Francesco. While both men were still falling, Peter was already running out the door, through the dark lab and into the silent corridor. He gave no thought to where he was going. He was in trouble, and he was running away from it. The long hallway stretched away from him, ending in a square black vanishing point. It was like staring down a mine shaft, and as he ran forward, he had the sensation of rushing downward into the earth. Disoriented, he passed countless doors, and still the corridor raced ahead of him. Behind him, the sounds of jagged breath and heavy footfalls grew nearer. Stopping in almost total darkness, he yanked on a doorknob. Locked. No time to get out a credit card now, though. The sounds of pursuit closed in. They were going to get him, just a matter of time. Peter started running again, but his coordination seemed out of whack. His knees weren't working right. His feet slapped at the floor. His breath stuck in his throat, and his tongue was so dry and swollen it felt like it might choke him. He felt as if he were trying to run for the first time in his life. As Peter reached a T-junction in the passageway, Orlando caught him in a flying tackle around the knees. He went down like the end of a whip being snapped. His head hit the tiled floor, and with a burst of light behind his eyes, he fell into darkness.
"Is he all right?"
The voice was soft, solicitous, female.
"Yes, he will be fine,"
said the other in a light German accent. Peter felt a wave of sensation slowly pass over him, his entire body coming back to life with a tingling sense of weightlessness. He lay on his back, looking up at a circle of 4 faces, feeling like an accident victim on a night-slick street. The confines of his spare little room took shape beyond the people looming over him. The side of his head throbbed, and his cheekbone felt numb. The memory of what he'd learned slowly returned. It was still crazy, still impossible. Krieger and the committee were staring at him.
"How much did you read?"
asked Francesco. "Enough," said Peter. "Enough to think I understand why I'm here. Enough to know you're not any committee on miracles."
"We didn't intend it to be like this,"
said the nun. Peter chuckled grimly. "Really? What had you planned? Maybe a little surprise party? Guess what, Peter Carenza? You're not who you think you are. Come on, people, this whole thing's ridiculous."
"In your heart, you know that is not true," said Cardinal Lareggia.
He had constructed an expression of consummate sincerity, but his face wore it like a cheap mask. Peter shook his head, wishing he could wake up from the surreal dream his life had become. He closed his eyes to shut them all out, and Francesco touched him gently on the shoulder, speaking to him in an uncharacteristically devout tone.
"You know the truth, Peter. The good doctor cloned a baby from Christ's blood. The baby grew up into a man, and you are that man. You are the Savior."
"No, I can't be."
"You have the power, Peter," said Lareggia. "Look at what you did to your assailant. Accept it."
Peter shook his head, turned away from them. What the hell did they want from him? "This is some kind of trick, right?" he said accusingly. "Some kind of weird psychology experiment?" Lareggia smiled.
"He is persistent,"
he said to his Jesuit partner.
"Wouldn't you be?"
asked Victoriana, placing a motherly hand on Peter's shoulder. Of the 4 of them, he intuitively liked the nun the most. As to whether he trusted her more than the others, well, that was hard to say. Probably not much, he thought. The whole bunch of them were insane. They had to be.
"Peter, we still need you to submit to a series of tests," said Cardinal Lareggia. "Dr. Krieger will supervise everything."
God, they weren't going to ease off, were they? "What do you want with me?" he asked out of desperation.
"All will be explained in due time," said Francesco. "After we have examined you. After you are more comfortable with your true identity."
"Look, you people are nuts. I'm Peter Carenza. Don't you think I would know if I was Christ?"
"Jesus did not manifest his divine nature until he entered his 30th year," said Cardinal Lareggia.
"As you are now doing," said Victoriana, as if praying. "Oh," he said, "you mean I'm the Son of God, but I don't know it yet?" She nodded. "Well, that certainly explains everything." Peter shook his head. It didn't matter what he said to these people. They were convinced of the success of their plans. He had to get away from these religious fanatics.
"We have records of everything we did," said Krieger. "Everything is documented. It took months to perfect the fertilization process ex utero. Then we had to create the proper growth medium. We needed to find a way to keep the embryo alive until it reached the blastula stage. Steptoe and Edwards had attempted implantation with 16-cell embryocists. I'd always believed this was a mistake."
"What are you talking about?" asked Peter absently, not really wanting to know. Krieger seemed to be trying to convince him of the truth as he saw it, as if the science would impress reality on Peter. The doctor looked steadily at Peter with steely, gray-blue eyes as hard and cold as grape-shot.
"I'm talking about the way you were born, son."
The words pierced him, stinging him with their venom. Could what he was saying be true?
"We even recorded it on film," said Krieger, "from the implantation to the birth."
"The virgin birth," said Lareggia, his tone worshipful. "That's right," Victoriana added. "Your mother was a virgin." These people were incredible. Never short on surprises, that was for sure. He shook his head again. He had to get out of here. "Why don't you just stop all this bullshit and leave me alone?" His voice shook with anger.
"Calm down, Father,"
said Francesco, reaching for him. Peter resisted his touch, trying to rise from the cot, but his four tormentors formed an efficient barrier of bodies all around him. He swung his arms wildly. Everyone stepped back except the Jesuit, who waded toward him like a boxer.
"God forgive me," he cried.
Francesco's left hand flashed and was crossed by his right hand. Stunned by the sudden impact, Peter went down, and the lights went out again. When he awoke this time, he was alone in the room. Sitting up on the cot, Peter rubbed his eyes, massaged his temples. He had either the vestiges of a migraine or the beginning of a new one. He didn't know which. His arm hurt. He spotted the needle mark after a moment's search. He moved to the door and tried the knob, but it was locked. He tried his credit card trick, but the sloped face of the latch bolt faced the hallway. No plastic tricks this time. So his room had become a cell. They had imprisoned him, and he was supposed to be their savior. Right. Peter smiled sardonically, returned to the cot, and threw himself onto it. At the same time, the latch clicked, and the door opened to reveal Rudolf Krieger, looking somewhat contrite and carrying a Gladstone bag. Father Orlando stood behind him, facing outward, down the long, empty corridor.
"Hello, Peter. May I come in?"
Krieger stuffed a key into the outside pocket of his white laboratory coat. "It looks like you've already done that." The scientist closed the door behind him, sat in the lone chair. He placed the battered physician's satchel on the floor, then folded his hands in his lap.
"I'd like to apologize for everything that's happened since last night, especially your being locked in," said Krieger. "This was Father Francesco's idea. Until you are acclimated," he said.
"Ah, yes, Father Giovanni Francesco, a unique man," said Peter. "Not just anybody can say he's given Jesus a right cross to the jaw."
"No, I suppose not."
"What time is it?" Peter's time sense was shot, destroyed by jet lag and drugs.
"After 8 p.m., I gave you a sedative. You've been out for more than 14 hours. Do you feel drowsy?"
"No, not really. I feel pretty refreshed, actually."
"Good," said Krieger. "Direxin is supposed to leave you feeling that way."
"Better living through chemistry, right?" Krieger smiled thinly.
"I have to examine you. Do you object?"
"Yes, but does it make any difference?"
"Unfortunately not."
"Aren't you afraid I might zap you with one of my lightning bolts?" Krieger stared off at the ceiling for a moment, then into Peter's eyes.
"Actually, the thought never occurred to me."
Peter sat up, looked at the man who had won a Nobel Prize for his work and insights. Though well into his 60s, he cut a lean, energetic figure. His silver-gray hair was thick and healthy-looking. "How do I know you're all telling me the truth? How do I know this isn't some crazy psychological experiment?" Krieger exhaled slowly. "You read my journal. We have tons of documentation. We have films. I swear to you, it is all true. Besides, you have seen proof. You have provided proof." "What happened with that mugger?" Peter said. "That doesn't prove that I'm who they say I am, just that there's something strange going on."
"Philosophically, I suppose you're correct, but I can tell you differently."
"Do you believe I'm the Son of God?" Krieger coughed gently into his hand.
"I don't know. It's something I've thought about a lot over the years. The only thing I know for sure is that you are a genetic duplicate of the man who bled into that shroud. Religion is one of the things I've never really reconciled in my mind."
Peter nodded. "Well, that's a safe answer, I guess. What about my mother? What can you tell me about her?" Krieger shrugged. There was an aura of sadness about him. He had achieved greatness, but wore it like an ill-fitting suit.
"There's not much to tell. She was a nun. I met her when she was a pretty little girl, only 18.
"And she let you impregnate her? No, she was probably ordered to do it. God's will or some such thing, right?" Krieger chuckled.
"Well, almost. They told her to participate in the experiments at the wishes of the Pope."
"And what happened to her after you'd finished using her?" Again, the sad shrug.
"I don't know. I assume she returned to the convent. I really couldn't say."
"Which convent?"
"The Abbey of Poor Clares, as I recall."
"Is it anywhere near here?"
"I'm not sure, but I think so. Why?"
Peter looked at the man who slumped before him. "Don't you think it's natural for a boy to want to see his mother, his real mother?"
"Oh, yes, I suppose you would. I'll ask the cardinal for you."
"Why can't I ask him myself? Am I going to be kept prisoner here?"
"I don't know,"
said Krieger, reaching for his bag of tricks, pulling out a sphygmomanometer and a stethoscope. "What do they want with me?" asked Peter, trying to keep the desperate tone from his voice. "Assuming what you all say is true, why did you do it? Why would anyone want to do such a thing?"
"Please, take off your shirt,"
said the doctor. "There's nothing wrong with my blood pressure. Put that crap away and answer my questions." Krieger looked at him for a moment, down at his instruments, then back again.
"You're right,"
he said, and packed up the Gladstone. "So, what do they want with me?" Krieger chuckled, shook his head.
"You mean you really don't know?"
"I have an idea. Let's just say I want someone to tell me." Krieger sighed heavily.
"It's the millennium, son. If we had $1 for every person who's predicted the end of the world next year, we would be rich men."
Peter nodded. His worst fears, the craziest suspicions he had refused to acknowledge, were made real. "And I'm supposed to be the second coming? That's ridiculous." Krieger clicked the latch on his satchel. Peter stood up, paced about the small space. "What are they planning to do? Sit around and watch me until I start turning water into wine?"
"Well, I think they want to prepare you for your destiny," said Krieger. "I think that was the way the cardinal phrased it." The old man stood up. "I'll come back later. You've got to calm down, Father."
"No, I've got to get out of here."
"You can't,"
said Krieger. Peter chuckled softly. "Watch me."
"What do you mean?"
Krieger looked at him with a truly puzzled expression. Without thinking about it, Peter lunged for the man, grabbing him in a throat hold. With his forearm pressed against the doctor's larynx, Peter forced him to his knees. Krieger felt thin and frail under his grip, and he hoped he wasn't hurting the old guy. "Stay on your knees, and you'll be okay," he whispered. The doctor nodded and relaxed. Taking the key from the outer pocket of Krieger's white coat, Peter felt immediately safer. Just knowing he wasn't locked in gave him confidence. He tied Krieger with strips of bed-sheets, then placed him gently on the bed. Searching his room, he was surprised to find that he still had everything he would need: passport, money, credit cards. Quickly, he changed into a sweatsuit, then stuffed several extra sets of clothes into a small airline carry-on bag. "I'm sorry about this, but I'm going to need all the time I can get. You understand, don't you?"
"I suppose so," said Krieger. "But I should tell you, son, you don't know who you're dealing with."
"What do you mean?"
"These people are very powerful, and they believe they are doing God's will. They believe they are bringing about the second coming, and that the world will finally be returned to paradise."
"That's what they want me to do? Bring about paradise?"
"In a nutshell, yes."
"I can't stand this. I need time to think. I can't stay here. I need some time."
"Be careful. Francesco can be a ruthless bastard. He's more hood than priest. He'll do whatever he has to do to catch you. You'll never get out of the city."
"Anybody else out there besides Orlando?"
"No, just the regular security people. Lareggia didn't want to arouse any suspicions."
"Good. So not many people know I'm here."
"Don't count on it," said Krieger. "You never know with these people."
"You make them sound pretty rough," said Peter, almost smiling at the thought of the huge cardinal huffing after him along a dark, rain-shined alley.
"Let's say they know some rough people. You'll never make it."
"Well, I'm going to try," said Peter. He tore off a strip of sheet, ready to gag Krieger. "Now, if you don't mind." Krieger obligingly opened his mouth to reveal long, yellowing teeth. Being careful not to tie him too tightly, Peter finished the job and moved to the door, unlocking it. He opened it a crack and peered out into the darkened hallway. Orlando detected the sound, immediately turning around. Before he could react, Peter threw his full weight against the door. It sprang outward, the outer edge colliding with the priest's right temple. Stunned, he wobbled in front of Peter like a dazed boxer. Before Orlando could recover, Peter launched himself forward, kicking the man squarely between his legs. Feeling the other man's testicles collapse beneath his foot made Peter queasy. But it was a lot worse for Father Orlando. Doubled over, sucking violently for air, eyes rolled back into his head, Peter wondered if the priest even felt the roundhouse to his jaw. After dragging the unconscious man into the room and tying him up, Peter realized for the first time that he'd passed the point of no return. Leaving Orlando beside the cot, Peter smiled goodbye to Krieger. He got the feeling the old scientist approved of what he was attempting. With a half-smile, he closed the door and locked it, then ran down the long, dark corridor. His heart hitched and sputtered like a broken sewing machine motor, and his mouth was like dry cotton, but he pushed on until he located a stairwell. Taking the steps 2 at a time, he plummeted downward to the ground floor. He didn't know what he would do if he encountered a security guard, and so he tried not to think about it. The only thing he wanted to do was get out of the building, just be in the open air, free of this place. Then he would worry about what to do next. He reached the first floor, peered out the fire door, and saw no one in either direction. The seemingly endless hallway was dimly lit by widely spaced night lights. He moved along the shadowy corridor, feeling completely vulnerable. His Italian was not good enough to fool anyone for very long, and surely the security guards would accost someone carrying a small bag through the halls of a deserted government office building, especially at this hour. Was Lareggia still in the building? Had he alerted the guards to be extra cautious tonight? Taking no chances, Peter slipped into an open lavatory door and moved to the back of the room, where a single window peered out upon a garden and courtyard. He slipped off one shoe as he inspected the edge of the glass for any alarm systems, ready to break the pane. Then, embarrassed, he discovered the window was unlocked. Raising it slowly, quietly, he slipped over the sash and dropped the 6 feet or so to the soft earth. Free. The feeling flooded through him like a powerful liquor. He paused for a moment to get his bearings, then set off at a steady jog, heading east. He ran past the statue of St. Peter, turned north on the Viale del Giardino Quadrato. He kept up a constant pace as he hit the Via Germanico, a fairly large avenue which angled east away from the Vatican. If he kept traveling east, Peter knew, he would eventually lose himself in the twisting streets of Rome. The minutes passed, but Peter did not tire. His regular jog through Brooklyn was paying huge dividends as he gradually put a good distance between himself and Vatican City. Despite the darkness, he kept to the side streets. There was nothing that odd about an evening jogger, but he didn't want to attract any attention at all. After about half an hour of running, he began to feel the strain, so he stopped at a small alfresco cafe for a Perrier. He needed to consider his options. He knew he didn't have much time. If he was going to leave the country, he had to do it soon. He had no idea when the authorities would start looking for him. Walking quietly to a main thoroughfare, he hailed a cab. In the taxi, on the way to the airport, he thought about his next step. He knew he could not contact anyone through whom they could trace him. They would be on Daniel Ellington in a heartbeat. Sobieski, too. The city whirled past the taxi's window like the lights of a carnival, and he felt totally alone. There was no one in the world, it seemed, who could help him. 15. Manhattan, New York, Windsor, August 26, 1998. Maybe James really was the asshole her friends had been telling her he was. The question lingered in Marian's mind as she listened to him speak in rushed, slurry tones. "And it's not that I don't love you or anything like that," he said. His voice battled for prominence with loud, trendy music. Why did nightclubs always locate the phones right next to the stereo speakers? Which segued right into her next question. "James, why did you have to go to a bar to call me?" "Huh? What?" "It's bad enough you didn't want to talk about things face to face," said Marian. "But I can understand that, I guess. A phone always makes it easier. It's less personal that way." "Come on, honey. It's not like that at all." He paused, and she could hear ice cubes clinking in a glass, hear him swallowing. "Is this where you say it's not over, that you just want to take some time out?" Marian almost laughed, but she tried to retain some control. "Or how about, I think we should see other people for a while?" "Marian, please." "What's the matter, James? Did I blow all the lines you'd rehearsed?" "Hey, look, I'm trying to be serious, and you're being sarcastic. What's the matter, Marian? Can't deal with reality?" The bastard had a lot of balls. She had to give him that. Reality? What did he know about reality? Living down in Soho, living off his father's ever-dwindling trust fund, while he struggled to reinvent Jackson Pollock. The only thing James Murdoch Cassidy III had succeeded at so far was keeping pearl paint in the black. These thoughts flashed at light speed through her mind. Part of her wanted to spew them out like venom because he was hurting her, but another part of her was tired of going through the now familiar mating and parting rituals of urban professionals. So she only said, "The only reality I'm aware of, James, is that you're bored with our relationship, and therefore it's over, right?" There was a pause, during which the receiver carried only the electric lyrics of love from this week's hot new female singer. "Yeah," said James finally. "Yeah, I guess that's it. I guess that's what I've been trying to say. I'm sorry, Marian." "Don't be sorry," she said, unable to hide the bitter aftertaste of her own words. "There are 8,000,000 stories in the naked city, remember? This has just been one of them." "Marian, I hope you're not upset."
God damn him! What did he think she was? Ecstatic? "No, of course not. I'm not upset. What's a year and a half of emotional investment? We're all going to live forever. Didn't you hear the news?"
"Well, listen," he said lamely. "If there's anything I can do—"
"Yeah, right, buddy. There is one thing you can do. You can go fuck yourself." She slammed down the receiver and stared at the phone blankly. In spite of herself, hot, salty tears broke from her eyes, cutting into her cheeks like acid. Getting up, she walked to the bathroom, grabbing a Kleenex from its flowery dispenser box. She knew she shouldn't be acting like this, especially since she wasn't sure she even loved him anymore. Hell, if she'd ever loved him. But if that was the case, why did she feel so bad? It was more than the rejection or the fear of being alone, Marian knew. It was the time. A year and a half was a decent piece of her life, damn it. Her last birthday had been her 30th,
and for the first time she had experienced the pangs of lost youth. The older she grew, the harder it was to get away from the idea that time was running out. How many chances do you get? How many times can you blow it before it's all over? Wiping away the tears, she took several deep breaths, walked to the window, and looked out on Riverside Drive and the flat, dull-green swath of the Hudson. It was late afternoon, and the city was hotter than a cheap laser. Air conditioning kept her insulated from the heat. Reflecting on that, she wondered if perhaps her job was doing the same thing to her personal life. Working in television, gaining the quasi-celebrity status inherent in a broadcast position, she had slowly discovered, did a tap dance on the non-professional hours of her life. Men were attracted to her quite naturally, and they seemed initially to enjoy the mystique surrounding her as an on-screen personality. But as familiarity grew, as intimacy flared and finally raged, she also noticed the growth of real resentment in the men she'd dated since coming to New York. The male ego, apparently, was not built for dating a female TV star. Well, not really a star, she corrected herself, but at least she was a recognizable person. Strangers were constantly coming up to her and starting conversations, relating to her on a level of intimacy and familiarity that normally did not exist between people unknown to each other. But New Yorkers were used to seeing her and hearing her address them in their living rooms each night. That's pretty intimate, and it was hard for guys to handle. After a while, James began to resent and then openly loathe all the rude interruptions whenever he took her out. It was a pattern she had seen and felt before, with the men before him, and she wondered if the pattern would ever be broken. Then there was the issue of her healthy salary. Despite almost 2 generations of women's liberation, a lot of men still didn't like the idea of being involved with a woman who made more money than they did. Welcome to 1955. Well, the hell with all of them. The phone rang. Its shrill electronic insistence stung the silent air of the apartment. Damn him. "Listen to me, James," Marion half-yelled as she picked up the receiver. "I don't want—" "Excuse me," said a female voice. "Is this Miss Marion Windsor?" Clearing her throat, Marion tried to sound professional. "Yes, it is. Who's this?" "Miss Windsor, this is Pam at the switchboard. I just got a call from a Father Peter Carenza. He says he's in Rome, at the airport, and he needs to talk to you right away. He doesn't have your number. It's unlisted, and nobody would give it to him. He talked me into calling you. I hope you don't mind." Instantly, her journalist's instincts clicked into place. She automatically reached for a pen and pad. "No, of course not. What's the matter, did he say?" "He sounded pretty excited. He said it was extremely important that he speak to you, that it was an emergency." Peter Carenza, in Rome. What was going on? "Give me the number, Pam." She wrote down the string of digits, hung up, and immediately punched in the transatlantic call. The phone only rang once before she heard the priest's resonant basso voice. The connection was amazingly clear. "Miss Windsor?" he asked. There was a hitch in his voice, and she could hear the idiot thrum of crowds in the background. "Yes, this is Marion Windsor. What can I do for you, Father?" "Listen, I don't have time to explain everything. I'm sorry to call you at home, but they said today was your day off. I'm in some trouble, and—" "Trouble?" The word, and the way he said it, spiked through her nervous system. She felt instantly alert. "What kind of trouble? Are you hurt?" "No, I'm okay, but I have to get out of the country right away. I'm catching a 10:30 flight on TWA. It's supposed to arrive at JFK around 10 tonight, your time. Can you meet me there?" "At the TWA terminal?" "Yes, that's right." "Well, yes, I guess so. Father, what's going on?" "No time to explain. Listen, I know this might sound funny, but I need a place to stay. Can you help me?" She was so surprised she said nothing. "Look, there's nobody else I can ask," he said, filling in the dead space. "Nobody I can trust. They don't know I know you." "Father—" "And wear sunglasses and a hat." His voice peaked, and she could feel the fear leaking out of him. "Don't let them recognize you if they're waiting at the airport." "Father, don't let who?" "No time. My plane. Can you be there?" Yes, of course, she said in rush.
Goodbye, Miss Windsor. God bless you. She wanted to ask more questions, but he was gone. The silent receiver mocked her for a moment, then emitted a pizzicato of clicks before a dial-tone finale. What was going on? Her head still throbbed from the confrontation with James, and although Marion wasn't a big drinker, she definitely needed something right now. A glass of Zinfandel, or maybe some brandy. That priest was very strange. From her first contact with him, there was strangeness, mystery, even the suggestion of the bizarre. She remembered what Huber had told her, and what her videotapes of Esteban and Peter Carenza himself showed. Now Peter was talking the standard paranoid conspiracy rap about they and them and what they knew and what they didn't know. It all sounded so familiar, but in this case she sensed an honesty, a sincerity about Peter Carenza. She'd already told him she would meet him at JFK, so there was no turning back. There was some detective work to be done, figuring out which flight he'd be on, where and exactly when he'd be coming in. Plus, he'd have to go through the whole customs drill. If somebody really was after him, they would have plenty of chances to nail him. Marion gulped the rest of her wine, poured another glass. This might turn out to be exciting. Well, she could use a little intrigue in her life right now. If nothing else, the diversion would keep her mind off James. 16. Rome, Italy. Targeno. August 27th, 1998. He was working late in SSV records when Father Francesco beeped him on his portable digital phone. "Yes, Father. What can I do for you?" "I need your help," said the Jesuit. The edge in his voice indicated either fear or barely controlled anger. Knowing the old man as he did, Targeno would have wagered on the latter. "It is the middle of the night. Can this wait till morning?" "If that were true, I would have called you in the morning." "All right," Targeno sighed as he reached out and disabled the CD scan fax. There would be no more research tonight. "What do you want?" "There is an emergency. Listen." Francesco recounted the escape of an American priest being held under observation by the Curia's Committee on Miracles, a psychologically disturbed priest who was now on a flight back to America. Targeno chuckled into the mouthpiece of the portable phone. "You want me to chase down a runaway priest? Are you serious?" "I have already made arrangements for him to be met at Kennedy International," said Francesco, "but I want to be certain there are no mistakes." Targeno paused, letting him twist in silence for a moment. Then, "You are not telling me everything. What is going on? First, this business with the nun, and now I am supposed to chase down a psycho priest?" "I am telling you all you need to know." "Wrong. I need to know everything," he hissed into the phone. "If you think I am strolling into a situation without knowing the details, you are crazy. That is how people get killed, Father." The Jesuit chuckled softly. "Is Il Chirurgo afraid of a crazy priest?" "Only dead men know no fear," he said. "Besides," said Francesco, "why should I tell you everything I know when you do not follow your own advice?" "What are you talking about?" "Your report on the nun. If she told you nothing, why did you spend almost 3 hours with her? Sister Victoriana told me of your visit. 3 hours is a long time for nothing." Targeno smiled. "Looks like we have each other by the cogliones, Father. I think we will both get what we want if we both start singing." There was a silence on the other end of the line for a moment. "You are a sheep fucker," said Francesco. "All right, but not over the phone." Targeno smiled. In his business, he'd long ago learned that information, not money, was the most valuable bargaining chip. If you had some, you could always get something in return. "Very well," he said. "My office in a half hour. I will have a pass waiting for you in the lobby." "We are wasting time, you know." Francesco's voice registered the compromise, but he attempted one last dissuasion. "Either we deal, or I do not chase down your boy." "Half an hour," the Jesuit said,
and terminated the connection. Targeno gathered up the papers he had faxed from information retrieval and left the area. Half of what Francesco would probably tell him he had most likely already gleaned himself from the computer records. Access to the cross-indexing of so many databases yielded many interesting tidbits. He already had pieced together a fascinating portrait of Sister Etienne, an apparently innocent nun. Perhaps the Jesuit could tell him why a German scientist had been hired to oversee her pregnancy, or why she claimed she could only tell her son or the Pope the contents of her vision. Checking his watch, Targeno entered the elevator that would take him to his cubicle. He had the feeling he had already collected all the puzzle pieces and needed only to fit them together. Therein lay the best part of his job. After a while, assassinations got to be a bore. 17. Queens, New York, Carenza, August 27, 1998. The HST jetliner touched down at JFK exactly on schedule, and Peter felt the first suggestions of relief since the madness had begun. He still wasn't sure what he would do beyond the next day or two, but he felt better just being back in the States, away from those old-world zealots and their revelations. The flight had seemed endless, and he'd been unable to stop replaying the events of the past few days. Insane, ludicrous, impossible. It had been all of that, but there was a part of him that kept wondering, what if? What if it were true? The idea of a man being cloned from the genetic blueprint of the blood of Christ was staggering in and of itself, but to even begin to think that the man in question could be Peter Carenza, no, it was stunningly absurd. How could he be that person? To be, as they claimed, Christ himself? A flight steward touched his arm lightly. Peter looked up at the young man blankly. "It's time to deplane, sir." "Oh, yes," said Peter. "Sorry." Getting up, he grabbed his little bag and followed the rest of the passengers down the aisle to exit into TWA's own international terminal. Peter followed the signs down a long ramp to passport control. The line for U.S. citizens moved quickly, and he passed through toward the routine customs check. Customs. In the confusing storm of his thoughts, he'd forgotten about the procedure. "Excuse me," he said to an airline employee as he reached the end of the ramp. "If I'm going to meet somebody who's supposed to pick me up, where would they be?" The young woman smiled at him graciously. "They would have to be waiting in the terminal lobby. No one's allowed in this area without a ticket or a boarding pass." Thanking her, Peter joined the flow of passengers to the customs area. There were 7 functioning checkpoints, so the lines were moving fairly quickly. If Father Francesco and his band of merry men had discovered which flight Peter had taken, somebody would be waiting for him somewhere along the line. Customs might not be the best place to cause a scene, or, contrarily, it might be the best place. But was it possible that the Vatican had men secreted within a U.S. government agency? Anything was credible, especially assuming that most government jobs were carried out by lazy, uninspired workadays who wouldn't notice a spy or a plant unless his pants were on fire. But there were 7 customs agents working. Unless all of them were Vatican operatives, it would be difficult to detain him here. Peter's chances of selecting the line controlled by one of Francesco's men were like playing Russian roulette. Though customs was a perfectly logical place to publicly detain a person, it was almost impossible to ensure that the prey moved through the correct line. Peter queued up behind a stout woman carrying several large bags. The line moved forward, and Peter studied the faces of the customs agents. At least half of them looked pleasant, and were even smiling as they went about their jobs, usually just asking a few questions. No one seemed to be paying any attention to him as he approached the bank of inspection stations. But of course, that's exactly the way they would act if they wanted to lull him into a false sense of security. Damn! Paranoia was a wondrous affliction. No matter what path of thought you chose, there was always a flip side to make you wonder what was really going on. The fat woman hefted her luggage onto the low tables where the agents worked. The black man who inspected her bulging vinyl and nylon bags was young and courteous. He was articulate and charming, and Peter had a hard time imagining such a person working for a wolfish type like Father Francesco. "Aha," said the agent in a soft voice. "What's this?" He fished out several bottles of white wine and another of red.
"Do I have to pay a duty on those?" asked the woman. "Did I do anything wrong?"
"Well, I don't know, ma'am. Do you intend to drink these yourself, or were you going to sell them?"
"Oh, no, they're for me. Honest."
The agent smiled. "No problem, then." He checked off a space on a form on his clipboard, continued looking through the remainder of her things. After he passed her through, the agent smiled at Peter and looked down at his sports bag with surprise. "That's it?" "I like to travel light." Peter smiled back at him, hoping that he did not appear too nervous. "I guess you do." The agent unzipped the bag, passing over Peter's wallet and assorted toiletries, then paused when he saw the black clothes, the Roman collar. "You're a priest?" For an instant, time stopped. Peter didn't know how to answer. Had they all been told to look for a priest? What the hell should he do? Without a discernible pause, Peter yanked his passport from his sweat-jacket pocket. "That's right. I'd been called to the Vatican on short notice." The agent nodded, handed back the document. "I see. An emergency with God, eh?" Peter chuckled as he shared the small joke with the young black man. The agent quickly re-zipped the bag, pushed it back to him. "Thank you, Father. Have a nice evening, and welcome back." "Thank you," said Peter, as he grabbed his bag and escaped the customs bottleneck. He headed down another corridor to the terminal lobby. Along with a steady stream of travelers coming from various international flights, Peter entered a large open space where crowds of people stood searching the faces of the new arrivals. Parents awaited sons and daughters. Lovers longed for lovers. Drivers held up hand-printed signs for people they wouldn't recognize. Families fidgeted in wait for fathers and mothers. Slowing his pace, he scanned the crowd for someone who looked something like Marion Windsor. He noticed a girl with a scarf and billowing cotton skirt, but her puffy, thickly featured face was that of an Eastern European peasant. Another woman in a straw bonnet with a satin ribbon looked at him for an instant, then continued to search the pack of new arrivals. Suddenly there was a blur of motion from his left as a young woman wearing an Aussie hat, a baggy khaki shirt, and shorts grabbed him by the arm. Her hair was pulled up underneath the hat, and she wore sunglasses. "How do I look?" she asked, smiling as she began guiding Peter toward the exits. He looked at her, and even though he knew she was Marion Windsor, he marveled at the effectiveness of her disguise. "Fantastic," he said, feeling the soft yet firm touch of her hand on his arm. Several times she brushed close to him, and he could feel the fullness of hip and breast unique to the female body. "See anybody or anything funny?" "Not yet. I was wondering about customs, but that seemed to go okay. What about you?" "Nothing. Either they're really good, or there's nobody around." She looked at him through her amber lenses and smiled. "Don't worry. I'll get you out of here." He scanned the area ahead as they walked through the crowds, looking for anyone who seemed to be watching them. Everything seemed so ordinary, so damned normal. That's when they were going to strike. He knew it, just when he let his guard down completely. "Did you bring your own car?" "No, I borrowed my girlfriend's." "Good idea. If anybody sees us, they'll have a harder time tracing us." "I already thought of that," said Marion. Even as they walked, even while looking around, Peter had been staring at her face. She had the most intriguing mouth he'd ever seen on a woman. Her smile was so engaging, so unique, the kind in which you swore you saw every one of her teeth for the briefest of instants. Amazing. "Maybe we've seen too many spy movies," he said. "This way," said Marion, pointing to an escalator leading down to street level. She still clung to his arm, like a woman who's waited a long time to see her man, and Peter found himself enjoying the contact. He was certain he and Marion looked convincing as a pair of adventurous, athletic young lovers. They passed through the pneumatic glass doors. Peter saw the yellow hulks of the taxis awaiting fares and the entrance to the parking lot beyond. He stepped forward just as a skycap pushing a luggage carrier darted in front of them. "Excuse me, sir," he said in a deep voice. Peter glanced at the tall, broad-shouldered man, who suddenly did not look very much like your average skycap.
Before they could step around the obstacle, another skycap appeared on their left and reached out as though to assist Marion and gripped her by the arm. There was no way for Peter to reach around her to free her. The other man stepped close. The one holding Marion's wrist produced a handgun. It was an angular, chrome-polished article of menace with a matching silencer pointed at Peter's midsection. He felt the bottom drop from his stomach and his mouth go instantly dry. These guys were good. They had moved in without being noticed and had quickly neutralized their prey. The unarmed man had a tight grip on Peter's upper arm. Peter glanced about like a cornered animal, but could see immediately how bad things looked. The large concrete support pylons covering the departure area afforded lots of shadowy protection from the notice of others.
"You have to come with us, Father. I think you know why," said the one with the gun. His baritone voice was smooth, and he was smiling like a stand-up comic, but there was an unmistakable chill in his eyes. Tensing up, Peter tested the strength of the man to his right. The big guy was strong, no doubt, and Peter wondered how badly he would do against him. "What's going on here?" cried Marion, trying to back away from the man with the gun. "Peter, my God!" Her expression displayed total helplessness and terror. Seeing her like that, Peter hated himself for involving her. She thought she was helping a troubled priest, but she was actually making the descent into the maelstrom. He had to do something. Forcing himself to smile, he looked directly into the ball-peen eyes of Chrome Gun. "You aren't going to use that thing," he said. "That's the one thing you can't do to me. Francesco told you I don't get touched, right?" The man didn't respond, but he didn't have to. There was moment's hesitation as the two thugs reassessed their options. Peter'd scored the points he might need. Then, "He didn't say nothing about this one," said Chrome Gun, suddenly flashing the silencer up into Marion's face. He reached up as if to remove her sunglasses. "Too bad, too. She looks like a pretty one, eh?" As his hand touched the cheap plastic frames, Marion reacted. Spinning and lashing out at the same time, she executed a martial arts move with stunning perfection. One hand seized the man's gun arm, her other snapped down with shattering force. The angle was precisely measured, and the man's ulna cracked like a dry twig. His scream masked the clatter of the gun on the pavement. It had happened so fast, both Peter and the muscular thug at his side were shocked into immobility. "Peter, move!" she cried, then reared back to deliver a side kick to Chrome Gun's belly. Bent double, the guy caught Marion's power punch to the temple and went down hard. But even before he hit the concrete, his partner had thrown himself for the gun. Peter stood by helplessly, watching the broad-shouldered thug grab the weapon and roll back toward Marion, who was only now turning away from her handiwork to deal with the other half of the problem. "Okay, lady," he screamed, holding the shining piece steady. "You move, and I gotta do it." Though Marion's eyes remained masked behind dark plastic, Peter could see the defeat in her face. She had begun to coil for another attack, but suddenly her body went limp. "You bastards! What do you want with us?" Big guy sort of half smiled and nodded toward Peter. "They want him back. Now." "What for? For God's sake, Peter, what have you done?" "You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Look, I'm sorry I dragged you into this." "Shut up! We're getting out of here." "What about your buddy?" asked Peter, looking at the still unconscious figure at his feet. "Fuck him," said Big Guy. "They'll clean this mess up later. I gotta get you out of here, now." He gestured quickly with the gun toward a black Acura at the curbside. "Okay, let's go. Get in the car." Marion's shoulders slumped even lower as she began walking toward the sleek vehicle. Peter paused one last moment. "What are you going to do with her? She didn't have anything to do with this." The man shrugged. "I don't know. Nobody said anything about anybody else. She comes along until they tell me what to do with her." Peter didn't like the sound of that last line. "And what happens if they tell you to kill her?" The assailant smiled. "Hey, everybody's got to make a living, right?" Marion stopped in mid-stride, obviously chilled by the thug's implication. Peter could almost feel the acid-like scent of her dread. Without thinking, he reached out, grabbed the guy's thick forearm. "No,"
Peter said softly. The thug's eyes met his, and in that instant of silent contact, Peter knew what was going to happen. It was like looking into a bottomless pool, into that place where lay his deepest fears and desires. The immediate future uncoiled before him like a long white snake poising to strike. "Get in the car, now!" The chrome gun moved in Marian's direction, and Peter tightened his grip on the man's tree-trunk wrist. An instant of dizziness ripped through his head like a buzzsaw, followed by a sense of utter clarity. It was a clarity of purpose and sensory input. The strength of Peter's hand seemed to be increasing exponentially as each second ticked away. Big Guy was suddenly reeling backward away from the Acura, his gun hand waving randomly in the air. Peter felt the guy's radius and ulna cracking beneath the flesh like broomsticks wrapped in a wet towel. Still, he continued the pressure. "No," Peter repeated, softly. He was certain the single word had been heard, even through the other man's screams. Eyes bulging, mouth twisted into a ragged circle of torment, the thug leaned into Peter, aiming the gun at his stomach. Releasing the crushed left arm, Peter lunged for the gun and wrapped his fingers around both bright chrome and the guy's hand. There was the softest sound, like the breath being forced from the chest of a small animal, and a 9mm shell spanged into the outer shell of the black sedan. A stinging flash of dizziness crossed Peter's forehead, and again the sensation of absolute clarity came to him. This bastard had tried to kill him. Kill Marian. Another piffed. The slug thonked into the side of the car, and Peter could feel the subtle aftershock under his grip. There was a pungent smell of cordite, mixing quickly with a stronger, darker odor, the smell of burning flesh. The thug's screams reached a new octave of agony as he tried to dance away from Peter, who looked down to see a blue aura surrounding his hand, the gun, and the other guy's hand. Only there wasn't much of a gun anymore, and less of a hand holding it. Running like liquid mercury, the molten metal of the gun poured through Peter's unscathed fingers. He watched the polished teardrops fall to the concrete like silver rain. It was beautiful and horrific at the same time. The guy's hand had been reduced to charred, flaking bits of bone. The intense heat had vaporized his flesh and carbonized his skeleton in an instant. His frenzied dance parted him from Peter as the rest of his arm fell out of his sleeve like ashes down a coal chute. The blue aura vanished when the contact with Peter's hand was broken. All through it, the thug continued to scream. Mute, stunned, Marian looked from the hideous scene into Peter's eyes. "Who are you?" her gaze asked. Fear lurched behind her sea-green pupils, but so did something else. He hoped it was respect. Everything had happened so fast. It was hard to believe that only seconds ago they had bumped into a couple of pseudo-skycaps. In the tradition of all New York cabbies, the waiting drivers had ignored the entire confrontation. If anyone had seen the results of Peter's counterattack or heard the agonized screams from the one-armed man, nobody was letting on. "Come on," said Peter, reaching out to take Marian's hand. "We've got to get out of here." She looked at him like that was the last thing she'd want to do with him, but she nodded once, accepted his hand, and let herself be led into the parking lot. "Where's the car?" he asked. Marian tugged at Peter, and they ran in a half-panic. She fumbled with the door lock before they could scramble in. She drove in silence, glancing over repeatedly at him. His face burned with a flush of embarrassment, like a boy who's been caught stealing cookies. Her gaze was both fearful and intimidating. "Where are we going?" he asked. "Your place?" The lights of Ozone Park blinked past the window behind her head, creating a halo in her auburn hair. She looked very beautiful. "No," she said finally. She checked the rearview mirror for a moment. "It doesn't look like anybody's following us." "That was a hell of a show back there," Peter said, trying to smile. "When did you learn all that ninja stuff?" "It's Taekwondo. I've been studying it for years." She paused, rubbed her eyes. "But I don't think that's the burning issue of the day, if you'll pardon my pun." Peter looked down at his hands, knowing what she meant, trying to fathom how she must be feeling right now. "You saw what happened?" he asked lamely. Father, how could I miss it? Peter exhaled, shook his head. How could he ever explain? Would she believe him? Did it matter? Listen, Marion said, touching his arm softly. I don't know what's going on, but I've got to tell you, you've got me freaked out. First, somebody who tries to mug you gets hit by lightning, only the M.E. says it was more like a microwave. And now, I saw what you did to that guy and his gun. Pardon me for asking, Father, but what the hell's going on with you? Could you please call me Peter? He asked, not really knowing why. She nodded, waited. The car barreled its way along the Belt Parkway as he glanced out the window. A freighter loomed beyond Gravesend Bay, and the towering lights of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge grew even larger as Brooklyn unfolded to their right. He felt like he was hurtling forward into a terrible darkness upon a journey he couldn't make alone. The car exited at Ocean Parkway and headed north. All right, he said in a half-whisper. I'll tell you everything I know. Marion glanced over at him, then went back to concentrating on the traffic, which had become suddenly heavy. Not now, she said. We're almost there. Sinking back into his seat, Peter nodded. She turned on Avenue H and headed east till she reached Ocean Avenue. Waiting motionless, in silence, for a moment, she decided they hadn't been followed. She exited the car, and Peter followed her lead. Where are we? He asked. My friend Suzette lives here. She pointed to a bungalow surrounded by trees, then held up a house key. She's in Nag's Head for 2 weeks, and I told her I'd water her plants while she was gone. Okay. Let's go, said Marion, leading the way up the walk to the porch and through the front door. The living room was well furnished in a contemporary style. The bookcases and framed artwork bespoke a person of intelligence and culture, exactly the kind of friend he would have expected Marion Windsor to have. I don't know about you, but I need something to drink, she said, going to the kitchen. Suzette always has a couple of bottles of wine around. Red or white, Father? I mean, Peter. He sat on the couch, smiled. Red will be fine, if it's okay with you. Listen, she called from the other room. After what I've been through tonight, the color of my wine isn't going to score too many points, if you know what I mean. She entered the room with 2 half-full goblets, handed him one, and joined him on the couch. She'd discarded the Aussie hat, and her hair fell down past her shoulders in a red-brown cascade. Even in the dim light of the room, highlights gamboled brightly. Peter sipped the wine, then gulped down most of it. He was breathing raggedly, and his pulse had begun to jump in reaction to all that had happened since he'd gotten off the plane. All right, Peter, she said over the crystal rim of her glass. I think you owe me an explanation. I just hope you'll believe me, he said. After what I've seen, I think I could believe anything. Peter nodded, looking into her eyes. Then listen. 18. Rome, Italy. Targeno, August 27, 1998. He watched the Jesuit pacing about the room. He'd never seen the man so agitated or anxious. Having just received the news that Peter Carenza had escaped detention at JFK, Father Francesco seemed disoriented, unable to think or function in his usual Machiavellian manner. Targeno lit a Turkish cigarette, sucked the thick smoke deep into his lungs. The hot gases seared his delicate nasal passages as he exhaled. We have been playing games for hours, Giovanni, he said. Is it not time we were honest with one another? The priest glared at him. Targeno smiled. Things do not add up. So far, we have traded information the way children on a street corner swap candy, exchanging flavors neither one of them like. I have told you everything I can. Francesco turned to the window. I do not think so. Targeno's voice rose sharply. Listen to me. Masseria's goons blew the assignment at JFK. I do not know how 2 trained agents could be stopped by a single priest, but believe me, I will find out. Wheeling from the window, the Jesuit glared at him. I cannot tell you anything else. You have not told me goat turds. Knowing the impact of his next words,
Targeno spoke quietly. You and your friends hired a German scientist to artificially inseminate a naive little girl just dumped into a convent. Francesco nearly jumped out of his skin. What? How did you? I discovered it on my own. Targeno knew it was only a matter of time before he got all the information he wanted. We keep going over the same barren landscape, Father. Francesco slumped into a chair, exhaled dramatically. A sign of surrender? There were 2 others involved. I already know that, too. Cardinal Lareggia and the Abbess Victoriana. The only other person who knew anything was the late Pope. Francesco seemed surprised. How could you possibly? Some crumbs gleaned from the nun, some from my research into the files. I also know you received a scrambled message from Carenza's pastor in America, who used the code name Bronzini. Francesco's mouth hung open. I assume the pastor told you something which warranted your summoning Carenza himself. I am still running some checks on Carenza in America. If anything out of the ordinary has happened to him lately, I will soon know about it. You are incredible, said Francesco. His voice conveyed a mixture of disgust and admiration. If you think you can keep the whole story from me after dropping me into its center, then you have never learned who I am. Targeno drew dramatically on his cigarette. A little intuition and a little guessing. He smiled. That is how I have stayed alive all these years. Yes, I suppose you are right. I always knew you were good. I should not be surprised at what you learn when your skills are pointed at me. So, who else knew about your little experiment? The Pope, as you surmised. He knew what we had planned. He approved of everything. What about the current Holy Father? He purposely employed the euphemism for satiric effect. Francesco shook his head. He knows nothing. None of the popes after Paul VI knew anything about the project. Targeno nodded. So you stole the baby, locked him into the church, then sent him to America. Why? And now you want him back, and he doesn't want to stay. I want to know why. Francesco shook his head, buried his face in his spindly, long-fingered hands. I did not expect Carenza to do anything like this. Either he does not believe what he learned about himself, or he is terrified by it. Regardless, he does not want to accept the path we have set him upon. Targeno moved to the Jesuit's desk, leaned down over the older man. That is precisely what I need to know. Yes? Just exactly what did you and your little band of conspirators do to Peter Carenza to make him run like that? That is possibly the one thing your research, your files, and your intuition might never tell you. Francesco leaned back in his chair, reached for a cigarette from his jeweled tobacco box. Maybe so, said Targeno, looking at his wristwatch. But as we speak, your runaway boy is losing himself in the great melting pot, eh? Francesco said nothing, but the expression of defeat on his face eliminated the need for words. It is late, Father. If you have nothing else to say, I have got work to do. Other work. I will get Masseria to order you to help me. Francesco's last-ditch threat was pathetic. Targeno looked at him and smiled. Do you actually think Masseria can make me do anything I do not want to? What does that mean? I have always wanted a long vacation, and I have never seen all there is to the USA. I could spend lots of time and money traveling around the country. I might never look for your priest, and no one would be the wiser. You would not do that. Listen, Father, you may think I am just a pawn in all the games you play, but I tell you, Targeno is one piece who thinks for himself. Damn it! I cannot tell you anything else. The Jesuit was close to tears. Frustration drove him to the limits of self-discipline. You must, or I cannot help you. Let the bastard cook in his own juices just a little longer.
Francesco shook his head, again burying it in his hands. "No one else must know the secret." "Try this on for size," said Targeno. "In 1969, when Father Masseria was young, and only beginning to learn how to be a Jesuit thug, working for you, he was questioned about the disappearance of another of your employees." "Who?" Francesco's olive complexion had become suddenly ashen. "A seminarian named Amerigo Ponti. He vanished the night after being assigned to a Vatican commission to study the Santa Sindone." Francesco slapped his fist on the desktop. "God damn you!" Targeno smiled. "Eventually I will know it all, but it will take much time, and by then your boy may have permanently disappeared." "Even the sheep would not have you." "True." Targeno chuckled. He knew he had Francesco now. "Are you ready to give me some answers?" "Yes, God damn you, yes." Targeno sat in the chair facing the large desk. Deep in the core of his being, a feeling of satisfaction blossomed like a new son being born. Money was not the most valuable or desired commodity in the world. There was something better: information. Anybody could steal money, but only a master could extract information. "I must warn you," Francesco said dramatically. "What I am about to tell you is—" Targeno waved him to silence. I know. Top secret and all that, right?" He wanted to chuckle. "Please, Vani, I have heard this sort of thing all my life." "That is not what I meant," said the Jesuit, letting his anger seep from behind the edges of his mask of resignation. "You think you are so smug, Targeno? What I'm about to tell you is the craziest story you'll ever hear, but believe me, it is completely true." 19. Brooklyn, New York. Windsor, August 27th, 1998. "Do you really expect me to believe you're Jesus Christ?" asked Marion. She tried not to think how silly she sounded. After what she'd seen and heard, she didn't know what to think, but Peter's explanation stretched her credulity beyond its limits. She felt disconnected from solid reality. She felt like she had in childhood when walking out of a Disney movie, knowing that it had all been a fantasy, but wishing it were true somewhere in the universe. "How can I ask you to believe something I don't even believe myself?" said Peter. "I'm just telling you what they told me." She looked at him, draped across the couch, his dark hair flying in every direction, his dark eyes half-lidded. He looked damned sexy. "Sorry, Father, but you do." Full of wine, he was slowly getting stoned. Well, he probably needed it. If what he said was true, what Peter Carenza had gone through in the past 24 hours was enough to put anybody into the bottom of a bottle. "I know," she said, "but it just sounds so absurd, so unbelievable." Yeah. I've been over all that in my mind, lots of times." The after-image of the blue aura burned abruptly in her mind's eye. The twisted face of the goon leered at her as he pirouetted once again through his pas de douleur, while the bones and flesh of his arm turned to powdery ash. She'd seen it happen. No denying it or trying to explain it away. Peter Carenza had somehow zapped the guy, just like he'd zapped that mugger in the alley. "What are we going to do now?" She sat on the edge of the couch, fighting the urge to smooth his hair, to run her hand along the edge of his shoulder and down his triceps. He looked at her for a moment before answering. "You said we." "I did, didn't I?" She smiled at him, wanting to tell him she was wildly attracted to him, that she had a bad case of the lusts, but she didn't want to scare him away or offend him. Besides, there was more to it than that. "Because I care about you, Peter," she said softly. "Because you're a good person, and you're in some kind of crazy trouble, and because you seem very much alone." He placed his empty wine-glass on the carpet, rubbed his eyes. "That's very perceptive. I do have one close friend, but I'm afraid to call him." "They would know about him," she said slowly, thinking aloud. They'd wait for you to get in touch with him.
Peter shrugged. I guess so. I don't really know, but I don't want to take any chances. That's why I called you. They don't know you. They don't know I know you.
You're safe here, she said, placing her hand on his shoulder. Do you want to get some sleep now?
Does the Pope wear a funny hat? She burst into nervous laughter, and he joined her. It felt good to relax after what they'd been through. It was the first time she'd seen him really smile. The sound of his laughter was a broad, healthy sound. She wished the circumstances were different, so that she might hear more of it.
All right, come on. You can use the second bedroom upstairs. I've got to get home and get some sleep myself. I'm a working woman, remember?
He nodded, rubbed his eyes. Thank you, Marion, for everything. The taekwondo was a bonus I hadn't counted on, but it was a good one. She smiled.
It was the first time I've ever had to use it. Good to know it works.
He got up, wobbly, and let her guide him to the stairs. I feel like I haven't slept for a week. That wine's hitting me like a piano.
A piano?
Being dropped out a window. He smiled again. He looked so damned good to her. She laughed, pushed him gently upward.
You can use the towels in the bathroom. They're clean. Don't answer the phone. I'll call you tomorrow. I'll let it ring twice, hang up, then call again, so you'll know it's me.
Ring twice, then hang up. Right. He turned and began the trip upstairs. She watched him till he reached the top.
Peter?
Yeah? He turned and looked down at her. She wanted to ask him if he wanted her to stay, but forced herself to simply say,
Take care. Things will be better in the morning.
God, she sounded so stupid. He smiled. I know. Thanks, Marion. I mean it.
I know you do. Good night.
He disappeared down the upstairs hall, and she went into the kitchen to call a cab. She didn't want to know what time it was as she watched the yellow taxi speed off, heading south on West End. The exhilaration and sheer adventure of the evening had slowly seeped away. Left behind were extreme fatigue and an odd kind of longing, as though something vital, something terribly important was suddenly missing from her life. Entering her building, Marion nodded to the security concierge, walked to the elevators. The contemporary decor of the lobby seemed sterile. It was as though she were entering a mausoleum. The something missing feeling wouldn't go away, and Marion knew herself well enough to realize Peter Carenza and his special problem lay at the core. Her heart often spoke to her like that. Sometimes she listened, sometimes not. Her professional persona sought equal time under the fairness doctrine, and that particular inner voice was screaming a different message. You might be sitting on the biggest story of the century. She exited the elevator and keyed the lock to her co-op apartment. Urban paranoia insisted that she inspect all the rooms and closets before she could feel comfortable and resume her train of thought. The ritual was one she'd learned from her friend Suzette, and if it was a bit on the pathological side, so what? It made her feel better to know immediately that she hadn't been robbed, and that no creep with a knife lay in wait for her, curled and twisted like a demented pretzel. Once the paranoia tour had been completed, she collapsed on her bed without even getting undressed. Her body ached from exertion, but her mind was revved like a dragster's engine ready to jump off at the lights. Her life had changed irrevocably since she'd visited the St. Sebastian Rectory, where she'd met a priest so handsome he could have been a film star, who could shoot lightning bolts from his hands, and who, by the way, said he'd been cloned from the blood of Jesus Christ. Yeah, right. Business as usual in the world of a hustling journalist, the news of the day, or the news of the century. He might not be Jesus Christ, but he certainly displayed something beyond normal human abilities. A mutant, a freak, a monster. Whatever else he might be, Father Peter Carenza was definitely news, and she didn't know what in hell to do about it. 20. Brooklyn, New York. Ellington, August 27th, 1998.
When his friend didn't meet him Monday morning, Dan Ellington had become immediately concerned. When Peter didn't call to explain, either that night or in the next 2 days, Dan's concern had escalated into mild panic. It simply was not like Peter to do something like that. As long as Dan had known him, Peter had been a considerate, thoughtful guy. He just wouldn't skip out on an appointment unless something unforeseen had happened. Knowing Peter's delicate relationship with Pastor Sobieski, Dan had been reluctant to call the rectory. But 3 days had passed with no word from Peter. The hell with it. Dan picked up the phone, punched in a number. An unfamiliar male voice answered, identified himself as Father Ryan. "Good evening," Dan said. "I'm trying to reach Father Carenza, please." "He's not here right now," said Ryan. "Well, do you have any idea when he'll be back? I had an appointment with him, but he missed it." "I'm sorry, but I don't." Father Ryan's voice carried no suggestion of tension or dissembling. "Well, could you please tell me where he is, where I might contact him?" For some reason, Dan's instincts were telling him something was wrong. Remembering how upset Peter had been, and especially considering the weirdness of what had happened, he had a feeling Peter was in deep trouble. "I don't think so," said Ryan. "Father Carenza's out of the country. He's gone to Rome." "What?" Dan couldn't hide his surprise. "When did he leave? What for?" "I'm sorry, sir, but I really don't know. It was arranged by the pastor, but Father Sobieski is not here right now, and I don't know any of the details." The man sounded extremely sincere. If he was lying, he should have been an actor instead of a priest. "When do you expect your pastor?" "Not until later tonight," said Ryan. "All right. I'll give him a call tomorrow." "That will be fine. He should be here all day." "Okay," said Dan. "Thank you very much." "Is there any message I can leave for him? Who should I say is calling?" Dan left his name, then hung up. Rome. What was Peter doing in Rome? But even as the question formed in his mind, Dan imagined the old pastor getting cranked up about the miraculous overtones to Peter's mugging. As a Jesuit, Dan was painfully aware of the old committees in the Vatican Curia devoted to the study of miracles. Although most modern Jesuits considered the committees silly and a general embarrassment to the Church, he was certain the old boy network in Rome would be anxious to learn what had happened to Peter. Rome. The more he thought about poor Peter being dragged before a bunch of old cardinals, the more it made sense. And the less anxious he felt. It still bothered him that Peter hadn't called before running off to the Vatican, or after arriving. Still, knowing Peter, he was probably afraid to incur the expense of a transatlantic call, even if that call would be paid for by the wealthiest church in the world. Well, tomorrow was Dan's day off. He didn't have anything to do, so he'd have plenty of time to catch Sobieski and find out where exactly Peter was and when he was due back. He picked up the cable guide and checked out the late movie on Cinemax. A light tapping on his door awakened him. The television dribbled on into the dark room, a badly dubbed foreign film. Dan rubbed his eyes as he realized he'd fallen asleep during the spy thriller and lost track of time. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. The soft sounds drew him into full wakefulness. Looking at his watch, he was surprised to see it was after 2 a.m. Who the hell could be knocking at this hour? Dan moved to the door and looked out the peephole. In the dim light of the faculty apartment building hallway, he saw the figure of a man in a dark suit, wearing a fedora. His features were indistinct. "Who's there?" asked Dan. "Father Ellington," said a muffled voice. "Yes?" "I'm Detective Benjamino Ortiz from NYPD. I'd like to ask you a few questions." Was this guy nuts? "Detective, it's 2 a.m. How about tomorrow?" There was a short pause, then, "Father, it's about your friend, Peter Carenza." Peter? Without thinking, Dan unlatched the steel door. It opened to reveal a tall, broad-shouldered man wearing a dark gray, stylishly tailored suit, an expensive-looking shirt, and a designer tie. His face was lean and deeply tanned. High, angular cheekbones accented deeply set, large brown eyes. The man's unlined face gave no clue to his age. Daniel thought he could be anywhere from 30 to 40. "Good evening, Father," the man said, stepping forcefully into the room. Automatically, Daniel backed out of his way. The man moved with such grace and power he commanded immediate respect. "You said something about my friend, Father Carenza. Is there anything wrong?" "I don't know," said the detective. "That's what I'm here to find out." He stood very close to Daniel, radiating an aura of strength and menace. Now that he'd spoken more than a few words, Dan realized his accent wasn't quite Spanish. Dan frowned. He had no reason to fear a policeman, unless this guy wasn't a policeman. Damn, he'd been stupid to throw open the door like that. The man must have read the apprehension in Dan's face. He stepped even nearer. "Something wrong, Father?" Was that a smile beginning to form? "You said you were a detective," said Daniel, "but you didn't show me your badge." "That's because I lied." He chuckled darkly. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." "Who are you? What do you want with me?" "I'm looking for Peter Carenza." The man seized Dan's shoulder in a powerful grip and forced him toward a chair in the breakfast nook. "Sit down, please. We must talk." "Look, I don't know what's going on here. You just can't come busting into my place and—" The blow came from nowhere, so quick, so fast, and delivered with such power, Daniel felt like he'd been decked by an anvil. The entire side of his head throbbed with violent bursts of pain. White, numbing pain. "Shut up, please," the false detective said in his whispery baritone voice. He was terribly calm and businesslike. Daniel couldn't speak. His words were slurred moans. "Peter Carenza is your friend. I know that. I want to know where he is." Daniel forced himself to speak clearly. "He's in Rome." "He's not in Rome. I've just come from there. Don't fuck with me, Father." Not in Rome. What was going on here? This guy, whoever he was, assumed Dan knew more than he really did. "Then I don't know where he is, honestly." The invader smiled. "Father, believe me, if you know anything about Carenza, I will discover it. You can either tell me easily without pain, or you can tell me with a great deal of pain." Daniel slumped in his kitchen chair. The pain in his jaw had dulled to a low, pulsating ache. His ear had stopped ringing. He looked at his questioner. There was something reptilian about the man. "Look, I don't know anything, really. He was supposed to meet me Monday, and he never showed up. Just tonight I found out he'd been sent to Rome." "He's not there now," said the man, leaning down to peer into Dan's eyes. "Your friend escaped and took a plane back to New York. He's been back for more than 24 hours. "Escaped? Was he a prisoner?" The man chuckled. "Yes, I guess you could say that." Dan's mind was racing. He strove to keep calm. "Listen, I'm telling you the truth. I don't know where he is." "We'll see about that," said the man, smiling again. He withdrew a small leather case from an interior coat pocket, opened it slowly to reveal a long, wicked-looking hypodermic syringe. From another pocket the man produced a small drug vial. In an instant of pure, terror-driven reaction, Dan swung his arm and struck the hand holding the syringe case. Its contents fell to the floor and shattered. The man who called himself Ortiz just smiled. "Oh, that is unfortunate. You don't like needles, Father? Your life would have been so much easier with just a small amount of xylitol. Now, I am afraid I will have to use more old-fashioned means." A blur of movement in the corner of Dan's eye terminated in a starburst of pain at the base of his skull. Then everything just went black. A splash of ice water in his face brought him around. After a moment of total disorientation, Daniel assessed his situation. He had been stripped naked and bound tightly to the chair with telephone cord. There was enough slack in the wire to allow circulation, but any thought of breaking free was absurd. This guy was a pro, no doubt about that. The torturer stood before him, carefully arranging a variety of tools and kitchen implements in a row on the dinette table. Knives, a corkscrew, a cheese grater, an electric hot plate, an ice pack, a Black & Decker wireless variable speed drill, a pair of needle-nosed pliers, and a pair of channel lock pliers. The countertop next to the sink displayed an array of open jars, cans, and other containers. "You certainly keep a well-stocked home, Father," said the man, gesturing at the table and smiling. "You must have known I was coming." "Look, I've told you all I know. What the hell do you want with me?" It sickened Dan to hear the pleading in his voice, but he felt so incredibly vulnerable. With his legs spread apart and his ankles tied expertly to the back legs of the chair, Daniel felt embarrassment and fear. His penis had shriveled to a nub, and his testicles had pulled up close to his body. The man picked up a small paring knife, moved to Daniel's left, and casually inserted about a quarter-inch of the blade into the skin of his forearm. Daniel watched with horror as his flesh was violated. His mind sparked, more from the audacity of the act and the shock than the pain. Calmly, the man held the blade in place. Surprisingly, little blood escaped the wound. "I'm going to ask you a question," he said. "If I don't like the answer, I'm going to fillet your arm as if it were a fish." "Please, what do you want from me?" "Answers. Only answers. Now, tell me, do you know why your friend went to Rome?" "No." The blade moved half an inch up his arm. Blood spurted, and the torturer reached for an open box of baking soda. He shook some into the wound. "Next time I'll try some salt, eh?" "I don't know why," screamed Daniel. His arm felt wrapped in a cocoon of tingling fire. "You mean Peter Carenza told you nothing of his recent experiences, his troubles?" "I don't know what you mean." The man smiled. "Do you know what my colleagues call me?" "Huh?" The question made no sense. "Il chirurgo." It means the surgeon. He guided the blade another inch closer to Daniel's elbow, running the tip along the edge of the ulna, careful to avoid any major blood vessels. Unable to look away, Daniel watched his skin being parted as casually as if the man were slicing into a juicy steak. The surgeon shook a box of salt over Dan's arm. This time the pain threatened to white out his senses. Fireworks seemed to sputter before his eyes. "That's shit, my friend," said the man in his terribly soft voice, like a hammer wrapped in velvet. "You're lying." "No!" Daniel screamed, wondering if anyone else in the building could hear him. "He told me about the mugger, the lightning. That's all I know." The phony policeman nodded. "Perhaps. Perhaps not." "Oh, God, it's true. Please believe me." "Do you know why Peter Carenza was taken to Rome?" "No, but—" The knife's tip touched bone, and a new shell-burst of agony shocked through Dan. Sweat ran from his pores like blood. "But you have suspicions, don't you? Tell me about them." Through clenched teeth, fighting back bitter tears, Daniel briefly outlined his supposition that Peter had been summoned by a miracle investigation committee. "Now, isn't that a nice, convenient answer?" The man scraped the blade along the bone, flensing back the flesh. Dan was bleeding slowly, probably due to his body's gradual lapse into shock. The pain was so all-consuming, so beyond all thresholds, that Dan had begun to look at his ruined arm as though it belonged to someone else. He could hear himself screaming weakly, almost whimpering. "I'm telling you the truth. What's the matter with you?" "No, I don't think so. What you're telling is the party line, my friend." "No," Dan moaned. "No, I'm not." The man bent to stare directly into Daniel's eyes. "Now you listen to me. What you're telling me is exactly what those goons in the Vatican want everybody to think. How could you know what to tell me unless you've talked to Carenza?" "I haven't talked to him, I swear to God." "Do you?" The questioner picked up the Black & Decker, squeezed the trigger lightly. The tool whined into life, drill bit turning slowly. The slow keen of its electric motors sounded horribly obscene. "Oh, God, I'm telling you the truth." "We'll see." Ortiz held open Daniel's palm and pressed the sluggishly turning drill bit into his flesh. With
Inexorable slowness, the steel churned through the center of his hand. Bursts of pure torment blanketed his brain like the static between radio stations. Dan screamed hoarsely, pain searing his vocal cords. Once the drill had passed all the way through, the man reamed it up and down several times before beginning again in the center of Dan's other hand. Just as the bit curled off the first layers of skin, he paused, looked at his captive's face. "Anything you want to tell me?"
"I swear to you, I haven't talked to him. I haven't seen him."
"Then how did you know that miracle's crap?"
"I'm not stupid. That was the most logical reason to have him there."
Daniel had trouble keeping his thoughts straight. Waves of pain crashed over him, scrambling his thinking.
"I've told you everything I know. Please believe me."
Ortiz plugged in the one-element hot plate Dan used to perk coffee. Within a minute, he held a neon-like orange swirl in his hand. "Now that looks nice and toasty, doesn't it?" "Please," said Daniel, unable to take his eyes off the glowing heating element. "It is said that the tips of our fingers have more nerve endings than anywhere else in the body. Do you believe that?"
"Yes,"
he heard himself saying insanely. "Now, I'm going to ask you, where is your friend Peter Carenza?"
"Oh, God, I don't know."
"Yes, you do. You must." The man held Dan's left hand in a vice-like grip, forcing his fingers back and up. With deliberate slowness, he pressed the hot plate against the tip of Dan's middle finger. With a loud, steaming hiss, white-hot pain flashed and popped through Dan like a broken high-voltage wire. Pain shorted out all sensation. Dimly, Dan felt pressure as the element was pushed harder against his finger. There was a crackling sound, followed by a pop and a smell of charred meat. Daniel screamed weakly, exhausted from pain, driven beyond sound. Sweat dripped into his eyes, mixing with tears to form a burning acid under his clenched lids. His stomach heaved and lurched. A hot column of vomit and bile surged up and down his throat, threatening to choke him. Suddenly, a warm stream of urine burst from him, staining the chair and running down his leg. "So messy," said his tormentor.
"Please, no more, please."
"Where is Peter Carenza?"
"I don't know."
"Does he have any other close friends?"
"I don't know."
Ortiz pressed the hot plate against Dan's index finger. Skin burned and steaming capillaries burst. The pain novaed out his thoughts. He was going to pass out. Cold water stung his face, shocking him into wakefulness. "Is there anyone else he might go to?"
No, I don't know."
He was weeping. "I think you do," said the man. He put down the hot plate, reached for the ice pick. 21. Brooklyn, New York. Carenza, August 28, 1998. When he woke, he felt as though he'd risen from the dead. Peter smiled. Maybe that wasn't the best colloquialism to employ just now. Shaking his head, he sat up and rubbed his eyes. He wasn't even sure what day it was, much less the time. The evening on the couch, the wine, the conversation with Marion Windsor seemed a very long time ago. He staggered into the bathroom, only half noticing the incredible panoply of female cosmetics covering the vanity countertop. He peed like he'd never had the chance in all his life, then moved to the sink to splash some water on his face. More awake, he looked in the mirror. He felt as if his face were changing somehow. His familiar boyish features were hardening, fading away, and it bothered him. The suggestion of lines and creases around his eyes and mouth, he wanted to chalk it up to fatigue, or even the good old aging process, but he knew the events of the last week had catalyzed any differences he now noticed in his appearance. When he re-entered the bedroom, he noticed the west clocks on the dresser ticking past 4:17. The hazy light coming through the chenille-curtained windows meant afternoon sun. Could that be right? Had he really slept through the night and half the next day? He shook his head, sat on the edge of the bed, and slipped into jeans and a cotton shirt. "Guess that's what jet lag and a good fight with a couple of killers can do for you."
When he descended to the kitchen, he found a note from Marion. Since it was Friday, she wrote, she would be working the evening news slot and would be finished around 8:30 p.m. She would call him then. Peter smiled as he crumpled up the note and dropped it in the trash. He hardly knew the woman, yet he felt like she'd been his friend all his life. The bizarre events of the last week had thrown them together, and after the scene at the airport, they seemed almost fated to be close to each other. You don't save each other's lives and maintain a casual attitude, he thought with a smile. Of course, you don't tell someone you're the Son of God every day either. The Son of God. Peter remembered the previous evening, when he vaporized the guy's arm. Although he'd been trying to avoid thinking about it, his subconscious wouldn't let it go. Thinking back to the precise instant, Peter reflected that he'd felt almost able to make the blue fire appear. He couldn't actually control it, but he thought he might be able to bring it on when he needed it. Extreme stress or danger apparently was the trigger. If that was true, then maybe he could learn to really control it. He'd read in Charles Fort's Wild Talents about bizarre cases of spontaneous human combustion, people who suddenly burst into flames so intense that their bodies were carbonized within seconds, and wondered if his own ability was part of the phenomenon. He shook his head, sighing with exasperation. Why was he still grasping for rational or even quasi-rational explanations for who and what he was? The Vatican had offered him the cleanest possible exegesis. He just didn't want to accept it. He was getting sick of all the mental gymnastics. Peter walked into the kitchen, rummaged through the refrigerator, and found some juice and 7-grain bread. A 2-slice toaster stood on a nearby counter. There had to be some basic flaw in the Vatican gang's argument. Perhaps their procedures had produced only another test tube baby. He certainly didn't feel like God, not even his son. He smiled as the toast popped up. His thoughts were so absurd, and yet the physical evidence and the testimony of very serious men and women couldn't be easily dismissed. As he buttered the toast, poured a glass of orange juice, he wondered how long he would be plagued with thoughts like this, maybe for the rest of his life. He hoped it wouldn't drive him crazy. Marion's support had been the only real thing in the last week of his life. Daniel Ellington was the only other person he could trust. His closest friend deserved to know what had happened, and Peter would certainly welcome his input. Peter reached for the phone, punched in the number for the Fordham English department, and hoped he'd remembered it accurately. When Dan's receptionist answered, Peter smiled. Good. This is what I need. We'll meet for lunch or something. Daniel Ellington, please, he said. Oh, I'm sorry, but Father Ellington's off today. Would you like to leave a message? He's not coming in at all today? Well, we're not expecting him. So he wouldn't get my message till tomorrow? I don't think so, said the young woman. All right, said Peter. Thank you very much. Holding the receiver, he dialed Dan's apartment number. He let it ring 20 times before hanging up. Figuring his friend might be in the shower, he finished his meager breakfast, cleaned up the mess, and called again. Still, no answer. He decided to wait until Marion contacted him. Maybe they would ride up to the Fordham campus together. Did you watch me on the news? She asked with a reproving, somewhat flirtatious smile. I forgot, honest, he said. I've never been a real news addict. I watch once in a while, but everything is too politically oriented for me. Politics is boring. That's okay, I was just kidding, she said, as she turned her Mazda east on Atlantic Avenue. It was a terrible show anyway. Nothing really going on tonight. No splashy murders or government scandals, huh? Peter, are you trying to be snide? He smiled. Had to resort to a second-rate warehouse fire for good video, I'll bet. Marion sighed as she dodged the slower traffic in the right lane. Are you that cynical? Are we that predictable? He shrugged. There does seem to be a pattern to TV news. The producers have stumbled onto a formula that works, something the average viewer is comfortable with. I can understand that. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? I guess so, she said, almost sadly. Hey, I didn't mean to bring you down, he said. I'm sorry. It's okay, said Marion, pushing a lock of her auburn hair away from her face. It's just that I really like my work, and I want to think I'm doing something meaningful. I guess I get caught up in the glitz that comes with the territory, and I forget what it's like on the other side of the screen. Marion, he said, touching her arm for the briefest of moments, I'm sorry I made that remark. It was uncalled for, and you don't have to defend yourself to me. Peter, I mean it. Look, you've helped me through some unbelievable stuff already. I want you to know I appreciate everything you've done. I don't know why I was talking like that. She looked at him for an instant before returning her attention to the traffic. Her green eyes were as deep as the sea. Peter was fascinated by the effect on him of a single glance from her. The last time he'd let himself admit to such feelings about a female, he was still in prep school. Of course, an adolescent boy's glands generate a lot more than just feelings. Thank you, Peter, she said, but you shouldn't apologize for making me think. They rode in silence for a few minutes, headed north on the Van Wyck Expressway. There was no easy way to get from the heart of Brooklyn to the heart of the Bronx. This late in the evening, traffic was fairly thin as they approached the lights of the Whitestone Bridge. Peter wondered aloud why he couldn't reach Dan. I hope everything's okay, he said. You said it's his day off. Maybe he left town, visited his relatives, something like that. Nah, they're all in the Midwest, said Peter. I don't know. I just have a weird feeling. She reached out and touched his hand, letting her long-nailed fingers entwine with his. Hey, your friend's fine. You'll see. Thanks, he said, squeezing her fingers, then purposely breaking the contact. Her closeness made him uncomfortable. Her touch made his pulse pound. They drove on in silence, over the Whitestone, along the Cross Bronx Expressway and Bronx River Parkway, then through the park to Fordham Road. As the campus appeared on the right, Peter felt inexplicably apprehensive. Where am I going? Asked Marion as she pulled into the campus. Follow this road around to the right. The apartments are down behind that row of big buildings, off on the left. See them? Marion nodded, turning the steering wheel, accelerated towards several rows of faculty housing. Peter directed her to the parking lot in front of Dan's building. That's his car, he said, pointing to a low-slung Pontiac. Are you sure? Almost positive. I remember him calling the color midnight blue, the color of the notes from a jazz trumpet, if they could have any color at all, is the way he'd described it. Sounds like your friend Dan has a bit of the poet in his soul. Marion smiled as she killed the ignition. Peter shrugged. He's a Jesuit. He thinks he's got a bit of everything in him. She laughed nervously as she opened her car door and got out. Peter exited on his side and walked over to look into Dan Ellington's car. Empty. The hood was cool. While Peter checked the car, Marion had been studying the small two-story building, which had 2 apartments on each floor. Together she and Peter approached the blank steel door of Dan's flat. Peter felt a slight tingling sensation throughout his body. He was sensing something, but he didn't recognize what his awareness was trying to tell him. The upper landing was hot and humid and quiet as a grave. He knocked several times, waited, knocked again. Marion stood beside him, but said nothing. He knocked again. Dan, he said loudly, it's Peter. Are you in there? He's not there, said Marion. Let's... No, wait. The tingling increased. The sensation was mesmerizing. No, he's in there. I can feel it. He began pounding on the door, screaming Dan's name. Then they heard the single choked sound from behind the door, a muffled, strangled utterance. Not really a word, just a solitary syllable. Did you hear that? Shouted Peter. He threw himself at the door, but it remained firm. He's in there. I knew it. Oh, my God. Marion's voice was a hoarse whisper. Dan, it's Peter. I'm coming in. Peter, be careful. Maybe we should get some help. No, he needs us. We've got to get in now. Peter placed his hands on the doorknob and the tumbler for the deadbolt. He tried to relax, to push all extraneous thoughts from his mind and just think about the locks on the door and how they were in his way, how they need to be removed. He tried to recall the fleeting sensation he'd had that morning when he'd been thinking about his talent. The power lay within him. He just needed to learn to harness it, to use it. But how? He pressed himself against the door futilely. Trying to will the energy out wasn't working. He had to let go somehow, to be subsumed into the energy flow. Somehow. Before, his mind had cut loose from time, and at those moments his talent surfaced. "Come on," cried Marion. "We've got to get some help. We'll never get in." "No!" he screamed. "No!" Another single cry for help seeped through the frigid metal barrier. Suddenly he was angry with Marion for not believing, for wanting to abandon Dan at the moment of his need. Angry because the damned door was keeping him out of there. The urge to grab her by the throat and shake sense into her shot through him, but instead he leaned into the door. A flash of blue light radiated off the metal as the knob and tumblers and one whole side of the steel slab blew inward in a superheated explosion. The rest of the door swung violently on its hinges, sending Peter sprawling into the room. Heavy smoke hung about like laundry on a line. As he struggled to his feet, he could see nothing. Dan's muffled voice cut through the mist like a warning beacon. Peter moved into the smoke, dissipating it with waves of his hands. Like some grotesque monster materializing out of the fog, the grossly altered figure of Daniel Ellington appeared to him. Peter's gaze locked into his friend's, and for an instant the eye contact held them as one. Behind him, Marion stumbled into the room, fighting off the smoke. Peter heard her scream as he surveyed what had been done to his friend, who sat slumped and bound, naked, to a kitchen chair. The slow rise and fall of Dan's chest, his occasional moans, were the only way to know he yet lived. One arm had been sliced open like a deboned slab of meat. His hands and fingers were cauterized, burned down to nubs. His lips were stapled together. His eyelids razored off and the corneas crusted over. An ice pick had been pushed up his urethra. The bastards! Tears streamed from his eyes. He felt Marion's hands on his shoulders. She was shaking and sobbing with a combination of fear and pain and disgust. "Help me," he said softly. "We've got to get him out of that chair. Come on, now." Marion clung to him, shivering, racked with sobs. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" she kept repeating. "What happened to him?" "They're looking for me, Marion. This is how they think they'll find me." Peter pulled the phone cord from Dan's legs, carefully unbound his wrists. He looked at his friend's face, the muscles and skin slack and bruised. His eyes rolled back into his skull. "Is he?" "Yes, he's still alive. Help me lay him on the rug." Peter's tears ran hotly down his cheeks as he spoke. "Dear God, Dan, who did this to you?" His friend forced a moan through his stapled lips, flicked his eyes from side to side. Marion helped ease him to the floor, obviously fighting an urge to give in to hysteria. Just looking at the poor man in front of her must have taken all her strength. "I'll call for an ambulance," she said hesitantly. Peter nodded. She moved away quickly, looking for the phone. "We're going to help you, Dan," he whispered to his friend as he cradled him in his arms. Though he managed to keep from openly sobbing, tears still flooded down his face. "It's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay." "The phone's been yanked out," said Marion, getting panicky. Peter was about to tell her to try another apartment when several teardrops fell from his cheeks and splashed upon the ruined flesh of Dan Ellington's arm. Peter was stunned by what happened next. "I said the phone's dead," cried Marion, hurrying back into the room. "Marion, look!" he cried. She knelt down next to him to see the flayed muscle and bone of Dan's arm bathed in a soft blue aura. "What's happening?" Peter touched his cheek, then pressed his wet fingers to her own cheek. My tears. They touched him there. "Oh, Peter! My God, what's happening?" Peter slowly stroked his damp fingers along Dan Ellington's arm. The intensity of the aura increased with his touch, and as he slowly traversed the length of the ravaged flesh, it began to heal. "Oh," he heard himself whisper, "I don't believe this." Marion began whimpering. Within seconds, Dan Ellington's arm had become whole again.
the flesh pink and new like a baby's ass. Peter rubbed his fingers across his own face, trying to pick up the remaining moisture from his tears. He grabbed the stubby, charred remains of Dan's fingers, caressing them gently as the blue aura again burst into life and the healing began anew. Fresh tears seeped from Marian's eyes. The strength of her sobs doubled her over. "I don't believe this! I don't believe this!" Dan's muffled moans seemed softer now, as though he experienced some sort of pleasure. When Peter touched a fingertip to his friend's stapled lips, the metal fasteners dissolved through the savaged flesh and fell away harmlessly. Peter's hand laid gently upon Dan's eye sockets, restored his vision and fluttering long-lashed lids. As Dan began to cry, Peter removed the ice pick as carefully as possible. By this time, the aura had expanded to envelop all of Dan's body. Like St. Elmo's fire, only centimeters away from his skin, it shimmered with a neon intensity. Marian whispered in Peter's ear as she looked down at Dan, "Peter, he looks beautiful. Oh, God, look at him. He's beautiful."
"Peter?"
Dan looked at him, totally perplexed. His voice was ragged. "Yes, it's me."
"What's happening to me?"
Dan's voice contained fear and wonder in equal parts. "You're going to be all right now. Just take it easy." Marian got up, looked hurriedly about the cluttered apartment until she found a closet. She pulled a coat from its hanger and returned to wrap it around Dan Ellington. Peter smiled. Modesty was the least of his friend's concerns at this point.
"Was I dreaming?" asked Dan. "What happened to me?"
"Who did this to you?" Marian's voice quavered, but she fought to get it under control. Dan looked at her uncomprehendingly. This is my friend, Marian Windsor," said Peter. "She helped me." Dan nodded, still recovering from the gross shocks to his mind and body. He touched his face tentatively, looked at the tips of his fingers as if not believing the reality of the soft pink flesh.
"I don't know who the son of a bitch was." Dan shook his head. "Said he was a cop and had news about you. Peter, what happened?"
He paused, took a shaky breath.
"How did you do this? That guy cut me up like a birthday cake. Oh, Jesus, I don't believe this."
Peter started crying again. "I'm sorry, Dan. Oh, God, it's my fault that this even happened to you." Daniel reached out and hugged his friend, pulling him close. "When did this happen, Dan?" asked Marian.
"Late last night."
He relaxed his embrace. "Didn't anybody hear what was going on?" Dan shrugged.
"It's a small building, and it's summertime. The other 3 guys are all on vacation. I was the only one dumb enough to teach a summer session."
"Can you describe the guy?" asked Marian.
"I don't think I'll ever forget him." He looked at his hands. "Peter, the guy mutilated me. Now look, what's going on here?"
Peter nodded. "We've got to get the police," said Marian, standing up, but not knowing where to go next. "No," said Peter. "Why not?" Marian looked at him in total surprise. "What could we tell them?" Peter asked. "That Dan was tortured, but that he's better now? What evidence could we offer them? And if by some chance they believe us, what then? The man who did this was a pro, dispatched by the Vatican. The cops could never find him, and we'd look like fools, or madmen." "You're right," said Marian. Dan slowly stood up, drew the long coat about his body. He inspected the partially incinerated door.
"Couldn't find a locksmith, huh?"
He grinned, shook his head, then moved slowly to the couch where he collapsed into its familiar cushions. He looked at Peter warily. His eyes revealed a conflux of feelings: fear, disbelief, shock, even a touch of adoration.
"You've got to tell me what the hell's going on."
"I know," said Peter. "It's a long story," said Marian. Daniel essayed a shaky smile.
"I think I owe you at least the time it'll take to tell me," he said. "Believe me, I'm listening."
22. Brooklyn, New York, Windsor, August 28, 1998. Being followed seemed like the only thing Marian could think about as they drove back to Suzette's apartment.
The man who'd tortured Dan was following them, was going to kill them. "There's nothing back there," said Peter, checking the darkness that trailed the Mazda down the Van Wyck. "You can relax." "Unless he put a bug on the car, then he could track us electronically," said Dan, hunched up in the minimalist back seat of the sleek vehicle. "That's a cheerful thought," said Marion. "Well, we could leave the car at a garage for the night, take the subway the rest of the way," said Dan. "Maybe you could get somebody from the TV station to check the car tomorrow." "Not a bad idea," she said. Dan's voice sounded so normal it was startling. Like the clash of cymbals, the memories of Peter healing Dan brightened in her mind. Maybe Peter still couldn't accept who he might be, but he sure was doing a lot to make a true believer out of her. Watching that glow around Dan's body, seeing all the blood and ravaged flesh just disappear, had been the most beautiful experience of her life. To be a witness to such a thing, just thinking about it brought a lump to her throat, fresh tears to the corners of her eyes. Even while Peter had recounted his unique tale to Dan, Marion had been weeping from the power she had seen. She had watched the Jesuit calmly listen to every detail, never interrupting, never commenting. She could almost see the man's mind weighing and analyzing every word, every aspect of the story. "You know," Daniel Ellington had said quietly, "it doesn't sound that crazy to me. When you think about it, it all makes rather good sense, really." The young Jesuit had described the plausibility of the science involved, then cited the talents Peter had exhibited for healing and destroying. As Marion listened to Dan drone on in a perfectly calm, logical voice, she began to think she might be able to believe the unthinkable. Dan had summed it up best of all. "Let's face it, Peter," he'd said. "After what you did to me tonight, I would have no trouble believing you might be the Son of God." And Peter had reacted pretty strongly against that. He kept insisting that he was just an instrument, that for some reason God was acting through him, that God was merely using him. But using him for what? They had no answers. The more Marion thought about ditching the car and getting it debugged by one of the station's techies, the more the idea appealed to her. She explained her thinking as she left the highway, heading for the big parking garage near the Queens Center Mall. The car would be safe enough there overnight. "Sounds good to me," said Peter. He looked at her and smiled half-heartedly. He looked scared and lost, like he had not the slightest idea what he might do next. They were going to have to spend some time planning their next moves. Several minutes later, the three companions were riding the G train west. The line looped around to the south, past Greenpoint into the heart of Brooklyn. Marion had never liked riding the trains at night, and as a rule never did, but as she stood by the gritty, paint-speckled door of the car with Peter Carenza standing by her side, she knew she was safe. "I don't think you have much choice, Peter," Daniel said, holding a bottle of Heineken in his freshly healed right hand. "You've got to get out of Dodge, buddy." Peter looked decidedly distressed. "But where do I go? I can't run forever." "No, but there's a guy looking for you right now who's probably the baddest news this side of King Kong." Peter forced a smile. "Where do I go?" he repeated. "I wasn't kidding. I don't think you have much choice but to head for western skies." Daniel took a long pull from the green bottle. "New Jersey's a good place to start." "I don't have much money. I don't even have a car." Daniel waved off the objections. "I've got money." "And I've got a car," said Marion, surprised by her own impetuous words. Apparently her subconscious had already made a decision. The offer had come out without hesitation. "Your car? You'd give me your car?" Peter looked absolutely stunned. "Not exactly," said Marion, smiling. "I'd be driving it." "I can't believe this. You mean you would come with me? How? Why?" "I haven't had a vacation in 3 years. My boss owes me," she said, wondering if that was completely true. She'd probably have to beg for a leave of absence and promise for an utterly unmatchable story when she returned. That last thought burrowed deep into her conscience. She wasn't doing all this just to get the story of the century, was she? No, it was more than that. But That was sufficient explanation for anybody who asked. "Count me in," Daniel was saying. "I can't let you run from this guy by yourself. I owe you." "You don't owe me anything." Daniel smiled. "Says you. I'm coming, okay?" "But we don't have a plan." "We'll make one," said Daniel. "And we'll make it work," added Marion. She was suddenly suffused with a sense of adventure and excitement she had never known before. The feelings were oddly intoxicating. She felt no danger, nothing but security in the knowledge that she was doing the right thing. She looked across the room at Peter Carenza, and for the first time Marion Windsor grappled with the thought she might truly be falling in love with him. 23. Du Bois, Pennsylvania, Carenza, August 29, 1998. Things were happening so fast. Peter was having a hard time adjusting to all the changes in his life. The rectory at St. Sebastian's already seemed distant, alien. It was as if his identity as a parish priest belonged to another person. Slowly he had begun to think of himself differently. Maybe he was a special person. If God had chosen him to do a special task, then maybe he'd better start getting used to the idea. He had to admit he was getting more comfortable with his special abilities. Ever since he saw the healing, he'd definitely felt better, knowing he wasn't built purely for destruction. He could learn to live with his new abilities and learn to control them. He was more confident that he would eventually hold the power, so to speak, over his power. He watched the green, semi-mountainous terrain of northern Pennsylvania spool past. It was his turn in the cramped back seat of the Mazda as he, Dan, and Marion motored west on Interstate 80. Having made up their minds to protect him, his two friends had acted quickly and in concert. After a station security tech, grumbling at being rousted out of bed, had declared her car clean, Marion had purchased the necessary supplies and equipment for a cross-country camping trip. Though Dan had plenty of camping gear, they'd decided not to risk the trip back to his apartment, in case the Vatican's agent had bugged the place. They borrowed a small trailer from WPIX and headed north and west to the George Washington Bridge with the radio playing loud rock and roll. Once into New Jersey, they stopped at a Kmart to buy the few things they hadn't found at the Hermans in Queens. Dan and Marion seemed to be caught up in the spontaneity of the moment. They were like a couple of little kids running away from home, like Huck and Tom seeking adventure on the Mississippi. Peter wished he could feel so cavalier about what they were doing. For Peter, it was an exhilarating but threatening experience. Most of his life had been planned and scheduled and ordered. He'd always known what he was going to do. He wasn't used to this kind of freedom. In fact, he almost felt guilty at being suddenly free of obligation, duty, and expectation. He was afraid he wouldn't know what to do without an outwardly imposed structure. Towns slipped past them, and as Peter read their names on the signs, he wondered what small dramas were being played out in their thousands of homes. Stroudsburg, Fenridge, Whitehaven, Mooresburg, New Columbia, Clintondale. So many places he'd never see, full of people he would never meet. Already this journey was opening up his mind to a whole new range of experience. Perhaps he would not regret running away from the only life he'd ever known. "I'd forgotten how pretty everything is when you get out of that ridiculous city," Marion shouted over the backbeat of an old Rolling Stones song. Daniel turned down the volume and spoke. "We're just about clear of the Appalachians now. Beautiful, isn't it?" "We're going to need some gas," said Marion. "There's an exit coming up, okay?" "Fine with me," said Peter. "It's getting late. Maybe we should start looking for a place to put up for the night, too." Marion exited south on Route 219 and headed for an old red-brick grocery store with a pair of chevron pumps out front. A big maroon Harley touring bike was canted over by the door, and a young blonde girl in leathers was leaning against it. She looked oddly at Peter and the others as they exited their car. Taking a step toward the door of the grocery, she hesitated, then returned to the bike. The travelers passed her and entered the store. None of them saw the kid with the gun right away. "Can we get some gas?" Marion asked a middle-aged woman in a white apron at the counter. The woman was emptying the cash drawer into a small brown paper bag. She looked up, startled, as Marion approached. Hey, what the fuck's this?" The slightly high-pitched voice belonged to a boy in his early 20s. Dressed in bike leathers, he held an automatic pistol in one hand and a large, hefty bag full of grocery items in the other. His naturally handsome features were obscured by 3 days of beard, road grime, and sweat. He was wide-eyed and taut-jawed. His gun hand waved the weapon erratically.
"Oh, shit," said Daniel. "I don't believe this."
"Believe it, man," said the kid, looking frantically from one person to the other. "Okay, everybody. Everything out of your pockets and on the counter. Now."
"Just do like he says,"
said Daniel, slowly reaching into his jeans for his wallet and folding money. "Okay, take it easy," said Marion, opening her shoulder bag. Peter hadn't moved. He kept looking at the kid, trying to get a read on him. Despite his appearance and his jacked-up motions, Peter didn't think the kid was on any drugs. Fear and confusion, desperation and need capered behind the boy's eyes. "Look," Peter said, "if you've got trouble, maybe we can help. You don't have to do this." The kid looked at him, forced a laugh. "Man, don't preach to me. You are going to help. You're going to give me all your money right now." "I don't think so," said Peter. He said it in such a flat, emotionless tone that the young thief did a double-take. "What? What'd you say?" "I said we're not going to give you our money." "And why not?" The kid shifted his feet, tried to sneer, but failed miserably. He pointed the gun at Peter's face, but his motion was hesitant, as if he knew it wasn't going to faze the tall, sinewy man. Because I can destroy you, if I want to." Peter could feel everyone's gaze upon him, like headlights pinning a deer against the dark mat of a night road. He could hear the heavy echo of his own voice. "You know I'm telling the truth, don't you?" The kid started to answer, then held back. His eyes locked with Peter's. Peter stared into him, never flinching. He could feel his body beginning to tingle. The summer air before lightning feel told him the power was gathering. If the kid tried anything, he could fry him like a moth in a purple bug zapper. No, that wasn't quite right. The way he felt right now, the way the forces were boiling and twisting inside him, he didn't need the kid to start the action. He no longer required a catalyst to bring forth the awesome energy. Peter realized, with a suddenness that was deafening, that he now had control of his power, whatever it was. He accepted the knowledge without question or fear. "Who are you, man?" The kid seemed to feel a shift in Peter's soul. "I'm whoever you need me to be," said Peter. "Put down the gun and let us help you." The kid forced himself to break eye contact. He wheeled and pointed the automatic at Marion, then Dan, then the clerk. "I'll kill him, man. If you keep fucking with me, I swear I'm going to kill him." The front door opened, and the long-haired blonde sauntered in. "Come on, Billy. What are you waiting for? The whole town's going to be in here before you're done." "Shut up, you little bitch. Just you shut up, Laureen." "Put down the gun, Billy," said Peter. "Fuck you, man." Resisting, against his will, Billy stared into Peter's eyes. "I can't let you do this, Billy." The gun began to glow a deep cherry red. Its metal surface seared the flesh of Billy's hand with a loud, serpentine hiss and a puff of white smoke. The boy dropped the weapon. Before it hit the floor, it had lost its shape, melting into a dull lump of bubbling lava. Screaming like a baby, Billy staggered toward Peter, his still smoking palm as black as a burned steak. "My hand! My fucking hand!" He kept repeating the words as if they were a litany. The blonde had turned, racing for the door, but Marion grabbed her. She yapped like a small dog until Marion slapped her across the face. Good for her. The red-haired store clerk had started crying as she backed into the corner. Billy tried to take a swing at Peter with his good hand, but he blocked it easily and grabbed the wrist of the boy's burned hand. Slowly, Peter stretched out with his index finger toward the charred flesh. Terrified, Billy tried to pull away, but Peter's movement was inexorable, determined. When he touched the boy's ruined palm, the now familiar aura shimmered like blue neon. Tears burst from the boy's eyes. as he watched and felt his burns healing. After a moment, Peter withdrew his finger. The flesh was whole and pink. He glanced over at Daniel and Marion. The Jesuit's face was a mask of stolid acceptance. Marion looked like she might start crying. "My hand!" Billy sobbed out the words through his tears. He dropped to his knees, unable to stop looking at his rejuvenated skin. "My hand! Geez, mister, who are you?" There was no anger in his voice now, only awe. "Praise Jesus!" cried the store clerk as she bustled out from behind the counter to grab the boy's hand. "Praise the Lord Jesus! We've seen a miracle!" Billy's girlfriend pulled away from Marion and slid down beside him. Grabbing his hand, seeing its healthy glow, she too began whimpering. "How'd you do that, man?" "It's a miracle," crowed the red-haired woman as she wiped her hands nervously on her apron. "It's a sign from the Lord." Billy and Laureen stood up slowly. The boy cleared his throat and wiped his nose on the sleeve of his leather jacket. He looked down at the still cooling lump of steel, then up at Peter and half smiled. "I'm sorry, man, for what I did before. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry." Peter nodded. "I know you are. But why did you do it?" "Just got married," Billy said, looking down at his shoes. "Billy, shut up," hissed his wife. "I lost my job. We needed money. Bad." "Bad enough to shoot somebody?" Billy grinned self-consciously. There was a rough-edged handsomeness about him. "Hell, it wasn't even loaded. I just didn't have any place left to turn, you know?" Peter nodded. "I understand." Billy looked at him squarely once again. "I got a real funny feeling when I first saw you. What are you, like Superman or something?" Peter smiled, put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He was basically a good kid, driven by desperation. Peter had seen many people with the same look in their eyes. "Billy," he said softly, "I don't know who or what I am just yet, but I plan to find out." "You're a miracle worker, that's what you are, mister," said the counter clerk. "I never seen nothing like that. Our pastor says the millennium's comin', and that there'll be signs and portents, just like what you done. You're a sign, mister." Peter looked at Billy, smiled. "Why don't you clean up the mess you made?" Billy nodded, turned to pick up the bag full of pilfered goods, then looked back at him. "What am I going to do? We don't have any money, no place to live." Without thinking, Peter heard himself say, "You can come with us." "Where are you going?" Peter shrugged. "I don't know." Daniel moved close to him, whispered softly, "You sure you want to do this?" Peter looked at him and shrugged. Turning to the store clerk, he asked, "Any place nearby to camp?" "Take 219 north to Treasure Lake. Lots of campgrounds around there," said the woman. He found the bright light burning behind her eyes a bit zealous. Peter looked at Billy and Laureen. "Know where she's talking about?" Billy nodded hesitantly. "Want to lead us up there?" "Yeah, I guess," said the boy, shrugging. "Okay, then," said Peter. "Clean this place up for the lady and meet us outside." "Yes, sir," said Billy. Marion and Daniel followed Peter out to the gas pumps. "I don't know if this is a good idea," said Marion as she unlatched the nozzle and inserted it into the side of the Mazda. She pushed her long hair back from her face. Peter thought she looked harried and confused. "Are you sure we can trust them?" "No, but they seem like okay kids. Just scared and crazy. Kind of like us, really." "Yeah, but we didn't try to rob anybody with a gun," said Daniel. Peter smiled. "Hey, who knows what we might have to do before we're through?" "Don't talk like that," said Marion. "It frightens me." "Sorry." Peter touched her shoulder for a moment. He felt comfortable being close to her. It was a new experience for him. "It looks like you've gotten some control over what you can do," said Daniel. "Yeah," said Peter. "I think so. It's not something I can really think about, though. I have to kind of just let it happen." Daniel nodded. "I'll take your word for it." Marion topped off the tank and returned to the store to pay the clerk just as Billy and Laureen came outside. They climbed aboard the big Harley, and Billy kicked in the engine. "You gonna follow me?" he yelled above the barely muffled purr of the twin cams. Peter nodded and waved. Marion returned with the red-haired clerk. The big woman in the apron approached him, held out her hand. "Mister, I just want to thank you for what you did. It was a sign from God. I know it was. I always knew I would witness a miracle before I died, and I want to thank you for it, whoever you are." "My name is Peter," he said, smiling and gently shaking her hand. "I'm Greta Stowe. Thank you so much, Peter." She was staring at him with what could only be called adoration. It made him damned uncomfortable. Marion keyed the Mazda's ignition, and he used the sound as a cue to break contact. "Goodbye, Miss Stowe." Billy cranked on the Harley, and the maroon bike lurched crazily from the gravel lot onto Route 219. Greta Stowe watched Peter as he settled into the car's passenger seat, and Marion let out the clutch. The red-haired woman cupped her hands to her mouth and yelled, "Praise the Lord!" 24. Du Bois, Pennsylvania, Ellington, August 29, 1998. Dan had the feeling he was witnessing a historic event. He'd been standing in the back of the Grace Pentecostal Church of God, originally a feed and grain store, for more than an hour, watching and listening to his closest friend talk to about 30 rural souls. It didn't look like anything special. Peter stood before the group, dressed in a pair of jeans and a polo shirt, charming the hell out of them with his big, dark eyes and his natural orator's voice. He spoke with the right cadence and perfect timbre. It was like hitting a 95-mile-per-hour fastball or taking an S-turn at 5 Gs. Some people had the right stuff, some didn't. Peter definitely did. When he spoke, you couldn't help but listen. Daniel shifted in his metal folding chair and glanced at Marion, who was taking notes in her journalist's pad. Her little Sony audio recorder was cranking away. She looked at Dan and managed a half-smile, as if to say, "What have we gotten ourselves into now?" Daniel smiled back, then looked toward Peter, who leaned against the side of the pulpit, his left arm casually draped over it. He could have been standing on a street corner, rapping about the latest song. But his small audience, including Billy Clemens and the sultry, long-haired Laureen, hung on his every word. Daniel shook his head slowly. He wondered if Catholics were still called papist in backwoods places like Du Bois. Peter's discourse was general enough to allay any suspicions of Catholicity. He'd begun the meeting by allowing Billy Clemens and the red-haired woman from the grocery to give witness to the miraculous events of the afternoon, although Peter disclaimed any responsibility for what had happened, always stressing that he was only an instrument in God's steady hand. Dan could tell the people wanted to hear something different. They loved him, there was no doubt about that. His delivery, the casual, sincere way he involved every member of his audience, made people trust him. He was telling them what they wanted to hear about love and faith and the fear of God as the end of the second millennium rolled on. For the last year or two, the religious tenor of the country had been changing. People were lapsing into what Dan had termed an apocalyptic mood. A majority of the American population believed that when the century ended, the world would be irrevocably altered. As the years toward the end of the century fell away, the media had mapped a steady increase in church or temple attendance for all the organized religions. Part of the increase could be attributed to the demographic bulge of post-war baby boomers who were now slipping into middle and retirement age and returning to their various faiths. But part of it was due to superstition. Though the world trembled on the threshold of the 21st century, most people were as superstitious and insecure as they had been 1,000 years before. On top of the usual mess was an explosion of fringe organizations, new churches, and apocalyptic movements that were springing up like after-the-rain mushrooms. Many were transparent ruses, set up only to capitalize upon people's natural fears, but some were sincere, and some were dangerously unstable. Dan thought the approaching turn of the century might be the most bizarre, the most embarrassing carnival yet foisted upon the people of the world. Watching his friend speak, Dan hoped Peter was not doomed to become part of the sideshow. He hadn't wanted Peter to get involved with this little country church, but it would have been hard to turn down the delegation who'd showed up at the Treasure Lake campgrounds several hours back. The grocery clerk had raved to the Grace Church's pastor and the town's sheriff, convincing them to pay a visit to the strangers by the lake. Peter had no choice but to accommodate the locals. Dan checked his watch and slipped out the door to have a cigarette. He'd been trying to quit for the last year or so, without success, even though he'd started smoking the nicotine-free brands. Obviously, his was a psychological rather than a physical or chemical addiction. He smiled to himself. Maybe he could just get Peter to zap him with a cure. "Well, what do you think of all of this?" Marian's voice drifted to him like a scented breeze. She'd come up beside him so quietly he hadn't noticed. Looking up at the night sky, he was amazed, as he always had been, at the sheer number of stars in this corner of the galaxy. It helped to be up in the Appalachian foothills instead of on a street corner in the Bronx. Back there, Dan mused, if he looked up at night, he'd be lucky to see a street light. "Well," he said, "it'll give me some good material for my What I Did on My Summer Vacation essay." "Yeah, me too. Seriously, though." "Okay, what do I think of all this? Personally, I don't think we should be doing anything to draw attention to ourselves." He took a long pull off his cigarette. They didn't taste much different than the ones laced with good old St. Nick. "My sentiments exactly," said Marian. She looked up at the sky, crossed her arms under her breasts. A small silence passed between them. Then, "Have you been listening to him?" Dan smiled. "Yeah, he's pretty convincing. That boy surely do have a silver tongue, don't he?" She laughed. "What made you become a priest, Dan?" "Changing the subject?" She shrugged. "I do it all the time. I'm a news hound, remember?" "Why do you ask? Because I don't seem like a priest? Don't act like one?" She grinned. "Yeah, I guess that's part of it." He exhaled slowly, studying the thin stream of smoke as it mingled with the crisp evening air. "Okay, why a priest? I really don't know anymore. I came from a strict Catholic family in Syracuse. My mother's brother was a priest, a Jesuit, and I always thought he was a great guy, real intelligent, full of curiosity and personality." "And you wanted to grow up like him?" "Kind of. My father died working for the railroad when I was only 5. Got in the way of the wrong boxcar, is the way the story gets told. After that, my uncle was pretty much my only male role model. I guess it was expected all along that I was going to be a priest. It's an honor in strict Catholic homes to have a son with a calling." "Calling?" "Catholic buzzword, sorry. It means supposedly a divine request from God to become a priest." "Supposedly? Why, Father Ellington, do I detect a trace of cynicism in your heart?" Dan smiled, flipped his cigarette into the parking lot. "Well, if not my heart, at least my voice." "Want to explain?" He took a deep breath, exhaled. The air was crisp, terrifyingly clean. "Well, in addition to the seminary and the theological stuff, the Jesuits put you through a tough academic program. I've got a Ph.D. in English and comparative literature. You know how it is. You get all that education, and somewhere along the line you learn how to think. I mean, really think, for yourself." "Sure," she said, smiling. "And then for a while, nobody can tell you a damn thing." "Right," said Dan. "But the important thing is that you learn to always ask the next question. You know what I mean?" "I think so. Never be satisfied with prepared answers, with programmed responses. My business is a lot like that, too." "Exactly. The Jesuits consider themselves very progressive and scientific. So they gave me all these intellectual tools and told me to shoehorn them into a medieval, dogmatic way of seeing the world. Marian, I'll tell you, it's tough." "I'm sure it is." "And I'll be honest with you. Before this business with Peter fell into my lap, I had started to lose my whole sense of perspective." "What do you mean?" Dan shook another cigarette from his pack, lighted it. I mean, I was having a real psychological crisis. In the seminary, they call it loss of faith syndrome, and they try to teach you ways to safeguard against it or cope with it.
And it happened to you?
Yeah, big time. I don't want to get into a long theological discussion, but I've been having serious doubts about everything. Sometimes the idea of a supreme being is baffling to me. Other times it seems downright silly. The idea of our consciousness surviving death, well, it sounds like a great idea, but...
I know, she said. I have the same thoughts. Most of the time I try to put them out of mind.
Yeah, it's better to worry about the next one-day sale at Macy's. His voice was cutting.
Hey, did I really deserve that?
Her big green eyes were smiling at him. No, you didn't. Sorry. He almost sighed.
You're forgiven.
Marion Windsor smiled a natural smile, full of grace and beauty. She was an intriguing woman.
You were saying something about Peter, she asked.
Yeah, right, Peter. I mean, look what's happening to him. Zapping a mugger, burning a guy's arm off. I hear all that, and the way my mind works, I'm right away trying to come up with rational explanations. Scientific reasons to make it all plausible. I mean, miracles and direct intervention don't happen every day. We're not prepared to accept such things.
The more we learn, the more we realize we don't know.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. But Peter touched me and made all those faith healers look like trained animal acts. Come on, Marion. I don't know about you, but I'm never going to be the same after going through that. After seeing it, feeling it.
It is miraculous, isn't it?
What else can you call it? Dan inhaled, blew out a thin line of smoke.
Do you think he's Christ?
Dan chuckled nervously. Just the idea bothers me. I don't know who or what he is, but if they really did clone him from the blood on the shroud, then, yeah, genetically, he is the guy who was crucified and wrapped in that sheet. If the guy in the shroud was Christ, then so is Peter.
Whenever I let myself think about it, I just feel stunned.
I know, like this can't really be happening.
But it is,
said Marion. And yet Peter keeps telling us he doesn't feel like God. Marion nodded.
Maybe, but I feel he's changing somehow. I haven't known him long, so maybe it's not my place to say that, but it's what I feel.
I've had the same feelings, said Dan, and I've known him a long time. If anybody should notice him acting differently, it should be me.
Like today with Billy. He seemed so sure of himself.
Yeah, said Dan. He's learning to use his powers.
Did you ever wonder what else he might be able to do?
Dan smiled weakly, took the final drag off his cigarette, and flipped it onto the gravel. You mean things he hasn't discovered yet? Marion swallowed, nodded. Oh, yeah, said Dan, and I don't mind telling you, it's kind of scary. Peter sat in the back seat of the Mazda as they returned to the campsite. As he spoke, Dan could detect in his voice an enthusiasm and excitement he'd never heard before. Dan wasn't sure if that was bad or good. So much has happened lately, I'd almost forgotten how good it is to give a sermon, Peter said as they drove north on 219. Only a suggestion of the thick, leafy forest on both sides of the two-lane asphalt was visible in the beams of the car's headlights.
Really?
Asked Marion. She could see the single headlamp of Billy's Harley close on their tail.
I felt so in sync with them, couldn't you tell? They really needed me tonight. They want me to come back when the rest of the congregation can be there.
Aren't we supposed to be moving on? Asked Dan, keeping a low profile.
I know, said Peter. It's hard to explain, Dan, but I feel like I've got to talk to these people. They're so hungry for guidance. They're scared, uncertain, confused. Kind of like us, eh? Said Marion. Ignoring her remark, Peter continued ebulliently. Maybe this is what I was chosen for, to get out in the world with the people, to get my hands dirty and help everybody any way I can. You've got a point there, maybe. Out here, on the road, the thought of being cooped up in that rectory for the rest of my life seems silly. This is where I belong.
What about the Vatican? Asked Marion. What about the guy in the black suit who almost killed Daniel? I know, Peter said, but... Dan looked at his friend. Peter's eyes were like beacons, so suffused with energy did he seem. His soul seemed to be shining. Marion was right. Peter was changing. Dan said, But what? Do you want to get caught? Yes, said Marion. I thought that was the whole reason we ran off with you, to help you stay hidden, to protect you. I know, said Peter. I realize all that. I haven't forgotten. It's just that I've been thinking, and maybe low profile isn't the best way to play it. What do you mean? Asked Dan. I mean, if I get out among the people and let everybody see me, then maybe the Vatican will be afraid to make a move on me. Said Marion. He has a point. Maybe. Sure. Listen, if we keep low, don't let anybody know us or see us, and the man in black finds us, what do you think's going to happen? He could sick the Vatican on you and kill Marion and me, said Dan, and nobody would ever know it. Right. Our anonymity can work against us as much as for us. Think about it. I don't know, said Dan. I think we're taking a terrible chance. You didn't see this guy. You don't know him like I do. Well, Peter said, I have a few talents of my own, don't forget. I don't think we have anything to fear from anybody. Except maybe ourselves, said Marion. She didn't turn her head away from the dark road ahead. Dan could see the tension in her features. Huh? Peter looked at her. Why do you say that? Marion looked at him, then Dan. I don't know about you guys, but I'm still scared. 25. Clearfield, Pennsylvania, Targeno, August 30th, 1998. That is correct. Clearfield, he said. It is a very small village in Pennsylvania. This call to the Vatican was his first report since coming to America. Targeno was shaken by what he had learned, but his training and his years of experience kept him from letting it affect his performance. But he did not like the implications of that knowledge. Have you had trouble tailing them? Of course not. The bug in their car transmits everything I need to know. Excellent. When will you bring him in? Not so fast, said Targeno. There is much to do, and some interesting things you should know first. I am waiting, said Francesco. And wait you shall, thought Targeno, until I am ready to give it to you. They have stopped for the night. Tomorrow I shall interrogate some of the villagers. For what? The Jesuit sounded impatient. Because I need to know what he has been doing. I have not dared any close-up surveillance since he left New York. He's traveling with 2 other people. I need to know more about their arrangement. I don't give a damn about the arrangement. I just want him back, said Father Francesco. His voice was so clear he could have been in the next room instead of thousands of miles distant. Despite Americans' complaints about their phone companies, the technology was superior to any in the world. I know, said Targeno. Very well. Tell me, who are these people he's traveling with? The Jesuit's voice was colored by anxiety, but he was doing his best to disguise it. Targeno exhaled slowly. His friend from the seminary, Ellington. You should have a file on him already. Affirmative. Who's the other one? Marion Windsor, local TV journalist in New York. There was no record of Carenza knowing her. Either he has been very careful about it for some reason, or their friendship is something new. Your feelings on this? Targeno lit a Turkish cigarette. The smoke drifted up into the cool air. On the road, an 18-wheeler punched a hole in the night, noisy as hell. I believe, he said, pausing to take a drag, they met recently. The most obvious conclusion is that she was investigating the incident with the mugger. Francesco's veil of control and detachment began to slip. You don't think he is fucking her, do you? Targeno chuckled. He knew it was irritating his superior. Such language from a prelate. Don't shit around with me, said Francesco. Just answer my questions. I have no idea at this point. But, I tell you, having seen her, if he is not, He is truly a fool. You dare to blaspheme so casually! Francesco's voice dripped with sarcasm. Is it blasphemy if I do not believe he is who you claim he is? You do not believe?
Targeno exhaled heavy, acrid smoke.
I do not know what I believe. I have heard your story, and I confirmed the incident at the airport, but I do not know what to believe. You pragmatic ass, said Francesco. How can you doubt the facts?
Targeno chuckled again.
And I have not even told you the latest.
What do you mean?
I interrogated his friend, Ellington. He broke my hypo, so no drug therapy.
Meaning?
Francesco's tone became one of concern.
Meaning I had to get out the toolbox.
Targeno smiled.
You disgust me.
And yet you keep coming back to me. I must be doing something right.
Enough, said the Jesuit. Tell me.
Briefly, Targeno listed the degradations he'd inflicted on Ellington. He told Francesco that after the torture session, he'd kept the priest's apartment under surveillance until Carenza and the woman arrived. After I planted the bugs on the woman's car, I waited. When they departed, Ellington went with them.
What are you saying?
Targeno said, smiling. He was completely healed.
Healed?
There wasn't a mark on him. It was like I had never touched him.
So Carenza restored him. What else could have happened? I'm telling you, Vanni, I carved him up like a goose.
The Lamb of God,
said Francesco.
We've really done it.
So you say.
You're a fool, said the Jesuit.
He burns off your mob buddy's arm, he heals one of your victims, and still you do not believe. I only believe in myself, said Targeno. This man is just a freak to me.
A freak with a power you do not understand, a power you cannot match.
Now it was Francesco's turn to chuckle.
I think you fear this man.
Perhaps. A man who knows no fear usually does not grow old.
All right, said Francesco. What next?
I will continue to track him electronically. I can follow up on his activities by asking the right questions. I need to learn more about my prey before I bag him. Habits, needs, plans. All this will determine my strategy. I cannot just walk up to him and order him back to Rome, and we already know force will not work.
Whatever you do, Targeno, no harm must come to him.
I understand that. Do not insult me. Francesco laughed softly, briefly.
I didn't think that was possible. Nevertheless, I must tell you, if you damage the goods, you will be punished with what you would call extreme prejudice.
Is that a promise?
Unfortunately, yes.
Goodbye, Father, said Targeno. You will not hear from me until I can tell you something new. Terminating the connection, he returned to his rental car, a low-slung black wedge with opaque windows and a high-performance engine. On the front seat, his briefcase lay open, revealing his KU band scanning device. The blinking cursor on the map display grid indicated the position of Windsor's vehicle. He had planted 2 bugs on it when she parked on the Fordham campus. One a clumsy counterfeit. He knew if it were found, the odds were whoever did the checking would assume he had successfully cleaned the vehicle. Only a high-level pro would even think to look for a wafer-thin ceramic beacon that looked like nothing more than a speck of dirt on the license plate. Targeno leaned back in the reclining seat behind the steering wheel to light another cigarette. As he savored the harsh, heavy taste of the Latakia blend, the scanner beeped. The cursor pulsed as the grid map coordinates began to move and change. They were moving out, but they would not be lost in the wilderness. Targeno's thoughts were calm, but there was an unwelcome edge to his emotions. Something the Jesuit had said was repeating in his mind. There was no doubt. Targeno feared his prey. This was a healthy posture when dealing with the unknown. But did he really not care about Carenza's true nature? Could this man really be Christ? If so, then the whole game of cat and mouse was reduced to plain silliness. There was an old American saying, "You don't fuck with King Kong." Surely a corollary would be that you don't fuck with the Son of God. 26.
Warrenton, Indiana, Windsor, October 14th, 1998. After the miracle at Evansville, there was no keeping a lid on the story. Events moved at a geometric rate, and Marion had to fight the feeling she was going to be overwhelmed by what was happening. Unbelievably, the small group of travelers had spent more than 6 weeks in Pennsylvania, stopping in one small town after another. Daniel had wanted to get away from New York, but Peter had warmed to his audiences. Finally, they had headed west again. Marion drove her Mazda into Ohio via Interstate 80 at Youngstown. Billy and Laureen, on their Harley, followed them west through Akron and onto I-71, angling southwest into Columbus. Autumn was in full swing, and the college town looked good in orange and brown. Marion and her merry band stopped for lunch and gas at a diner just south of the town center, then resumed their journey on I-71. The day's plan was to put as much distance between themselves and New York as possible. They bisected Cincinnati and rolled on into Kentucky, hugging its western border along the Ohio River basin until they reached Louisville. Marion had never been through that part of the state. The grass really did look blue. At that point, a decision was needed, west to St. Louis or south to Nashville. Billy and Laureen wanted to see the country music capital of the world. Daniel had no preference. Peter had been oddly quiet through most of the day, staring out the window for hours at a time. He voted for St. Louis, but without much enthusiasm. As the tiebreaker, Marion let her prejudices rule. For no other reason than her absolute loathing of country music, she opted for the gateway to the west and guided her car onto Interstate 64, heading into Indiana. Southern Indiana is as flat as a pool table and, other than the Hoosier National Forest, almost as barren. When the sun hits the horizon, Marion discovered, it gets dark in a hurry. As evening covered them like the dome on a fancy dinner plate, the talk drifted onto subjects like food and sleep. Great ideas. Marion loved her car, but after a long day at high speeds, tension and fatigue had pushed her to her limits. Time to call it quits. She planned to keep a journal of their trip, and had been mentally composing some entries as she drove the endless highway. Though she'd made a few notes on their sojourn in Pennsylvania, she needed to do some serious work to get some of her impressions, memories, and maybe even some of her apprehensions down on paper. When she exited the interstate at a forgettable place called Warrenton, the local radio station's evening news segment reported the latest developments in a labor riot taking place in nearby Evansville. A large Korean automobile manufacturing plant had been plagued by factory workers' unrest for the last 3 days, following the announcement by the Yusang Motor Corporation that all plant employees would be required to participate in mental and physical fitness regimens. Local news spots relayed tales of bloody violence between state police, Yusang security personnel, and the several thousand employees demonstrating just outside the auto assembly facilities. One worker had been killed by security employees, and the factory had essentially been under siege ever since. Marion had been assigned to powder keg scenes like that, and she felt immediate empathy for her colleagues down in Evansville. "Sounds pretty bad," she said as they pulled up to a Po Folks restaurant just off the exit. The deep rumble of Billy's cycle resonated through the car's interior as it nestled in beside them in the parking lot. Marion got out of the car as Billy and Laureen climbed off the bike. "Yeah," said Daniel as he pushed her seat forward and climbed out. "I'm starving, and if you don't mind my quoting Billy, I gotta pee like a racehorse." Billy laughed, slapped Dan's shoulder. Marion smiled, slammed the car door. She wondered if all Jesuits were like Dan. Everyone turned toward the restaurant entrance, except Peter, who remained seated in the Mazda's passenger seat, staring straight ahead. "Peter, is something wrong?" Marion asked, leaning down, looking at him. He looked relaxed, well-rested, and as usual, handsome in an unobtrusive Gregory Peck kind of way. "No, not really. I was just thinking about that riot. It's so close. Maybe we should go down there and help." "Help? What could we do?" Marion's pulse jumped up about 20 beats per minute. "Use your martial arts?" He looked at her and smiled. "Oh, Peter, really?" She laughed, shortly and without humor. "Everybody's hungry," she said, trying to remain casual. "Are you coming?" No one else had heard his remarks, and she wanted to keep it that way. Peter had been so quiet all day. It was unnerving, and for some reason his interest in the labor riot deeply disturbed her, though she didn't know why. "Sure, I'll be right there. Go on in." He made no effort to move from his seat, still gazing at a distant horizon, as though he could see something she couldn't. Well, maybe he could. She considered waiting for him, but didn't want to seem pushy. Against her better judgment, she left him and walked into the restaurant. Daniel, Billy, and Laureen were sitting at a table near the door, perusing menus. "Where's Peter?" Daniel asked, pushing a length of blonde hair from his forehead. He looked like an eternal surfer boy. "Still out in the car. He'll be right in." She picked up her menu, scanning it, but not reading a damned word. "Dan, did he seem funny to you today?" "I don't know. Kind of quiet. Moody, maybe." "As far as I'm concerned, Peter can act any way he wants," said Laureen. She spoke with such reverence it was almost comical, especially with her words so opposed to her look. Archetypal biker chick. "Yeah," said Billy, holding up his hand as if offering proof of his newfound devotion. Marion looked at Daniel. "You know him better than the rest of us. Would you say he's moody, unpredictable?" "Huh?" Daniel shook his head. "I'd say he is usually exactly the opposite." The waitress appeared wearing a blue calico dress and a white apron. She smiled through her myriad freckles. After ordering the perfectly outrageous chicken-fried steak, Marion looked toward the entrance for Peter. What was he doing out there? "I'm going to go get him," she told the others as she headed for the door. When she found the car locked and empty, she was not surprised. She had expected it since she'd stepped into the restaurant. Route 41 was a 4-lane highway through nothing but dark, desolate farmland. They found a campground and dumped the trailer before heading south in search of Peter. Between Warrenton and Evansville, towns were infrequent and practically invisible. Billy and Laureen pushed their bike up into the 90s, tail-lighting off into the night. More wary of Hoosier state troopers, especially as they got closer to the riots, Marion kept the aerodynamic RX-7 just under the speed limit. Daniel sat beside her, watching the road and gnawing on a burger from McDonald's. The waitress at Po Folks had been stunned to see them bolt the place so fast. They drove in silence for almost 10 minutes, both lost in thought. Marion wondering what they would find at the factory and what they would do about it. She wondered if Daniel's thoughts were similar. A luminescent green highway sign announced Evansville's city limits. They passed the municipal airport and lots of small cross streets. Billy and Laureen were waiting for them at a Union 76 station at the intersection of St. George Road. Marion pulled in and asked the attendant for directions to the Usang plant. "You don't want to be going there, lady. Lessen you're a reporter." "I am a reporter." "Figures." The guy smirked at her, looked at Billy and Laureen on the touring bike. "Okay, stay on Route 41 about a mile to Division Street, then hang a left. Take Division all the way out past the hospital. Just keep going till you see the plant. And believe me, you won't be able to miss it." Marion thanked the guy, signaled Billy to follow, and pulled out of the station. She drove in silence, glancing over at Daniel several times. He was looking straight ahead, tight-lipped, as if searching for something along the dim streets. A panorama of flashing lights from fire trucks, police vans, and media vehicles announced the beginning of trouble. Cops and other uniformed types swarmed all over the area. Smoke bombs and the after-stench of tear gas smudged the sky. The thrum of a huge crowd resonated in the air, rising and falling like an endless chorus of summer cicadas. The distant echo of a bullhorn carried a distinctly hostile voice, perhaps a labor leader. At the front gates, a forklift held a big pallet high. Behind the lift soared a set of high steel-reinforced gates. Looming above everything like a Martian machine from the War of the Worlds stood the superstructure of a water tower with the word Usang branded across its oblate swell. 2 men stood atop the lift's pallet, high above the crowd, getting them worked up. Police in riot gear and firemen with crowd control hoses scuffled with the edges of the large, seething mass of bodies that surrounded the entrance to the auto plant. People were screaming and shouting at the cops. Fistfights broke out sporadically. Paramedics wheeled a gurney along the edge of the crowd, its bloody passenger half hanging off the cart.
"Oh, man, this looks like shit," said Daniel.
"I've seen worse," she said. "Remember the food riots in the Bronx?"
Daniel rolled his eyes. "Who doesn't?"
"Come on. If Peter's out there, we've got to find him."
Marion popped the trunk latch, opened her door.
"Are you sure you know what you're doing?"
"No."
Walking around to the trunk, Marion retrieved her mini camcorder from its shockproof case. She clipped her press credentials to the lapel of her jacket, then handed Dan a portable quartz lighting rig.
"You've just become a news rat,"
she said. He smiled, glanced briefly at the handles and controls for the lights.
"Pretty ballsy, Marion."
"Thank you," she said, grinning. "Now let's go."
Billy pulled alongside the Mazda, raised his goggles.
"Woo-ee!" he yelled. "Looks like my kind of partay."
"Knock it off, Billy," said Marion. "We're here to find Peter and get out. You hear me?"
She spoke sternly.
"Hey, just kidding, Marion," he said. "I'm reformed, remember?"
"So you tell me. Listen, Billy, just find Peter, okay?"
"I'll do my best,"
he said, wheeling his bike to lean against the nearest light pole.
"Laureen, you better stay here at the car where it's safe."
"Fuck you, Billy. I ain't gonna miss nothin' 'cause of you sayin' so."
Billy shrugged and led her toward the crowd. So much for chivalry, Marion thought.
"Okay, let's move in, toward the action," she told Dan. "Keep your lights at low power, and we'll make like we're shooting."
"We're not?"
"Not necessary. We just have to look good."
As they moved closer to the gates, Marion saw more and more devastation. The tactical police squads had been busy knocking heads and shooting off their weapons. Though the violence had for the moment subsided, it seemed ready at any moment to sweep through the crowd in ocean-like swells. The TV equipment made Dan and Marion practically invisible to cops and demonstrators alike. It was a common phenomenon. The camera gave her carte blanche. Everybody wanted to be on TV, for whatever the reason, and if they screwed around with you, they might blow their only chance. The guy on the bullhorn incited the protesters to storm the front gates. Catchphrases about power and control sprayed over the crowd like lighter fluid over hot coals. The air almost crackled with tension. Things were on an ugly upswing, and Marion hoped her camera armor would protect her and Dan as they moved into the edge of the mass of factory workers. As she looked around at some of their faces, trying to personalize them, to draw individuals from the blob-like mass, she was surprised to see so many women in the ranks. Suddenly, they came upon Billy and Laureen. An anonymous arm reached out and grabbed Laureen's shoulder, holding her while another man fondled her nearest breast. She wheeled and spit at the molester, kicking him between the legs. His scream was lost in the general din of the crowd as he was pulled back into the shifting pack. Laureen stood her ground and glared defiantly around her.
"We found him!"
yelled Billy.
"Where?"
Marion's voice sounded weak and thin in the midst of all the noise.
"Right up front. He's arguing with some of the guys with the horn."
How had Peter reached the scene so fast? Later she would learn he'd coaxed a ride from a county police officer, but at that moment she couldn't imagine how he'd worked his way into the very center of the action so quickly.
"Great, just great," said Dan. "How are we going to get him out of here?"
"We've got to try," said Marion. "Key those lights up to the max, and the zoom mic too, and follow me."
As they shoved through the workers, the mic began to pick up the words of Peter and the labor leaders.
"And who the fuck are you, anyhow?"
said one man who wore a white hard hat. "I'm your friend," Peter said, smiling.
"Yeah, I'll bet,"
said the second protest leader. He tilted back his beech-nut baseball cap and jumped down from the forklift pallet to confront Peter.
$10 says you're one of them Fed infiltrators, so get lost, buddy, before you lose some of them pretty teeth."
The crowd thrummed about her, but Marion concentrated on the conversation echoing in her headphones. Peter placed his hand on Beechnut's shoulder. "But I am your friend. You do believe me, don't you?" It was the touch that did it. Or maybe it was just Peter's tone of voice. Whatever, Marion noticed a sudden change in his adversary's demeanor.
Yeah, okay. What, can I do for you? Help me up there with your buddy. A moment later, he climbed up to join the guy in the white hard hat. Marion and Dan had eased through the pack of workers who, for the most part, backed off to let the camera get as close as possible. Most of them made a point of looking directly into the lens and the lights. Some things never change, she thought. A new voice boomed over the bullhorn. Peter's. It was funny. She'd never been much for churches or sermons or preaching, but there was something about Peter's voice, or his delivery, or the cadence of his words. She wasn't sure. Something that made people pay attention. What he was saying didn't seem to be as important as how he was saying it. Even though Marion was focusing her attention on maneuvering through the crowd, a part of her still listened to him, as though she tuned to his words automatically, naturally. He was telling the workers things they didn't want to hear, but they couldn't stop listening. Marion decided to switch on the camera. She had a feeling something interesting was happening. Clearly, Peter was influencing the mob. Almost as soon as he'd opened his mouth, the general restiveness of the crowd began to lessen. Within 60 seconds, everyone was paying attention. How did he do it? Each one of you knows as well as I, violence is not going to solve any of your problems, he said, with just enough authority in his voice to make the words count. Initially, when the crowd realized he wasn't up there to incite them to gut the Yusang plant and its managers, they had yelled for him to be silent, to go away. But their roar stopped almost immediately, because it was Peter speaking to them. There was something scary about his effect on people. Marion considered the implications of this as she let her camcorder roll. His power was hypnotic, pervasive, and utterly compelling. You must ask yourselves what you are really doing here, risking your family's security and your own health and safety. For what? Because you don't want to be part of a corporate fitness program? What are you afraid of? Feeling better? Living longer? Being more productive? Marion listened and watched the crowd's reaction. She was puzzled. Peter wasn't saying anything earth-shaking. His logic, while solid, was neither unassailable nor overwhelming. Yet they were rapt. As he spoke, Marion sensed an element of control lurking just beneath the surface of his words. It was as scary as it was impressive. People were calming down, lowering fists and protest signs. Everything was going fine until the car bomb went off. Later, Marion learned from Billy that the bomb makers, after hearing Peter's words, had decided to defuse the device and remove it from the Yusang security cruiser. But somebody had pulled the wrong wire. Like a desert flower blooming in the night, the patrol car erupted in an orange, concussive blossom. The explosion stunned everyone. The crowd was showered with hot shrapnel and body parts. The cops and the plant security people tried to maintain control. While the mob stood transfixed by the horror of the moment, a squad of tactical police fanned out behind the trailing edge of the crowd. Plant security trained their own riot gear on the leading edge, and the firemen opened up with their hoses. It was a synchronized operation, like a blitzkrieg. A volley of rubber riot slugs peppered the crowd. Water cannons body-slammed the workers to the ground. It was like being caught in a hurricane at Times Square on New Year's Eve. "Oh, no!" cried Dan. "The bastards!" He shouted Peter's name, but his voice was lost in the white noise and confusion of the sneak attack. "We've got to get him!" yelled Marion, trying to push forward. The pack of bodies around her allowed no movement. Plant security forces opened up with a second heavy fusillade of rubber bullets, pummeling the front wave of the workers senseless. Up front, Peter and White Hard Hat looked down at the mayhem in apparent helplessness. Locked into the center of the mob, Marion and Dan were somewhat insulated from the heaviest assaults of water and bullets, but there was no chance for escape. The vast sea of bodies surged and eddied in all directions. She and Dan had no choice but to be carried along on the ever-changing currents. She'd lost track of Billy and Laureen, and now even Dan was being pulled away from her. Anger whipped through the mob like a forest fire. They stormed the gates. Weapons appeared in the workers' hands. Like a huge amoeba, the mob surged toward the gates and Peter. It was as though they blamed him for the turn of events. He'd become the first object of their attack. Marion knew they were going to kill him. Looking through the lens of her camcorder, she saw Peter standing on the raised pallet with his hands outstretched. He shouted, and though he had no bullhorn, she could somehow hear his words. Everybody could. "No! You must stop this!" Like a sonic boom rolling across an Indiana cornfield, his voice echoed over the mob. Cops, guardsmen, workers, all turned toward this single man as he commanded them to be still. And they were still. For an instant, it was so quiet, so utterly and deathly quiet, Marion felt her flesh go cold. Then Peter raised his arms, and lightning flashed. Out of nowhere, a rainstorm swept down like an attack of the Valkyries. Everything was drenched instantly. The fire hoses were still blasting away, but nobody cared. People went crazy. Close to Peter, someone fired a shot into the air. Others followed. Brickbats flew toward the platform where Peter stood defiantly above the crowd. Flashes of lightning kept freeze-framing the scene in hard black-and-white tabloid shots. Marion was almost lifted off her feet as the crush of bodies moved in concert toward the plant's gates. Somehow, she kept the camcorder rolling. A bolt of lightning grounded at the water tower, creating a spectacular display of yellow-white sparks. Thunder cascaded. The crowd paused for an instant, reeling from the combined forces of rain and wind. "You're going to stop this!" Somehow, Peter's booming voice rolled across the riot like a prairie fire. "Now!" Dan had struggled back to Marion's side. He wrestled with his light rig, trying to protect it from the mob. Lightning crashed again. A hand grabbed for the camera, and Marion wheeled to smack it away. Someone yelled, pointing at the gate. All around her, people began looking up, their faces expressing something between fear and awe. "Oh, my God," she heard Dan mutter behind her. St. Elmo's fire danced above the water tower as if it were the mast of a storm-lashed clipper. Turning, she saw Peter still astride the forklift pallet. Lightning framed him in stark contrast to the rain-slashed night. Though the lightning flash faded, Peter shockingly remained lined in light. He glowed with a fire that coruscated madly about his body. He stood rigid, arms outstretched in a cruciform posture above the crowd. The glow grew stronger, and for an instant Marion thought he rose above the platform. The crowd gasped collectively. It was the sound of awe on the edge of panic. "Leave this place," Peter said, softly now, yet clearly audible despite the clamor of the storm and the crowd. He raised one hand, pointing toward the water tower, which exploded as if from a missile strike. But instead of superheated water and sizzling chunks of shrapnel, the air was filled with petals of pink roses. Marion watched one delicate pink speck flutter down from an impossible height, tracking its descent until it lightly brushed her cheek. There was a hint of fragrance, and then nothing as it fell to wet, shining asphalt and disappeared. The storm had vanished. The sky was clear. Stunned, Marion blinked, looked again at Peter, and everything had changed. The light, the aura, the rose petals, gone. No one spoke. No one seemed capable of anything but wandering off like zombies in a B-movie, lost in the mysteries of their own thoughts. The huge mass of protesters turned away from the factory gates, colliding with each other, stumbling on. Marion felt drained, sucked clean. What had just happened? Her heart was thumping crazily in her chest. If she hadn't been white-knuckling the camcorder, her hands would be trembling. The night suddenly seemed heavy and oppressive as a mildewed blanket. Peter had disappeared into the darkness. "Did you see that?" Dan asked quietly, breaking the silence. "I think so," she said, equally softly. "Rose petals. I saw rose petals." She could hear the shock in his voice. Shaking her head, Marion turned back toward the car, where moments before a mob had rampaged. Bare concrete gleamed wetly. Billy and Laureen ran up to them. "He is Lord!" shouted Billy. "He is Lord!" "Be quiet, Billy," she said harshly. "Please be quiet." "But it's true, and you know it." Suddenly, he fell silent. All around them, cars and vans slunk off into the night. Fire trucks rumbled away from the perimeter of the parking area. Reaching the car, Marion keyed open the trunk and stashed the TV gear. Dan helped, then put an arm around her shoulders. "What are we getting into?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. "I just don't know." Turning around, she saw Peter standing by the hood of the car. He had seemed to have just materialized there, and Marion felt a chill touch her between her shoulder blades. Peter regarded his friends with a small grin that could only be called sheepish. "You see," he said, "I knew I could help." "Yeah, buddy," said Billy. "Should we leave?" Marion asked, gesturing at the rapidly emptying lot. A police patrol was rousting stragglers. Peter shrugged. Why not? Without another word, they climbed into the car. Billy and Laureen mounted their Harley and led the way north. Peter instantly fell asleep in the jump seat of the Mazda, leaving Dan and Marion to their thoughts. She was too stunned, confused, and just plain upset to do much talking. Dan seemed to want to unload, but he looked at her and remained silent. Later that evening, after they'd returned to their campsite and bedded in for what was left of the night, Marion woke. She got up and sat on her front bumper and contemplated the endless spawn of stars in the now clear sky. She had begun to see where their adventure was heading. She knew it would only get harder and harder to ignore the signs and parallels. Comparisons would be obvious and well-deserved. She also knew she had the inside track on the most explosive story of the decade, maybe of all time. She wondered if she had the strength and the courage to stick it out.